tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friend. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done. I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy, just fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I go to church, but somewhere end up like it lasts forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done. I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me do weapon. I'm no vegan, I bleed. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. You just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done, it's done. someone who can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I want somebody who sees me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover to hold me through the seasons. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and I need a lover. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever, whenever. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay, yeah. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, wanna take it all back. Cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo. So move along, forgotten shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo. So live along, forgotten shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. one time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around.
This configuration je vais pas danser. La moitié, on est en train de ski, on est en train de le faire, les Maliens qui vont aller chercher la victoire face à des Néerlandais qui auront tout donné. Tucker in the clutch, the youngest of the young prospects, taking some but he can't.
The final fight for Ascension begins right now.
Hello everybody and welcome to day one of Ascension play-ins. I'm joined on the desk today by my trusty seed, So Marcus, and we're going to be getting into all the nitty-gritty about today's games and everything that has been happening and will be happening in Ascension. Marcus, how are you?
I'm doing very well. Now, I was hyped to come on the show today, okay? And after seeing that intro, I'm even more hyped. Being able to like pinpoint each of the locations, the regions, show a few highlights, like that in itself has already got me super excited for today.
Oh, I hope you can see me. Apparently, I was using my webcam mic, so I hope everyone enjoyed a very echoey start and introduction. I feel like that was
Sounded good to
definitely
me.
terrible. Did it? Well, you had the right mic. Everybody else had the wrong mic. But yeah, very excited for today's game. But before we get into all of that, I would like to introduce our amazing casters today for the first two games. So we do have the one and only Pavlos and Ryan Central. Hello, lads. How are ya?
Hello.
Right,
Doing pretty damn
Governor.
good. All right, Governor. Yeah, pretty excited for today, and I think Marcus hit the nail on the head there. This is so exciting because this is what we've been waiting for since the start of the year. All these regions with their own identities are now grouping up together and getting to play against each other, and it's just awesome to see.
Yeah, I mean, we don't get to see much of the Challengers Leagues playing against each other. That's obviously going to change next year, which is super exciting. But play-ins is a good look to see what the other teams that aren't necessarily like topping their regions are going to Ascension outright, what exactly they can do, and how all of the, that regional pride starts to come in a little bit more.
I think it would be really interesting for anybody watching who may not have sort of caught much of Ascension or know much about it. Ryan, if I throw it to you, kind of like if we quickly touch on what Ascension is for those who don't know already.
Sure. So it has changed a little bit over the past year or so, but essentially we have the partner teams in Tier 1 for EMEA, Americas, Pacific and China, but there are 2 spaces open for teams to come through the Tier 2 scene to qualify for their own regional league, whether it's like Americas, where it's North America, or split up regionally here in Europe and in APAC. Then they have a chance to play in Ascension. If they win that tournament, they get to play in Tier 1, get all of the stipends, their own classic bundles like G2, M8 and stuff like that, and be able to sort of partake in the league for at least 1 year, but there could be a chance for more if you take on a run like G2 are, where they're attending champions. So this is a chance for Tier 2 to actually get promoted to a league that in other iterations haven't had the opportunity to do that.
It's
And there are
basically a
obviously
dream come true. It's all good.
Sorry.
It's all good. Go ahead.
It is. I mean, literally, as I was kind of going to go on to, we already have those 9 teams that have qualified for the main event. And then today we have play-ins. So, Pavlos, if I throw this to you to talk about the dream come true and what it could be or for those who are playing the play-ins today.
Yeah, well, they missed their first chance, right? The first teams of each regional league, from each challenger league rather, have already qualified, right? So we've got 9 teams, but obviously that doesn't make for the best format. So we're putting an extra team in with an extra chance so we can have a nice round number, make it 10. So all the second place teams are playing up against each other, and this is their final chance, right? So one of these second place teams, by the end of this week, by the end of this play-in stage, will be able to make it into Ascension. And that is a difficult task in and of itself, right? Because we've got some amazing teams. Some of them got closer than others to actually getting that first spot, but the nice thing about it is that they get to have the second chance.
100%. And I think as well it would be really fun to talk about kind of last year and the players that we now see in the tier 1 scene who came up from the tier 2 scene last year. So let's touch on those a little bit more. Ryan, I'll throw to you first.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other side of it too, right? We have some of the players that not only were playing in like Ascension as people, like Tomasi and stuff, right? That played on Soda, played in Tier 1 last year, but a good amount of players that played in Ascension play-ins actually making it to not only play in the Tier 1 league of EMEA, but also to qualify to champs with Rians, who played on S2G with Pora and Riazi. All 3 of those players actually going to various different rosters, and I have no doubt that there's going to be a lot of teams that are looking to maybe rebuild next year, that are looking to see up-and-coming talent. Maybe not to pick them up outright to play Tier 1 like the people on screen, but at least keeping a keen eye on some of the young players that didn't come from other tac shooters, didn't have a career in other esports. They're just young Valorant players that are looking to make it big time.
Definitely. And Pavlos, you kind of mentioned earlier how that's so exciting because even if we don't know much about the teams today, it's so exciting that we can see the amazing talent that other regions are producing and these amazing teams that are coming out of this amazing league. So are there any sort of people that you're keeping an eye on for today's games?
Oh, that's a difficult question because I think there's just so many, right? On any role from any region, there's always going to be that diamond in the rough, whether they're young or tenured and they have experience, you know, they've managed to play in VCT EMEA before or any other VCT league and then sort of drop back a notch and now they're trying to get back in. There's always these exciting bits and pieces. So I'm not going to highlight one player for now as there's just too many. We'll do this justice to the rest and we'll explore that as we go. And I think that's a great opportunity for us to explore things on the go today, especially as we get to see our first matches.
Very, very true. Well, listen, I'll leave you guys to it and get ready for the first game. So, yeah, go away. Leave us alone, please. Goodbye. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, Marcus, just me and you now. So of course we have so many games going on today. We are focusing on Group B. So our first game today will be Galacticos versus Diamond. So let's kind of touch on that a little bit more. Are you excited for the first matchup of today?
I am, yeah, and it's kind of a matchup between, I would say, experienced versus unexperienced. And I'm not saying that Diamond are unexperienced when it comes to kind of like individual players and they don't look as good as Galacticos. But when you do look at Galacticos' roster as a whole, they have so much, I mean, potential behind them and so much experience, right? Because I feel like Turkey is... I heard this on the draw yesterday, right? Turkey is like the breeding ground for incredible players. And looking at this roster right here, they have so much experience, like I was saying. We have Destructive, who was on Fireflux, Lurzi, who was on S2G and Fireflux, even Masic was on Digital Athletics, and then Glove, he was on SMB. So you think about those teams and you hear those names and you know that they have so much firepower behind them. And putting them all onto one team, I'm actually surprised that they came in second place, to be honest.
Well, I mean, let's talk about the last game that they played, which, of course, they didn't win out. They lost 3-1 to, was it Howl?
It was Howl, yeah.
It was Howl. So how do you think they're going to kind of adapt off the back of that loss coming into today? Because it's been quite a short turnaround between the grand finals and the last time they played and today's game.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some benefits of other regions having finished their league earlier on in the month. But for example, Turkey, you know, it was quite a recent game, and I think it's difficult because when you look at the actual stats from that game, I feel like iPot didn't actually put in the performance that we know him for, right? Yes, he's the duelist player, and he was up against Zeus, who he dropped 94 kills, right? So that's a very, very difficult matchup to even go up against in the first place. But I think Galacticos, I think they just need to stay consistent, because prior to the loss against HAL, they did have 2 very tough games in the lower bracket, right? And already when you're in the lower bracket, it's going to be super difficult to, you know, maybe not keep momentum, but keep the mental, because you know that you haven't got a second chance in the lower bracket. And they had to go through SMB and Galatasaray. I'm going to butcher that. There's too many A's in that. Galatasaray. Galatasaray. I got it.
Well done. I'm very proud of you.
But yeah, they have 2 difficult teams, and both of those games went all the way. It was a best of 3 series, and it went 2-1 to Galacticos. So yeah, I think in terms of your question, I think they just need to keep a calm mental and understand that this is a group stage, and potentially within become that Turkish roster that we know they can be. Be aggressive, swing, do everything that we know that Turkish duelists at least can be.
Definitely. And I mean, I feel slightly biased because obviously the coach Mavera did coach BBL Queens, if I'm correct, last year. So I feel like he's a really experienced coach and has also pro experience himself. So I think that's obviously going to be a very strong element kind of coming into today's games. And I have no doubt that they've put in the prep and the work to come in and fight for today's win. But of course, we do have another team on the other end, and that is Diamond, who also came second place in the East region. So again, let's kind of do the same thing where we talk about their grand finals against Go Next and what you feel they may have taken away from their last performance.
Yeah, so obviously earlier on I touched on the kind of, they don't have the same experience as Galacticos, right? But these are still names that we have, I mean, at least personally, and maybe some of you out there as well, we've seen these names floating about for a long, long time, right? And I feel like the one that hasn't been floating around for too long, but someone that everyone's eyes are on, is Pace, right? This guy is a demon. You see clips on Twitter floating around, and you're like, damn, that's
I literally remember having a conversation with you about Pace, and we were like, this dude is actually cracked off the wazoo. So I definitely think he's going to be very strong coming in today, and I'm sure we'll see some highlight plays. I think it's also really interesting to talk about like Diamant's start to the whole split, because in split 1 they were dominant. They won every single game, they placed first, and then since then it's kind of slowed down a little, and they've definitely been challenged a lot more. How do you think they're going to kind of adapt against the Turkish roster that is Galacticos today?
Well, the thing is, when you actually look at Diamond's past, it's not as bad as, I mean, it's not bad at all. Look, they're in Ascension play-ins. Let me just put that one out there. But they are a very strong team. Like, you think of the likes of Ascend, Diamond are the ones that knocked Ascend out. So they played Ascend prior to Go Next, right? And, you know, Go Next, it was a 3-1 loss. Very similar to how Galacticos lost 3-1 to HAL, like you mentioned. But, I mean, Go Next, they have Mini, who was from Enterprise, who I believe was playing with Benji prior to Benji's move up into Tier 1. And they also have Zeke, right? So there's a lot of experience on Go Next. But then being able to beat Ascend 3-2 in a lower bracket final, think about the experience that Ascend have. Like, the organization itself and the support from behind the scenes is massive. So for Diamond to be able to come in and perform like that and beat them in the lower bracket final, I think as long as they kind of keep up the same momentum that they had when they beat Ascend, I actually think Diamond could be up there with, I don't want to say it too soon, but I think top 3 at least of play-ins.
I think both teams have like all of the elements to pop in the pot and cook up something very exciting today. And I'm pretty sure that we're going to see a pretty even matchup going off their previous stats. And I think it's going to be a really interesting game. I think we might have map vetoes, if I'm correct, maybe. Oh, no. Not yet. We have a head-to-head first. As you can tell, I'm getting way ahead of myself because I'm too excited. So we're gonna pop Galacticos, iPot, and Diamant Pays up against each other. So Marcus, run us through the head-to-head.
Yeah, so I wanted to choose these guys because they're both the duelist players. They're both the aggressive, the aimers. And when you look at their actual stats, I want to focus. The two main things I want to focus on here are the first kills per round and the first deaths per round. It looks like Pace is actually more of an aggressive player. Yes, the stats are 25 times on Raze and 8 times on his most played agent. I think there's a lot more to work with on Pace's stats here, but the fact that he's played Raze this many times in comparison to iPot, I feel like being able to have that higher first kill per round is, first off, great, right? That's what you want for a duelist. That's exactly what you want. But then you look at the ADR and it's just over a kill per round. So very, very similar in terms of the damage they're doing per round. And when we watch this game, I think it's important to note that yes, iPot is a very aggressive duelist as well, but we mention Pace all the time, and he's going to be someone you want to keep your eyes on because I think in terms of the agent pool he can play, I think it's a lot better than iPot's.
I also think it might be fun to talk about Diamant not being afraid to bring Deadlock out, as I know that they've played Deadlock a few times before, and who knows if we'll see them played on today's maps. But I think that's also a very intriguing element that may kind of catch Galacticos off guard, with Diamant kind of bringing Deadlock into that pool. Do you think that's going to make any sort of difference?
Yeah, I mean, Deadlock is being... I feel like Deadlock is creeping in ever so slowly, and I remember being on the desk for Polaris, and from the top of my head I can't remember who played it, but I just remember a scene. It was a round, not a scene. We're not in a movie. I mean, maybe. I just remember a round. It was on bind, and it was the Deadlock grenade combo with a Raze combo. And if we're using the likes of that combo with Pace's Raze, I feel like there could be some genuine combos here where we're like, right, put it in the replay reel. I'm talking about that one straight after this game, because there are things you can do with Deadlock that I feel like we haven't seen yet because Deadlock isn't played enough.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we actually do have the map vetoes now. Surprise, everybody. I'm right this time. So let's head into the map vetoes and talk a little bit more about those. What are we cooking up today?
I feel now... Icebox ban here, I believe, is something that Diamant have obviously planned to go up against their opposition, because Galactus, they've played Icebox 8 times, so they are very, very experienced.
They're dominant on it,
on that map. Yeah, and it's kind of sad that Abyss goes, but it's an obvious ban, especially when they've only played it once and they did lose it. And then when we think about Diamant and what they're probably going to pick, right, I'm expecting a Lotus pick coming in here, or a Sunset. It's going to be one of the two. And if it's not, I'm going to mute my mic and you're going to finish the rest of it. Lovely.
I think Diamant, well, we've got Sunset, and we know that Diamant are very, very, very strong on Sunset. They played this 7 times, won 6 of those 7. So I am not shocked to see that map being brought in straight away by Diamant to hopefully maybe have a very strong start in this map pool.
Yeah, and if Icebox was still on the table, this is what Galactus would have gone for, right? But I think if we're looking at their next best map, Haven, this is
I don't know why I'm giggling.
Surprising.
I'm just excited. I know we
What's
both.
funny about Haven?
I don't know. It's just so silly. No, we both love Haven, to be honest. I know we're definitely biased, so we love to watch a Haven map. So very, very intrigued to see that come through, because I don't think that's a map that's kind of come up on the highlights for either team as like a strong map. So I think there's all to play for with that one. And then obviously finishing on Lotus, which is a map that is played by both, although Galacticos 50% win rate, Diamant definitely a lot stronger from the games that they played on Lotus.
This is in Diamant's favour. I actually think this is in Diamant's favour 100%.
Yeah.
Especially Ascent kind of being open, ready to be banned, because Diamant do love banning Ascent from their previous games. So actually, look, I think if Diamant can win on Sunset, I genuinely think that we might see the whole series played, and I think it could be a 2-1 actually towards Diamant.
Well, I wonder if we should ask Pitbull what he thinks about the map vetoes. Hold on,
I know what he's gonna say.
He genuinely just said dale.
There's not a map called Dale.
No, I don't know what he's waffling about, but Dale's not here today. Before we kind of head into Agent Select and take a look at what people are going to be playing today, is there kind of anything that you want to see being cooked up on these maps? Because I know me and you both waffle a lot about the ways that we think maps should be played, but is there anything you would like to see, Marcus?
The one thing I want to see is something different on Sunset from either team. I do not want to see I can't remember if it's A or B. I always get confused because my map rotates.
No,
it's like it's the B side, right? That is constantly playing.
Oh, we're talking about a map.
Main.
I thought you were talking about a group. I zoned out. I'm not gonna lie, I zoned out. Carry on.
It's okay. I'm gonna carry on. But yeah, it's the Heretics-esque meta, right? It's when
you just retake B, right?
You just sit in main and you constantly play post plant. It just gives me Ascent vibes. It just gives me very one-dimensional vibes. So I feel like if we are going to see that played from Diamond, I want to see Galacticos actually flank B main more, because a lot of the time you're not flanking B main, you're doing it super
so they
late.
Can just sit there.
So let them take site, let them plant, and send 3 people up through mid to flank. In my opinion, that's probably the best way you can deal with that, because then you're forcing the team that have planted out of main, and at the end of the day, that's kind of what you want.
Maybe we can keep a tally with how many times they play retake B on Sunset, and we can decide a tally. Apologies for the delay as well, everybody. We are just having a couple of issues our end, so bear with us. I mean, Marcus and I, we can keep waffling for a while about stuff. We can also talk to our companions in the back. But yeah, I think it would be interesting as well. I'm sure there's loads of predictions going on in chat, but I think it would be really interesting to see what you guys think. So feel free to spam in the chat what you think is going to cook up for the first game today. Who do we think we're going to see come out on top? Again, we can talk a little bit about how dominant Diamond are on Sunset, but then I think their downfall might be, yes, they're great on Sunset, but of course Galacticos come into this and they choose their starting side. So what do you think that's going to be? Do you think they'll go attack and just go all in?
I feel like in terms of the composition that Diamond tend to play on Sunset, they run the double controller with the Astra. And it's obvious. I mean, I think we recently saw Boaster with the 400 IQ play, right? When Wingman was planting and he sucked Wingman away. But I feel like when you play double controller like this, you either play a fairly passive attack half, and then the defense is obviously super passive as well. But the thing is, it's difficult when you're running double controller and you also have pace on the team. It's like, look, we have a super passive composition, right? But then we also have pace, and it's like, how are we gonna play it? Are we gonna pick up the oh, I can't say it. Are we gonna pick up the pace?
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to quickly interrupt you, because we do actually see Astra coming out in Diamond's comp, which could be the kind of factor that completely changes how Sunset is played and why Diamond are a lot more dominant on Sunset. So I wonder if we're going to see any kind of comp changes from Galacticos coming into that to kind of counter potentially the Astra plays. Maybe.
I mean, look, they do run a double controller as well. It's Viper and Omen. That's more in recent time. You know, obviously anything can change right now because everything is on the line. They've been practicing they've been in the leagues for what, 6 months just to make it to play-ins, just to make it to one group stage, which potentially they can't make it out of. So yeah, I think Sunset's going to be the momentum setter for either team. I think the one that I'm most interested in is Haven, because we don't have too much to go for on Haven. When we look at Galacticos on Haven, they've got 1 win, 2 losses, but they do run a Neon. You love giggling to yourself today.
Well, I'm just cooking up some stuff in the background, as a very knowledgeable person in this field. And I was just giggling because according to my statistics, Diamond have only played Haven once. So I was giggling because that means they have a 100% win rate, but they've only played it once. Is that not the funniest thing you've ever heard in your life? Haha.
No, look, stats don't lie. It's a 100% win rate. They've played it once, which maybe is the reasoning why Galacticos have picked it, right? Like, if you've only got one game on it, you're probably going to be fairly weak on it. And they run a Fade, an Omen, a Killjoy, and a Raze, and an Astra. I feel like the Astra is coming out from Diamond so much, and I feel like that could be a big reason why they're winning. I genuinely feel like the Astra could be a reason why Diamond are becoming one of the up and coming teams. Like, genuinely, we don't see Astra enough. Ever since the Astra nerfs a while back, Astra kind of wasn't played. And again,
like, why they're scared because she has 1 star less. Like, grow up. Her stars are still useful. Just use them as fakes.
I think it's more like picking up the stars now takes longer. So you can't do that. You can't do the fake stars and able to then instantly go into an execute.
But if Boaster can do it, so can these guys. I
definitely think you're.
I'm
biased.
I am very biased, guys. For like my team, my homies, my legends. But you know, very, very exciting because again, for me today, I am discovering a lot of new talent. Like, I do know some of these names already and these teams. But again, touching on what Ryan and Pavlos said earlier, we are going to discover some amazing talent today. And let's head into Agent Select and see who will be played on Sunset. I mean, Marcus, this is exactly what we were expecting, no?
Yeah, it's exactly what we're expecting. We have the Astra on the side of Diamond, obviously not on the side of Galacticos. It wasn't what we were expecting.
Actually, yeah.
Because they have been, so Galacticos on Sunset have been running a Viper and an Omen. So instead, they're actually running the Gecko instead of the Viper.
We love Gecko. And I mean, also...
And they've got a KO as well.
I want to really quickly mention that also Diamond, they're not running Breach. They have Omen instead. So they're kind of playing into that double controller, which we expected from Galacticos, right? So, you know, there have been some spicy changes coming through. And I think it's definitely going to change up today's game and how we expected Sunset to kind of be played and the turnout from it.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
100%. But I kind of wanted to see Breach. I kind of wanted to see Breach because Breach on this map is super, super strong, especially when you combine it with, I don't know, potentially a double satchel play or a Yoru TP. I feel like there is so much you can do with a Breach, and especially post plant as well. Breach is definitely one of those post plant agents, and you know, if this is how Sunset's going to be played,
yeah,
I don't know.
Well, listen, I think you guys have heard enough waffle from me and Marcus, and I'm sure you're happy to see the back of us. As we head into the game, I will introduce our amazing casters again. Pavlos and Ryan, let's take it to you.
I don't know about you, Ryan, but I like waffles. I like crepes too, but let's get right into the action because I do like Valorant. And this is going to be an amazing tournament of Valorant because we know that different regions are blending together. It's not only exciting because all of them are battling for a dream, a hope of a dream of making it to the high stages of EMEA. Now they'll get to clash in style, and now with our first matchup, I couldn't be more excited.
It's the absolute best way to open up a tournament like this, Pavlos. You have players in Turkey for this Galacticos team that have been playing in Tier 2, maybe even a bit of Tier 1 throughout the lifespan of Valorant. Whereas this team coming in from Diamant, a lot of like unknown names, unknown players, couple in instances you might recognize. But a team that is one of the longest that have stayed together. You've got players from February 2022 on this roster, Diamant. Maybe a surprise that they qualified instead of Ascend. They did the damage that was needed. It was all based off of points. And they come to a map where they've got 3 wins in a row. This comp has been marvelous for them this stage. Galacticos, 3 losses in a row. Trying to find something that works.
And without any further ado, let it rip. It's East versus Turkey, Diamond versus Galacticos to take the stage for the first match of Ascension play-ins as Diamond look to take early pressure into mid. 4 players looking at move up ahead. Slurzy to lose their life first as Diamond get that kill and back out.
An overabundance of smokes to work with means that you can have the Omen one way there and everybody from Diamond just full contact walking up mid, taking a fight and backing out. Nice and patient. Obviously, just with that one initiate, it means that getting information now, especially with the Fade, you don't really have to reach. I think Galacticos are trying to head over towards Alley because it is just one player watching it, and they might be able to sneak all the way around into Elbow to get in onto this A site. A lot of respect given from Diamant here.
Yeah, seemingly happy to go for the retake, even if the numbers advantage that they have is only differentiated by just one singular player. It's going to be a clear take here as Galacticos inch in. And don't take any prisoners with them either for now. They're going to be aggressing together. Look at them bunched up. To end up at the back of the site, Glove trying to clear out all corners as Diamond move in as a unit as well. Off the back of a Paranoia, the Dizzy will assist in their attack, but the paint shells deny any sort of quick aggression. Galacticos look to take the fight to them as well, and it's a destruction that favors the Turkish side. But already it seems to be a 1-of-1 on the Omens, which Destructive will come out ahead of. It's Galacticos to get first blood.
Yeah, big pistol. Diamant, just with this comp, seem to be looking and happy to be playing for the retake. And honestly, it makes sense. Galacticos, we've seen a lot of teams run this Gecko KO for quite some time. Most teams have started to move away from it to what Heretics is running with the Sova. But here it was just brute force, aim duels, everybody from Galacticos peaking together. Yeah, man. Playing a comp that is rising in popularity since the Viper nerfs, mostly like all the way in like countries like Korea and Japan, more than anything.
Okay.
And it's been working massively for them in the East too. The East team with a comp from the East is probably the best way to sum it up.
I guess, yeah, sure, it falls into some sort of narrative. We do see decent buy-up here for Galacticos, having 3 rifles, 2 of them being Vandals, while Diamond being respectful, a couple of Sheriffs for them. And a bit of quiet for now. It's a bit of a feeling endeavor for both sides, isn't it, Ryan? Trying to figure out what both teams like to do. Obviously, you will have a little bit of prep in you, but only recently knowing that you've qualified doesn't give you a lot of time to look up on all of these teams.
I don't know, some teams only getting confirmed 2 nights ago. Sweet and Sour, obviously, but a couple more.
Okay.
Good read from Epop.
Yeah, brilliant. Gets a statement kill to start off the game. Galacticos mean business. Diamant on the outside looking in. Bit of a fishbowl situation where the fish can shoot back. Not quite the one way I thought would have been placed here by Destructive. Instead, it's one which he can move into quickly. Shut down by Zitcher. And yeah, Diamond, all they're looking to do here is die to the spike, deny any sort of orb handed over to their opponents, which is fair enough, but it also allows a pretty clean round for Galacticos.
Fairly standard, very patient from Diamant. Has been a common map for them. He didn't really play that much in stage 1. Like inconsistent results, messed around a little bit with solo initiator Sova with Sova, Breach, Viper, Omen, Neon. So no Cypher there. And then tried a bit of Jet, changed over to play a little bit of Chamber, tried ISO as well, when ISO was strong. It was Galacticos just trying to see what would work for them. Whereas it was Omen Astra's been pretty much a thing that Diamant's used all year. They just did a Sky before instead of a Fade.
Well, an early start here. Deep mid push here. As Galacticos look to take some early space. West side could potentially be the first player to contact, but it's not without Gramek's help.
Requires a different playstyle too for Galacticos because you do have that Killjoy on the side of Diamant. It's not something that we've never seen, but we really don't see it all that often. And so like shock darts to break trips or any utility to clear some of this stuff, not really that useful.
Well, the first push seems to be coming through. Both defenders of this B site here from Diamant are closed out. Epop leads the charge, and won't be finding anyone. When Spike going down, maybe they'll take safety into B main, but it doesn't look like it's the case. They're actually posted up quite closely. Diamant looking to put the pressure in. There's a lurk in the making in terms of Lurzi, and he puts far forward's position is not red at all. At least it's traded, but favorably so as pace doubles up. Still, Galacticos' heavy presence into the site is also creating the pressure, but Diamant finally making things work in their favor. Lurzi's flank now only comes through. Oh, but misses the first few shots, which allows Zitcher to turn around, and that's going to be Diamant's first round in the game.
Almost too patient again for Diamant. Bear in mind for Galacticos, this was a bonus. Didn't really invest that much money, and it's another site. They're realizing now, like, we're executing on site. Nobody is here. Nobody's trying to stop us on B or A. This team is just wanting to try and play as many retakes as possible. And when you look at the weaponry, Galacticos not making a bad shout of it, really. Not afraid to just go in and fight and duel. I mean, they're a Turkish team, of course.
Of course.
I mean, if you're Galacticos at this point, you just like, okay, if we plant the spike, let's push Boba, let's push like towards Ali, let's take space. Don't let Diamant set up for these retakes.
It feels like it's a bit of conditioning, isn't it, for Diamant to make sure that they're not too happy to take space early, make sure that there's always someone at some corner.
For sure.
Make them spend some extra time considering every move. Ipot is blinded, but still finds a close proximity for Zitscha. Opening up the round, still one defender though. Pretty's position, not that pretty. So well. Ipot's been marvellous at opening these rounds.
Spraying in the right places, being rewarded for it, but all he wants to do is just make noise, just make sure that there's no cute play that Diamant can make here. For the first time, it's looking like Diamant are actually going to be on the site trying to fight this, but wrapping around might be able to catch Destructive here. Smoke in hand. Gotta go careful.
Yeah, it's super smart leaving a player behind, I think.
A flash.
Gramix's position was already notified, and he comes away with two. Westside trying to punish. He's able to do so, but now he's tasked with an even bigger task. 4 players on the other end, and any of them looking hungry to push. Wanted to hold on to their rifles, not take any chances, and with that trip broken, Westside has made the decision to run away, and Galacticos know it.
I'm in to save. You win the bonus, but now you're onto an eco. Really, Galacticos haven't had to show or do too much. They're not overstraining it.
Uh-oh.
Even just like switching off there a little bit.
Yep.
Epot is going to sort of face you down. It's not only having a lot of examples of watching these players play for this team. Some players have been on Galacticos for quite some time, just like the Diamant players have been on their rosters for a while. But also, players like Glove, like Epot, we've seen Destructive Finest. He was on Bonk briefly at a point. These are players that you might go, oh, I remember him.
Yeah, they've been around. More on the Galacticos side rather than Diamant. I feel like their core is sort of been they've sort of grown via Diamant. I think any other player on the side of that team that has experience outside of the Eastern servers is probably Zitscha, who's had a short stint in Spain with Arctic, but that was just the first split, didn't really count too much. But yeah, it's an interesting scenario with these two teams, right? Because we're looking at the second place team. It's not the most decorated one. It's not the most successful one. The most interesting, though, for me, story, looking back and doing my research on what Turkey has been, is Galacticos' journey. Because, quite frankly, both Galacticos and Pacific weren't favorites to win early on. They came third and fourth the last season to playoffs. And they came out coming ahead, right? And it's Galacticos that has consistently been doing well in playoffs, never really winning in any final, but always being there, always being part of the conversation. That was just enough to get them in play into it.
Yeah, Diamant's similar, right? Like group stages, they never really showed up. Like 2 consecutive 5th place finishes, I think, and then pushing for first in stage 1. And all they needed was a top 3 finish to stop Ascend from qualifying, which is enough of an accolade in itself.
It's winning the important games that seems that it is what blends these two teams together, right? Sort of giving them a commonality.
This is an important game to win. You're Valiant next as well in this group, which I don't know what it is about Group B's and Group of Deaths, but Diamant taking the timeout, trying to add a little bit more oomph about the way that they're playing. Ebot's still not afraid to be the one that's actually holding and fighting. And it's going to be hard for Zitscha to be able to pick up that gun. A little bit of damage done. Trying to maybe fake the TP. By. He didn't even fake the TP though, so they know that he might still be there, surely. Clearing him.
Checking for him. Glove going for the lookout. Oh, great read by Masic. Zitscha doesn't get a second chance to open things up here for Diamant, which just makes them further behind given the difference in Arsenal. So Galacticos will demand respect on their B-site hits. Where the two final players of Diamant looking to play catch-up. They've grouped up together themselves, but Galacticos are going for the chase, going for the fox hunt.
What they should consistently be doing, I think. Diamant been playing a lot of structure. Second round of Thrash is going to come through, and Masic's the one that clears up. Nice transfer. He has the null command for the next round. And now, hopefully, we get to see what Diamant were talking about in their timeout. But in reality, like, they're nice, it's structured, they're playing around the map well. You see some teams overcommit in some fights. I think Diamant right now, in a big occasion like this, starting to shrink a little bit. They're playing like too properly, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. And I think Turkey knows to, you know, as a region, is always known as a region that doesn't really respect other teams' styles. They play their own thing no matter what. And maybe that's what Diamant are falling victims to right now. Galacticos just demanding respect to play their own thing. Showstopper out by Ipot. Quickly traded back up by Pays. And Pays is holding on to this angle. Might have been enough more than he could shoot. And still we're in equal terms, 3v3, but Destructors from the Shadows has put him on enemy camp. The Paranoia has hindered him for a little bit, but still is not safe. On the other end, as Kramik is there waiting. But one brought back to life allows Galacticos to stay somewhat in the game. Masic in a 1-on-2. He's been in positions like this before, but can he do it again? Oh, there's a world where stars would align, but it's not this round, as Westside is able to put Diamant right back on the chase.
Yeah, much better. Diamant fighting a little bit more for that space. Epol going in aggressive, getting one, but in a position that there can't be a trade at all. You say the same for Pays, but that's the thing that's been lacking. Just a little bit more of a gambly playstyle, making plays. Obviously could have backfired massively, but seeing Diamant go onto the site to fight them before the spike's planted, instead of just waiting for a retake, trying to waterfall in or full contact, catching Galacticos by surprise, much better already.
Yeah, the analyst desk did talk about Pays a little bit, the fact that he's been showing up on the competitive feed, some epic plays coming from him, but this is realistically his first tier 2 experience, right? This season, this year, in this roster. Only 20 years old, and he's made it into play-ins. Imagine making it into Ascension and giving a fight for actually qualifying to the top stages of this region. Epok going in for a walk, though. Bit of a journey.
Lambot just going off before the KO knife hits them. People trying to back out and force the fight, but Diamant holding the ground nicely. The defenders actually coming through double doors in market as well to just rotate fast, and this is a lot more structured. Defenders flawless, no looking on the site for Galacticos, and their money's starting to get a little bit low too.
It's really strong showing now for Diamant for the past couple of rounds. Great hold, great crossfires. They haven't given away much either, so I think it's down to well, no money for Galacticos now.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they do have some stuff. It looks like they're going to try and make a buy work anyway. Also, Zitcher, 10-3. He's mostly playing over on the A site as well, so it's not like he's like B top mid fights. Nice to see the Diamant are not playing as maybe scared, you could even say, like first couple of rounds. Now they're sort of fighting back a little bit. Don't want to give the Turkish teams too much respect. They can aim. You don't want to just let them make the plays. Gramek, the IGL in a really nice position for the off angle, but it's going to get forced out by the Mosh.
That Mosh was brilliant, and it allows Galacticos to just cross forwards, but Prati is going to hold on to this line. Triple kill for Pretty, and Gramek wants to join in as well to commit to that chaos. Diamant have squared things up.
Pretty much been flawless since that timeout. Nice work for them. Could even argue that a timeout might be needed for Galacticos soon. This is the pick of Diamant, and it's their attacking side that's really scary. This stage alone is like a 76% win rate. They're winning halves 9-3 consistently. They've even had like 11-0 like halves in their groups. It's just Diamant, 40% win rate I think on defense overall. It's not their strong side yet. They've tied it up here. And Galacticos naturally taking the time out to see what was working before, why it's no longer working, and what we can do instead.
Yeah, it's good to get into that timeout quickly. Make sure things don't fall out of hand too fast. And like we said, there is some experience on this roster, both on the coaching department, but also in the RGL, right? Glove has run into the VCT EMEA leagues together with Supermassive Blaze, SMB. And he's been in Galacticos ever since, actually. He's been basically sticking by this roster, trying to make it work.
we've experienced playing too for Oxygen way back when.
Placing swarm grenade.
I knew him from his time on BBL Queens. We scrimmed against them quite a bit with Odd One Out. And even then it was a structured team, taking lots of individuals and making it a squad. Speaking of, Hayes is actually just going in alone with a showstopper. It's a lovely change of pace.
If that isn't a statement kill, I don't know what is. That's literally telling Galacticos that they are willing to get into their faces and bring the fight to them, even if they're on the defense. And Westside does the same thing again, peeking corners with the operator.
I actually love this curveball that Diamant have thrown in, right? Galacticos taking the timeout on a full buy. Diamant's response, we're just going to run in and showstopper you. And also, yeah, our Killjoy isn't up now. The Astras got it handed over to them. They're going to be looking at A main. They swapped the Killjoy around too. Diamant's read this timeout really nicely.
And they'll have the perfect crossfire for this, as presence is already illustrated on one end, though Gramic has already dropped, and Masic wins the trade on the other end. Now things might be getting troubling. Westside moves away and gets his knife out instead of holding onto his gun, which puts Galacticos back into equilibrium. A 2v2, which Masic goes back in for another. A massive turnaround that Galacticos are loving right now.
Bring them down.
This plan should be a lot more comfortable. Masic still having the operator. But everybody just tucking and playing time. You do have a Mosh, you also still have a Thrash.
You've got a Nightfall that you could use to mask your diffusal, because they won't be able to hear it.
You have to hit them, you have to work out where they are.
You've got to be accurate with that, you're right. Flash coming through the first one. Pretty's able to read it, but the Thrash is the one that Pretty wanted to bait out first. The information is there. An operator is there as well for Masic. He wants to swing Mosh onto the spike, as well as a frag grenade. And Masic will be holding down the line with the big black gun. And there you go. 5-4 here for Galacticos, making sure they've got the lead and not handing it over just yet.
You got to think, though, if you're Diamant, you were 5v3. You had that advantage and you just lost it. A bit more fluidness, the mid-round, a lot better. And all it was just pushing top mid. Taking these fights individually, and you could sort of tell the Diamant, some of the fights that they're taking, they really don't want to, but that, like, peak with the off. Not surprised the Paco's sort of head in his hands. Because they felt the Diamant had that round pretty much in their palms.
I'm loving the fact there's already a back and forth. And both teams showing strengths here and there, and all of them different so far. This double up here could be destructive for destructive. Sorry, I had to make that pun early on, get that out of the way. Very hanging fruit, making use of them. But yes, early utility takeout here from Market as Galacticos move back into initial mid positions.
The pressure towards A. Two Astra Stars dedicated to that position, the one way. The Omen's preoccupied over in that spot. It was nice pressure from Galacticos to actually break the alarm, but in Market, the door wasn't closed, I don't think, or it was broken whilst Destructive was fighting. At least getting some information actually forces the Killjoy to sort of peek away and see again if Diamant are going to play full retake here or they're going to try and fight.
It seems they've always been electing to hold back on the retakes, or at least more often than not. They've got the lockdown to make sure the site is vacated. But then again, Galacticos will have the extra chance to hold back here. Good spray down here from Paze. Lozy sticks around a little longer, trying to be the bait in this scenario. Will it work?
Oh, he's fine.
He's just fine, just on time, by the way, getting out of dodge. Paze looking to amp up the pressure. His paint shells are well placed, and with the Nightfall, Galacticos are falling lower and lower. Destructive, though, on a higher angle. It's doing so much. Looking to be the human shield. Zitcho will fall alongside Pretty, and Galacticos will be winning off this B-site retake.
Yeah, the back and forth has been crazy. Yeah, man, there with the lockdown, wanted to play a little bit more passively. Maybe waited too long to get in on the site. I genuinely think that pressure that Lurzy was putting in, just playing on site, getting one kill. The Diamant want to be setting in about 3 seconds before the lockdown goes through. And in that time, Lurzy gets detained and able to just sneak around the corner. Forces out a lot of good ultimates on the defensive side. That B main post point, man, nightmare to deal with for any team.
Oh man, they've been pretty good to catching up to Galacticos' early aggression, but now they've started to fall back again. There's been a bit of a flow of tempo going on to the Turkish side. Deep position by Pays, not really caring about the one-way.
I mean, they knew he was there too. He was suppressed by the KO knife, but this is where Galacticos have been turning around rounds really nicely. Just this top mid pressure, pulling those main players back, and it's more isolated 1v1s.
Yeah, Pays was all by himself, and even though Zitcher was in his proximity, it wasn't quite good enough, as he wasn't in line to trade, and Zitcher will be falling isolated again. So these one-on-ones not favoring the East side.
It's such a good read, though. I think Galacticos, they got an impression that they were being pushed on A main. Is this gun gonna get saved? But Gramek, not quite. But it's like Galacticos getting rid of, like, hold on. There's not only one player being aggressive and pushing this one way, there might be two. They KO knifed it, they only got information on one, yet they were still, like, trusting their gut instinct. Like, okay, we're being pressured hard here. Immediately, 3 players pushing top mid. Holding A main is so important, but if there's so much focus from Diamant that goes into A main, well, they could sneak around the back very easily. You don't have a Cypher to put a trip there. You have to dedicate the Killjoy pretty much over towards market with an alarm bot or a turret there, which they haven't been doing.
Yeah, I've got a feeling the pace is going to change a lot here. Showstopper coming out here from Epop, but he needs to check the right-hand side, and he doesn't. Oh, no! That's an oopsie. At least there's a trade on the other side for Galacticos that goes their way. Again, Diamant upping up the pressure. They're going after kill, pushing smokes, but it doesn't seem to be paying off as they've given clear leeway for Galacticos to move in.
They've got the Astra ultimate. They've not had a chance to really use it at all this half. Don't look to be using it now.
Kramek, what can you do here? Lizzie backside. The thing is for Diamant is that Destructive's low. If he gets picked up, it's quickly a 2v2, but there's so many positions they need to take care of. Lurzi comes out of the shadows, and so does Destructive. Oh, shouts in excitement after that one, because Galacticos have got a great start as an 8-4 half goes their way.
It's still not necessarily done and dusted, though. Diamant's attack side is the really scary part of this comp. Just the oppressive nature of having 2 controllers to put down these smokes on either side. The stuns, the post plants with the grab well pulling people off the defuse. Omen needs no introduction. This is the side that Galacticos needed to do well on. If they could pick up the pistol here as well, that's huge for them.
I mean, it's just the right way to get things started off on their opponents' map pick as well.
The control is pretty much towards the top.
Galacticos looking for a statement round from round number 1. Smoke drops, not quite at the one-way position. Falling just shy of it. Glove waits for it. Galacticos have got the numbers, but somehow Diamant are able to trade better. They're the 2 alive, and there's only 1 on the side of Galacticos. Lizzie, is this a clutch that we've been waiting for? We haven't quite seen any clutches just yet. Maybe this is the first. Shot to master the drop. 2 different positions taken up by Diamant, but Lurzi going all the way around. That's sneaky.
The adjustment as well that Diamant have made. But at a point they're going to realize, especially with the haunt being used, now they have an inkling.
They both turned around, I think. Pretty's position was just barely spotted, but it's west side to get the kill in the end. As the element of surprise being out to the open was just enough. Diamant gets the pistol and is given an opportunity to bounce back.
Part of me wonders if the one-way was missed on purpose to just make it a bit more of a brawl, open up some of these angles, Destructive getting a couple there, but mostly Diamant
maybe
matching him mechanically. So it's a cute idea, right? Of like, oh, we did this by accident. There's 4 people here ready to play it, you know?
Yeah, it's one of those things that you can only do once or twice. You know, it doesn't...
Right there.
Doesn't quite replicate often. It's just a cute little trick. Diamant going quite all in on this A-site push. Kramek, the only one with a pistol on the Diamant side, has run away with 2. Not too bad. And Workman losing their life either. Pays aggressing. Glove doing some work on the Classic. It could have been easier for Diamant, but Destructive showing his ground will allow Diamant to go right after him. Oh, Diamant don't want to let any Galacticos player alive nearby.
It's a relatively big buy for a round after a pistol too, so keeping people alive is important when you have 2 Vandals in the server. Luckily, it's just a Guardian that's able to clear it. But like, good read, I suppose, from Diamant. Let's cost 3 players push B main. They pick up the pace and go A. Nice fight from Gramek. Just playing the Astra on the lonesome. Dying here doesn't matter too much. But yeah, I think you actually do lose a Bulldog as well, which would have been nice for the bonus. Right, not end of the world.
No.
You just don't want to see either like A's or Epot overextended too much of a duelist where there can't be trades coming in.
I think that's what we've seen from the defense a little bit. Those untraded kills ended up costing them. But maybe in the attack, they can dictate the pace, dictate the flow. Masic calling for reinforcements. Lurzi approaching. And Lurzi has come in just on time for that fight. As soon as Diamant cross, they are goners. And Lurzi turns around. Is it on time for the next fight? It just might be. And Westside now is caught out into the open, spiked down, with Pretty on the other side of the map taking fights on his own. And Diamant's attack is quickly dismantled.
Just fights all the way around. Mid wraparound was good. Just lots of individual duels happening yet again. Any more kills that they can get, like Westside, 2 obs away from having the lockdown, picked up the ob towards B. Epot, seen him, nades in a perfect position. Now that they've sort of boxed him in towards the left side of the map.
"30 seconds left."
They will wait here all day, won't they?
Yeah, they will. They're just so patient with it. Not taking any chances. I mean, they won't make any mistakes if they can help it. I'm not sure if that drop is audible enough. I think it was just far away.
They pinged it.
Oh.
Well,
never
I
mind.
think they did hear it. But it's like...
Well, they're not risking it.
Yeah, for Galacticos, there's no need to sort of risk more. If they want to save a rifle into this show. But you only get 1 kill onto Lurzi with this bonus, and you don't get to plant. It was a bonus for Diamant. The full buy's going to come into full fruition now. But I guess the point is you've not really done that much economical damage, realistically. And you've got stuff like the neural theft for the Cypher. That's about it. I wonder how much of this for Diamant now is going to be like, we can get this lockdown here very quickly. Or whether that's just, we'll use it when we get it naturally. You're going to be fighting for A main, so they might want to try and fight for the orb.
But I think both sides might have the same idea here. Epot dedicated quite far forwards by Galacticos to take the fight, but it's pays to win it. This earlier highlighted race-to-race fight.
Strange. It was a pacey peak, but the utility, like it was a flash and a paranoia not used together.
Galacticos are backing out though. They're going in for another bite, and Destructive comes out on top. That's a good turnaround. Doesn't get out on time though, which still allows Diamant to be ahead. Westside on the count, and he does deal with Lurzi. Massic to himself here. He knows he's by himself, so he will try to grab any kill he can before the reinforcements arrive, but it's just too late. The cavalry has already arrived. Westside is on site. The spike is being planted. And Masic has to vacate the premises, with Diamant gaining another round.
Yeah, I think it was how Galacticos really fought that first battle in A main. Like, usually you'll see teams set up with 3 people there, perhaps, and as soon as somebody is spotted, utilities heard, a camera spots something, then you have, like, the flash go up from Gecko, the paranoia cutting across A main, and then maybe the Raze and the Omen peeking together. But there, it was the Gecko flash, then a paranoia, and then Epot peaked. Just didn't really see that in-sync playstyle to take a fight like that. It made it quite easy for Diamant to deal with. I don't even think they made a noise. They just sort of walked up and were in the right positions.
And the fight is still going. It's a good thing too. Diamant want their own map pick, and allowing their opponents winning it will not do them a great deal when they get into the second. could allow for a quick 2-0. And remember, I think here Diamant has got the day where they've got. I think all teams get to play 2 matches today, but Diamant are playing theirs back to back.
Yeah.
And so no race in the middle could be quite daunting. So if they can keep this game quick, get a 2-0, it would be the best case scenario for them.
Also very warmed up.
Yeah, exactly. And Galacticos on the other end, though, are the ones ahead, which is what Diamant want to make sure that is no longer the case.
Wingman even dedicated towards aiming to get some information, just trying to get that Thrash online for Glove. Rotations aren't necessarily going to be fast. Diamant's able to get in quite close and quick before they've planted. They don't have the Gecko Wingman in order to do it. There's a great contest.
It is, but still equally traded. And there's 2 players, one per side, that is on the wrong side of the map. But already a pinch in the making. Galacticos have got Ipot on one end, Destructive on the other.
Can they break
Ipot
this?
has now got the assistance of Globe's Thrasher. And it doesn't quite catch Westside, but it's enough of an obscurement that allows him to be picked up. And Gamek now trying to deal it by himself. For now, he's been able to get Ipot off the spike.
Not planning for him.
No, and doesn't have another gravity well to deal with it this time. So it will mean that the pickup goes to the defending team.
Yeah, one thing that I'm crediting Galacticos a lot is I think their mid-round calls are great. Like, whether it's Glove, whether it's just a team based on the defense, like, there's nothing going on here. Okay, I'll rotate, you know? That structure is really nice from Galacticos. Maybe the start of rounds, how they initially set up, I think Diamant look a little bit better. But, like, especially Destructive, he's always like, I'm going to go make the right play. He never does it alone. He always has support from his team. But he doesn't really need it at this rate. I mean, the fact is that you have got this Galacticos team, 7 different comps in 14 matches, trying to find something to work. It's been consistent losses, 3 in a row before this series.
True.
One of the few times that they've ran a comp back-to-back over at least stage 2, versus this team with Diamant, who have been playing this, had a huge amount of success, especially on their attack. They would typically win halves 9 and 3. They've already lost 3 rounds. Or 2 rounds. Sorry.
Here.
And they picked up the pistol. Managed to still have a buy here at least, and a showstopper. Got good ultimates to make this work, but you're looking at the money. Double digits already for Galacticos. Could be 12 sooner than you may expect.
Yeah, it could get out of hand very quickly. Not quite the must-buy round, the must-win round for Diamant, given that they could expend into another. Especially when loss bonus starts to creep in, but for now, the best case scenario for them is if they win.
I don't know.
Galacticos to run away.
I feel this is probably the map that clinches it.
Sure.
Round is so impactful for money on both sides, and ultimates too.
But look at Galacticos, they're looking to aggress forwards, and it's the right position for them as Diamant are nearby. This time, on this exchange, it's Galacticos that that's coming out ahead. And the paint shot lands directly on Pazes' head. Getting from bad to worse for Diamant in this round. Getting caught off guard with their pants down. Westside's being revealed, and Destructive will take quick care of them. You can tell Galacticos are starting to get excited, getting closer and closer to closing out their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, and whatever Diamant said in the timeout hasn't really come to fruition, and it's Galacticos doing more of the same. I'm surprised you haven't mentioned it, Pavlos, because you love to mention KC's like wolf pack walking around the map. That's pretty much what Galacticos has been getting down here.
Sure.
Maybe it's just because Diamant's comp, like, if it is like sort of comes from like Korea with your DRXs running like Omen Clove and even FPX and stuff, this comp requires a lot of setup for the executes, and Galacticos are not allowing them to retake, they're not allowing them to execute, they're just getting in their faces at really awkward times. Diamant can't out-aim them. Really punishing just the one initiator that Diamant have to work with. There's 4 players again, all about to push A main. This is a full buy for Galacticos.
And it feels like Kramik doesn't stand much of a chance, with Diamant spending most of their eggs over to this mid side and slowly moving towards B. Yeah, Gramic might end up with one. Maybe two. No, that will be it. A showstopper expended, though, for Gramic. While Diamant used the opportunity to move towards this B site. They haven't quite found Globe. Paranoia, well, the Fowler hasn't spotted him, and Niza has a horn to the back of sight. Globe ends up with two in the same smoke. Pretty ends up killing him instead. Still a 2 versus 3, which Galacticos are waiting to group up together. But Diamant need to do something about it, and they need to do it quick, because they're slowly running out of rounds to do it in.
I like this from Zipcha, though. Pulling people away, making him something that has to deal with. You don't expect him to stay there, especially with the fake TP. It's a lovely round for Diamant to finally get back on the board. Post plant plenty. Diamant defaulted getting the right read. When you see 4 players A main, they just go for the execute on B, and it's surprising that Glove is just there on his own, right? He's just playing on the site, hunkering it down as much as possible. It's great that he's able to get 2, but he probably shouldn't have got those 2 anyway.
And I think then you could argue that Galacticos, while they were waiting, they could have played in safer positions and not be out into the open where one lurk by Diamant could have, you know, completely destroyed them, and that's exactly what happened. So a couple of mistakes that Diamant are able to punish here, but can they keep doing it? Because Galacticos, when it comes to trends, they've been the ones that have been coming on top. 3 rounds of difference, quite substantial given that there's only 2 rounds between Galacticos and victory on this first map.
Actually dissipated the smoke. It's a fake that they were just going to push in that direction, but the showstopper doesn't connect, and Epot's happy to go and just fight this again, and he wins!
And he wins a second fight consecutive, and he goes in for a third! Epot, bite after bite, goes his way, filling up a 3-course meal.
I have the spike.
And now Galacticos have shown their statement. Diamant on the back foot trying to get back in. Down in players, at least they've got ground control, but the spike still needs to cross on site, and then Operator's found his way on the cross line. Still, Pretty gets away. Safety to the back of site. Glove expects where it could be. Dizzy to help, seeking out presence. Hasn't quite spotted Pretty, but they can assume he's at the back of it. Pretty trades, but it's West Side tasked on a 1-on-2. Do they expect it? Holding a higher angle, not quite easy to read. Not quite easy to put a crosshair to, so could allow Westside to find the first favorable trade. Wingman sent towards elbow. Comes out with no answer. Now they know where Westside is. Nanoswarm broken. Westside knows he's got to force this fight, but Glove is patient, and so is Luzi, and Galacticos will be winning this round, putting them on map points.
Just so much damage done early. Diamant, this attacking side, this exciting prospect of seeing them make this comp work, it's just not really been happening. And it's here, the idea is quite nice that you don't have that Viper, but you put an Astra Smoke there to fake that you could like lurk into elbow or short, somebody has to keep an eye on it, and then it's dissipated and suddenly Erase is charging at you with a showstopper.
This goes here.
I guess
There.
Galacticos were playing a little bit more passively, and then Epot was like, I'm just going to go and reface this. We have the bodies here, and we're just winning the fights constantly now.
Yeah, if it presses the W key once, shoots his mouse, gets a headshot, does it again, and then again. Just simple things. Last time Diamant found some success was through mid, so breaking the trip early to make sure Galacticos spend an extra player to look in this direction. But Ryan, like you said, the theme of bunching up together persists. As Galacticos go for 4 out of 5 players towards his left-hand side, and I think Diamond are walking right into the Lion's den and might have their heads ripped apart by the Lions. Destructive, also waiting to assist Epot, but it seems that man needs no help. Only 3 remaining on Diamant, but it's slowly but surely becoming less and less. Only Gramic to get a couple of kills this round. But with 3 to go, he's required to pick up an ace here to allow Diamant to stay alive on Sunset. A difficult task, and with the Thrash going right for the chase and Luzi Burden on an alternative angle, it's enough to allow Galacticos to gain map 1 of this series.
Yeah, one of the more experienced teams when it comes to tier 2 and even tier 1 from Turkey. Some of these players just wanting to chomp at the bit. And realistically, it's already thrown any ideas, any context of what Ascension planes might look at, with Diamant consistently looking like a good team from East, this being one of their strongest maps, this being their map pick. And yet a team like Galacticos that have really just struggled to get something going comp-wise, any like semblance of results on this map, are able to just take it apart with the simple idea of just apes together strong, grouping up, making sure that the double controllers and the Killjoy can't lurk anywhere, and it just seemed that Diamant were out of ideas towards the end.
It helps when they can shoot, right?
That too, yeah.
And that's what matters, right? Because I feel like there were moments where Diamant were also grouped, but then they got bested in those gun duels. Apart from the early pistol round where we saw a weird, failed one-way smoke. If it was even failed, I'd love to hear the thoughts on people watching that one. But it could have been any of the two. Either way, an exciting first map, but there's still more to come in this series. Stay tuned for the next one.
I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy to find, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking at it like no sweets, no rush. You can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me the weapon. I'm no vegan, I bleed. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. Just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, it's done.
Francis, on est en train de le faire, les Mayens qui vont aller chercher la victoire face à des Mayens qui auront tout donné. Tucker in the clutch, the youngest of the young prospects, taking from the line, but he can't.
Galacticos really showed us their experience in map number 1, taking Sunset in their stride. Being Diamant's map pick though, and being the stronger team on Sunset on paper, they did put up a strong fight with some really strong rounds and opening picks from Pays. What do you think of Diamant's mid-hold? Did they lose out crucial rounds, Marcus, would you say?
I feel like that was the downfall in a lot of the rounds, especially when we were seeing entries, even on the defense side from Pace. He had some beautiful showstoppers, some just beautiful normal entries, you know, pure gunplay, and at the end of the day, they ended up then losing middle, and Galacticos ended up taking the advantage, which is a very difficult thing to do, especially when you're up against a team like Diamond. And look at Masic. He had a performance. I mean, I say he had a performance. We saw so many fantastic plays from him, from Destructive, from iPot, even from Glove, even though he's down there, you know, on 11 and 10. But look, it was a very, very tough game for Diamond. And did experience get the best of them? I don't know.
Well, I think as well it's really important to talk about, you know, we were both mentioning how a lot of times Galacticos had a lot of like kind of self-control and kind of played back a little bit where they could have gotten a little bit aggressive. For example, the 2v1 post plant where they did play back and they used the Gecko Molly and the KO Molly. And you were kind of saying, I think it really goes to show how important these games are. Like 6 months of playing, coming into this 2 games and you could be out. You know, I think both teams are definitely playing to their best and know how important it is to win these out.
Yeah, you mentioned that round. We'll touch on that just a little bit later. I just think the key points I kind of want to take away from that was, and Ryan mentioned it as well, obviously I spoke about how Pace was getting the entry and then they would instantly lose top mid and then the advantage would go into the way of Galacticos. But Galacticos loved walking around in pacts. We saw it on Pistol, we then saw it on back-to-back rounds towards the end of the series, and it worked out. And I think Ryan mentioned it was kind of something that KC brought in the VCT. I've seen it from Fnatic as well, the way they've pushed as 3 or 4. It's just super, super nice to be able to either group up and fight for A main, for example. If there's no one there, there's most likely going to be a lurker. So you can 3 or 4 versus 1 that person, and you've got a super nice retake on the other side. And I think they're the key points I wanted to take away from that. Galacticos looked more like a unit, mentally and physically.
Yeah, I mean, I keep trying to get people to do that in my ranked games, but nobody listens to me. Like, I'm like, let's 3-man walk together, and it doesn't quite work out. But yeah, let's go back to that round because I feel like I definitely stole a round that you desperately wanted to talk about, Marcus. So talk through round 9 for us and this post-plan play.
Yeah, so round 9, it was, again, this was one of the rounds where there was an entry from Pace, I believe. And then instantly, as the bomb goes down, Masic finds a pick. He makes that a 2 versus 1 with a super aggressive pick. And look, Pretty has a decent pieces of utility to try and find out where the enemies are. You've got the Nightfall, doesn't choose to use it, right? And then look how far back Galacticos are playing. That's the thing I want to note. They're playing so passively. You have the flash come out. You then even have a Thrash invested, which doesn't hit. Masic then uses the knife for the information. And this is the one thing I want to note. Yes, Galacticos, they did win this round, as you can see right there. But there's something inside of me, and I hate picking up on negatives, but I feel like this is kind of partly why I'm here. I want to just like touch on little things. The way they both use their mollies at the exact same time, is that like a communication issue? Are they put under pressure in that 2v1? Yes, you have the advantage, but using both mollies at the same time was obviously whittling down quite quickly. So at the end of things, it probably wouldn't have mattered too much. But it's those little things that trigger my mind. Like, okay, we are in play-ins. Are there like a touch of discipline issues there? Is there communication issues? But I mean, at the end of the game, really, there weren't many issues whatsoever. Galacticos just came out on top.
They just both wanted to yeet their mollies and be done with the round. But going into Haven, I think this is going to be a really exciting map because, of course, there are a few statistics here and there, but I think for both teams, Haven is a map that we're kind of like not sure kind of who is the stronger of the two. And I think it's going to be really, really fun and interesting because I guess we kind of mentioned it with Sunset, how Galacticos were going in to that, picking the map side, going in, attacking, being aggressive, which ended up being in their favor, coming out stronger on the first half. Diamond now have that going in to Galacticos' map pick on Haven. Do you think the kind of first half is going to be really, really crucial to winning out Haven here, similarly to Sunset?
I mean, with the small intel we have on both of these teams for Haven, it being our favorite map to watch at least as well, which is a good thing for us. Look, Diamond going into this, looking at the statistics, they've obviously played it once, so not too much to go off, but they have better attack win rate. They don't, I'm lying, I read that so wrong. They have better defense win rate, right? So potentially if we see them on the attacking side actually doing better, then potentially the overall picture might be in Diamond's favor. But again, I feel like it's all down to potential comp changes. When you've only got one game to kind of work with, Galacticos might just mix things up and throw Diamond off, right?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very, very exciting matchup, and a very exciting map, not just because it's Haven, but because really anything could happen here from either teams. You know, again, talking about the little stats we do have, Galacticos have played this 3 times and they have an overall win rate of 33%. So they've won one of those 3 games, if my math is correct. I got a C in my maths GCSEs, but I think I've hit the nail on the head with that one. That's not bad. I listen, I'm here now, so that's all that matters.
You have to go home. You have to go home proud with a C.
Thank you.
At least I did, right? But also, one thing that I do think is good to mention is that on Haven, Galacticos do run a Neon. Obviously, it could change, but they do have a Neon and a Breach and a Sova. And I feel like this whole comp benefits the duelist in so many ways. We are going to see some super aggressive early space taking on this map, and it's one thing that I've always said before it was lost in rotation, the map rotation. I always said there's 3 sites to this map, right? Obviously, that's not what I said, guys. There's 3 maps. You have to take space somewhere, even on defense. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to hold a site unless you play full retake on one site, which sometimes you don't do, right? And
I think we see that a lot now. Yeah, with like the Neon kind of taking that A main space.
Yeah.
And let's head into Agent Select and see who they're bringing to the table in today's. Oh, this is really awkward. Why did we talk about it? She's not here. But yeah, talk us through these agent picks, Marcus.
Look, Diamond, they still have the Astra and the Raze alongside of the Fade, which I don't hate this composition. Obviously you've got double controller, which is perfect for taking space. You've got the Omen and the Astra. And then Galacticos, they have chosen to stick with the Breach, which I like. So this is the exact same comp I was talking about, just adjusting the Duelist, which obviously, instead of the Neon on iPod, it is Jet. And I think Jet is a much more safer pick. Even if we know Neon works for them, or it has worked for them, I feel like the Jet pick is a lot safer. When you've got the map advantage in the first game of your play-ins, and it was the enemy's map pick that you've just taken, why not just take it back a step and go for safe picks? Don't do anything that's too wild. Just do what you know.
You say that, but you know, we've seen what Pace can do on Raze, and let's see how Haven is played out and who the better duelist is at the end of it. I'm gonna take you to Ryan and Pavlos, who will run through all of the ins and outs of the game.
That we will, and things are getting exciting as we enter Haven, a map that I think everybody enjoys and loves. If you don't, there's something wrong with you. Go check yourself. You probably like pineapple on pizza, and it's time to get rock and rolling on this one, Ryan. We've already saw an instance. I love that the desk highlights a bit of that duelist head-to-head. Is that where your mind is at? Is that where the difference is between these two teams right now?
It hasn't been. At least it wasn't on Sunset. Like, you're looking at the players throughout the year, or at least this stage, who's statistically been performing. And yeah, it is EPOT and it is Pays. But there we saw a lot of good success out of Masic, a Destructive, like some great controller, as did Zitscher. Here it's like more of the same, right? Diamant running double controller, and it already feels that Galacticos have the right idea on how to deal with it. The problem is, this map's a lot bigger, it's a lot wider, there's a lot more to do. You can't force that call to sight and push up on Haven without Diamant completely exploiting that. Diamant 3-0 on this map. It's been good record-wise for them so far in East. This isn't East anymore.
No, it is not. We've entered Ascension, where all the regions of EMEA are in play, and Galacticos coming in from the Turkish side are known for their explosive shenanigans. Now, Diamant have got 10 minutes or so to rest up. Now they're back on the server. Let's see if they've been able to reset on time to give us a good show, maybe a third map, as Lotus is also on the cards in case Diamant do end up winning Haven. But for now, Galacticos are on the verge of closing out their first series and pretty much are loving that scenario. Carrying on the momentum, moving in outside of that A site together. Luzi, the only player left to push onto that C site, just shines some shots over to the smoke and it just works out.
Managed to satchel past a trip and into a position where the Cypher could easily spray with him. Pretty watching mid, gets one before he's traded.
Oh, come on.
Galacticos are on the flank.
And they just make these individual fights look so damn easy. Why is Diamant looking nowhere apart from where, anywhere where apart from where Galacticos are standing? And they look lost in that one, and Galacticos had everything read as if it was a book.
Yeah. 2 pistols out of 3. You got to say for Diamant as well, like they played 2 best-of-5s yesterday and the day before. So they've shown a lot and not really had much time to VOD review and fix some of the issues that they might have run into. And it does feel to me a little bit like Galacticos have watched a bit of Diamant. They don't need to watch too much, but just enough to see maybe where these defaults are, and you look at their company and go, oh, they're playing that way. Okay, I have an answer for this.
There.
It's worse for Diamant. If you want to come back in this series, you need to win this map and the next. And then you have to play Valiant. You either get 2-0'd here, or you have to pull it back, which is going to be a long series, and Valiant are just sat in the wings waiting for this game to finish.
Valiant aren't any slouches either. They've also achieved 2nd place in their own region. Here's Diamant now, making waves into this B site, but those waves only just touch upon the shore of Galacticos, and there was no crashing involved. Still, there's a chance within the chaos, within the smokes, within the close distances. There's an inkling that Diamant can do a little bit more damage, and Gramic has shown us as much, but not as much as they would have liked. And still, it's going to be the round here for Galacticos as they double up their score, as you would have expected, with only a couple of casualties.
We saw it that round. We didn't really see it on Sunset, but just how claustrophobic the amount of smokes can make you. Like, we were switching POVs there, and everybody's just in a smoke. People could barely see in front of them. It just makes it hard to play in these kind of rounds. But it does provide opportunities for the attackers that only had pistols there to go for some of these fights. But just unfortunately, Galacticos were kind of just dialed in. They know what they're playing with here. Some teams that go up against this comp and really start to panic, give too much space up for these controllers. Galacticos are like, no, we win by not respecting it. It's a traffic cone. We just walk past it.
And talk about walking past it. Destructive is looking to creep up on Gramic here. Well, Diamant themselves have gone aggressive. They've taken up space.
Trying to crunch on this
From
player.
Garage, moving on to C. Hayes doesn't want to drop that easily, but EPOT's life is short-lived. Diamant are looking to get themselves on the server 1 by 1. They make the Turkish players drop to the ground. With only one remaining, Masic trying to do it all.
Actually, a really nice round from Diamant. Flawless,
Very
too.
nice round.
Yeah, they don't take any damage economically. They get the plant down. You know, Galacticos weren't really working with too much gun-wise that one, but still sends a message. And that's kind of what I think we maybe missed on Sunset a little bit, is just you had that aggression coming out of C-Long. Gramak's able to hold the line, and then instantly you're looking at the players just turn up the ante. Actually head over to this site, and they know that at this point, Galacticos might start peeking and pushing every single angle. Just have to be keenly aware that they like to do that and will do that. Like sweet and sour in like North as well.
Sure.
It's very disruptive. Sometimes structured teams can get a little bit antsy against it. Like that.
That's when frustration creeps in, yeah. Diamant, I'll ask the question here. What are you going to do about this push? Peek it? Well, you shouldn't have.
Especially when that rotation is so fast as well onto this A site. They can contest it now if they want.
The response is pretty rapid. And Glove going rampant onto that other side of the site. Seal the smoke, allows the cross back. No, never mind, it doesn't. And it also drops the spike into no man's land. Pays looking to do some early damage. That's 2 kills. Is there a world where 3 more are collected? 50 seconds.
He just needs to raise TP to get the spike.
The classic
New
raise
tech.
TP.
Yeah.
Yeah. But get the revive in on all of his teammates. Why not? While he's at it. Just the high-low setup is a bit too strong. Pace does a little bit of damage though. There was a chance Galacticos would have had a very clean round here on round number 3, but no. It's there's 3 to fall and only 2 to survive with rifles. As Galacticos can get back into their winning ways.
The high-low there is nuts. It's just such a unique position to do it, but it sort of shows what Galacticos have been doing so well. They're playing a lot more loose in Diamant, but there's so much trust that either if you're not going to get the kill, your teammate will. Like, so many players would want to be safer in that approach. Nah, Galacticos are like, we're winning this. You don't get him, I will.
Oh, this time Gramak pushes. And he probably shouldn't have, because Impot is always pushing.
It's 2 cases back to back of just Diamant pushing a little bit ahead of that choke. They're not defaulting, trying to get a little bit coy with getting some of these fights, but they just can't win them. And even if they do, they're going to get traded.
Oh my word. The tag as well from the tripwire allows an early kill here from Glove, controlling the skies above. Smoked off for now, but I think the damage has already been done. Diamant down a couple of players. And Galacticos have got a lot of utility where that came from. The cage disallows any vision on the players dropping from below, but Pretty makes it look pretty damn good, getting a quadra to save the day for Diamant.
It needed to be. Pretty was really struggling on Sunset and gifted a moment like that. Galacticos, interesting retake. You have the jet dashing out across, the Cypher following along. And just 4 players lining up like that, taken out.
Well, I guess Diamant don't do too bad in Chaos either.
This goes here.
I think it was just the way that they dealt with pressure, but it was a 3v5. Be fair for Galacticos, this hasn't, like, 2 losses, 1 win so far for them in Turkey. It's not like a solid map for them to rely on, but they're the ones that have chosen it.
Deep corner here from Lurzi. Does get spotted out early, so Diamant get an early take. This should be a round for Diamant. Losing this would be quite catastrophic.
Hard enough to retake on C when you've got 1 controller alive, imagine 2. And you're on an eco.
There's a potential we'll see a bit of an exchange in mid. Sort of feels like it, doesn't it?
There.
Any damage that Galacticos could do would be big.
They don't know Paze is so close. So now the damage that can be done for Galacticos is quite frankly limited. Fake TP. It does take a lot of damage because of it though. The paint shells don't move in regard to TPs. They go where they are placed. Well, they lazy cleared him. Of course, it's a classic by Pace. He's done incredible work this round, 4 kills to his name, and the equalizer has come through 3-3. This game has started out quite close.
Yeah. Good fight back in the end. You think the Galacticos with winning that last map of Sunset, winning a pistol here. They've been doom and gloom. Diamant's money, good enough. The pace doesn't need to be buying a stinger. Is he just going in with a showstopper? Like, he can buy it if he wants. He's got 5k. What are they saving for? Why has he got a stinger?
We'll have to ask him that later. But he's frontlining for now, and a Dust Ball double blast pack will get him to the back of sight. Showstopper thrown in, or not even thrown at all. That's probably why there was no rifle in his hands, because he would have died quite quickly. The expectancy was there. Hunter Suri finds a tag, but just the tag. And the defensive lines on C is looking good from Galacticos. They've still got the tripwires, and they've got 2 players hiding out. The Rolling Thunder is there to assist, and it buys enough time for Lurzy to peek out of the shadows. Destructive hasn't even made us shown his presence just yet, and just when he does, Diamant crumble under the pressure, allowing Galacticos to gain the lead.
Like, Destructive's positioning, he's always in the right place at the right time. Like there, he's fighting C long, but he's in a spot where he can quickly swivel around and fight the player in garage. Yeah, I think maybe if just be like, guys, I'm going to soft int with my ultimate. I'm only going to buy a stinger. I don't want to spend too much.
Soft int.
It's like carry on luggage.
Sure.
Not packing heavy.
Yeah, not packing heavy. Just the 10 overhead kilograms that you're allowed, or 8, depending on the airline. And well, the double blast pack airline wasn't too favorable. It crashed. Yeah, well, Paco's having a word here.
Even more than a word.
Yeah, just 1 or 2 more.
It's just a little bit of that composure that's missing from Diamant. And it's not unique to them. There's a lot of examples of teams that just have like a nice structured approach that sort of know how to sort of play the game fiscally almost. And the one that always springs to my mind is like Trace. They're going to be champions from China. Just never play super crazy comps, albeit this double controller is certainly something. But they just have so much of a good protocol list, some good ideas on how they play the map.
Sure.
But when things start to sort of hit the wall, they can lose themselves a little bit. And some of those like scripted rounds that you'd put on a battle plan, suddenly people start forgetting what they need to be doing.
It's that extra aspect that a tournament like Ascension can provide, right? Because you usually throughout the year you're playing teams in isolation in a bit of an echo chamber, right, in your own individual challenger leagues, but now you're exposed to different ways of playing, and that in itself can be quite daunting, and that you can't fully prepare with because you can't have that official exposure. Still, Diamant aggressing into B, and it seems like Galacticos are there and ready for it, unfazed by the situation. And Diamant, even after the timeout, even with a full buy, it seems they drop like flies on round number 8.
Yeah, maybe it is just that sort of experience, just being in the game a while, or just not really being stuck in your own region. Granted that this Diamant team has had players on its roster for almost 2 years in some cases.
Yeah.
It's not even just for like Destructive. For Galacticos, he's been on, I think, Bonk briefly, but I guess more notably he was on Finest, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like it's... I think it's easy to be like, why aren't we doing the simple things? But it's because Galacticos know the simple things. They've been around for so long individually. They know how to disrupt how a team wants to play.
Yeah, there's definitely that little bit of experience difference when it comes to the grand scheme of things, and having an eye outside of their own challenger leagues.
Interesting. What a round.
It is. They're looking to just walk out as soon as the lockdown pops. Paint shell towards the smoke where potential Galacticos players could ease into. The spike does fall. What does the setup look like though from Diamant? 2 players posted up close, the other 3 very far back from this fight. This will be interesting.
Everybody's retaking from the same position, no garage stuff. You could lurk there as well if you're pretty, but everybody's just sat back waiting.
Zitch just showed his ground, and Ipot is able to use the elevation gained by the updraft to kill him off. And now, Ipot moves in even further forwards with the blades, and he makes clean work of the Diamant players, but the lurks now coming into fruition doesn't seem to have an answer from Galacticos, destructive, left alone without much time to spare. He can find a kill before he drops, so that's all it is. Diamant, albeit the casualties, secure the round.
It really did feel like once that plant goes down on C, that it should be near enough impossible to retake on, but Epot finds a way to get free and opens up the door. Bladestorm was nice, the neural theft, it gives information, it puts a lot of pressure onto Pretty, that is flanking all the way around from second mid through the way in Garage. And he does well to sort of hold his composure. You got 3 players looking at him briefly, but he's able to just pick them off one at a time.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
It looks sloppy, but that's hard to do for Diamant.
What, playing sloppy?
It's just hard to deal with Galacticos running at you like
Sure.
that.
Yeah, that is very difficult, yeah. The bravado Epot had during that round was absurd, unprecedented, and now with the operator, changed. Forced to have a different playstyle in this round. Nightfall about to be popped towards this A side. Both players hiding out have been
Still fighting.
tagged, but somehow the spray across the smoke is good enough to find a trade. But Ipod is here with the operator already. No way! He's here on time to take this fight to them. The smoke allows also Destructive to have a different angle of attack, and it's just enough to put Diamant to sleep. Westside didn't have a chance against Ipot's swing. And Gramek left alone, realizing no other teammate is alive on the server. With 4 against them, that is a daunting task and a half. They know where he is. Flashes have gone in this direction already, and they've also got the guarantee of a lurk and the likes of Lurzi. This round has been written. Even if Gramek ends up with a kill, this round is down and out and in Galacticos' favor.
Moving Epot away from the Neon to play some Jet. Maybe it's just to get him up in a little bit. It's just the one thing that we haven't really seen that much of him today up until now. And he's 10-4. Matching up perfectly against Pays. We haven't really had a moment to talk about like the Raze fade on this map. It's been a while since we've seen that realistically. I think just one of the issues there with Fade is just the Nightfall. Yeah, it's great at in some players getting information on them, but if Galacticos are just going to high-low and just still hold the angle, and then you have other players running in to come fight, doesn't hold as much threat as a Bridgestone or Rolling Thunder would do.
It's not like Diamond don't have tools to deal with this. It's just that there's always a solution from Galacticos. Always a way out.
Cover going out.
And they're slowly becoming an issue for Diamant. Getting in their own heads can become relevant. And the information gained by Epot that the coast is clear on C could allow his teammates to focus on other ends such as B. But for now, there's only one defender. It's Glove. Nearby to the fight. Not quite pressed by Westside just yet. He has just revealed himself with Massic's peak, but no chances taken by Galacticos. A reset perhaps. And Gramek trying to cause some noise over to the safe site.
Double trips on A main.
Find you.
Nobody's in a position to catch anybody off of it. Actually, never mind. Lurzi spraying for the box.
Man.
Barely does a lick of damage.
I mean, somehow Pretty doesn't take much damage from that whole endeavor. Westside keeping himself in that mid-fight, ends up falling. It's hard to imagine Diamant can win a situation like this. 3 players up against the 5, not many guns in their favor, no caveat. I did say that last time, but this last time they didn't only have pistols. Yeah, okay. Galacticos come out ahead, salvage this round, and not that it wasn't expected for them to do so, but the lead is just increasing, and Diamant are running out of ideas.
That'll be another 8-4 half. The surprising thing as well for Diamant, for Haven, it's their defense that is the crazy, like, stats with the record that it's had. They've played it 3 times. Just the once this stage, although I don't know how that really works. But yeah, it's been flawless for them so far this year. Whether it's 1 or 3, it's a complete win streak for them. It's their defense that's looked best, but they chose to play on attack first. And that crazy attacking side I mentioned on Sunset, where was it?
Epot walking his way inwards, tiptoeing with the operator in hand. Pei's also looking to open up the map for his team, but not so far forward as Ipot. He just makes it look easy. And Pei's is not finding the same success. And we're all of a sudden into a reset point, where the C site is where Diamant are looking to head into. But Galacticos aren't too invested in defending, apart from the two players at the back of site. Both of them blind, but at least Destructive is trading favorably even. Might even end up with the third, no. But Diamant are in trouble as the rest of the cavalry have already arrived and the spike is on the ground but not quite planted. Gramek will find the same fate as his teammates before him. An 8-4 score, just like on Sunset, is in favor of Galacticos by half-time.
Galacticos really locked in so far today. They've got a hell of a group, and with how good Diamant have looked on at least the maps in this pool, right? It just seemed that there was no good opportunity. They're not required to really take too much of a timeout. Just a halftime using this as a chance to talk to the team to make sure that they get their attacking side down. It's felt a lot more like structured here than it did on Sunset, that's for sure, from the Turkish side. Really good protocols playing off of each other, but a lot of these players have been playing since day one, and Haven has been a day one map. Makes sense. Not quite Ascend,
I'll find you.
but similar.
Well, the Diamant need his pistol so far. It's been 3 out of 4?
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Well, there haven't been 4 pistols yet, have there? So it would have been 2 out of 3?
2 out of 3.
3. Okay. The 4th one to be collected now. Galacticos moving in towards this A side. Diamant seemingly have the best case scenario here with 3 players inhabiting this defense. Prowler spotting out the movement, stun also indicating intent. Ipot to move in first, but uncharacteristically loses the first fight. It pays to hold on to the site, and Anal's grouped up together with Zitcha, and it pays dividends. Galacticos are asked to move out of the A site and reset their ways.
Yeah, Diamant got a good read. They set up shop. Having the Omen smokes there in sewers, a couple of the Astra Stars to grab to really disrupt Epot trying to execute in on site.
30 seconds left.
These mid-rounds is where Galacticos did so well on the attacking side on Sunset. Let's see how they do here.
The alarm bot could actually help out a lot in this endeavor, could soften up the players to be picked up by Gramak, but no, not going to be happening this time around. Westside trying to find shots through the wall, but it's not quite going for him. Although Galacticos are low when it comes to that HP, they might just get that spike down. Diamant still favored though, and Westside is online. A triple kill for him this pistol round, as Diamant might have a chance to get back in the game.
Yeah, they have to claw it back ever so slightly. Still even on pistols now then. Galacticos, really just, it's hard to go for those fast executes. It's hard to do what they did on Sunset 2, where they're just resetting, going mid, and trying to find these little peaks and lurks. Bit of a rough moment from Gramak here, but at least you have people in a position to help. Westside has been one of the shining players for this Diamant team. There's very little, I suppose, that we have on some of these guys with their experience, other than being on Diamant for the last 2 years. It's pretty much what it boils down to.
Cover going out.
Mitchell flashed early. Oh, Ipot. Although he closed up the gap very quickly, not quite enough to get the early kill. Although the space has been garnered, the site can be taken over, the spike can go down. Diamant not looking like they want to give up the pressure just yet. And Galacticos neither. They're actually aggressing, but Westside's got it all covered. An ace but in 2 rounds. And Diamant clean up. Sweep the floor on this B site as they are able to find their second round this half.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is that being Epot dashing in twice and losing a fight against a player that was stunned?
I think so, yes. This time he had the excuse that he was playing against the Bulldog.
That's fair, but so that shows that like it is just on a dime with how some of these rounds are going. Nice for Westside to show up again, this time with the Outlaw.
One enemy remaining.
All you can really say is you did some damage, but you got the plant down as well for Galacticos. Means that your buy is pretty stern, but the bonus not too bad for Diamant. I think the main thing for Diamant is how they play towards A main. You don't have a Sova recon. It seems that you could just, you know, seasonade it a little bit, throw out a haunt. It's not necessarily as safe as using the Sova would be. It might not even matter if they just push onto Gramak.
And wallbang him today. That is not nice. Not pleasant. Where are your manners, Galacticos?
Loves breach.
No manners required.
Not missed at all today. It doesn't look like.
That flash hits it smart, but Westside is able to look away in time to reset for the next couple of kills. Diamant might just be able to turn it back around. Glove is low as well. Even though he gets that kill, Westside is able to turn back the favor. Blind as a bat can't continue that fight, but the spike needs to be collected, and it buys time for Diamant to close up the gap.
Big round for Diamant to get right. They've done so much damage. This lurk might not be expected.
Well, they have planted on the other side of the site. So maybe they do expect it. Glove looking to stun, but not quite at the right place. Pays opens up the angle. Ooh, Destructive showed himself out in the smoke. And Diamant able to play this out superbly, win their bonus round as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen Galacticos in those instances like separate like that. And it really was unlucky. I was just saying that like Glove's stuns haven't been missing. Narrowly misses out on this one. But here, just to play really good start to a round, really keeps this Diamant team focused. But when you got Westside getting free backside, not even with a proper rifle, might teach Galacticos not to head in that direction, that's for sure. Not quite top of the leaderboard when it comes to kills. In fact, Glow 15 and 8 is the one right at the top. But Hayes is starting to win out in the head-to-head of duelists. Epot 12 and 8 is still crazy, but it's got a little bit quieter.
Oh, look at this. Showstopper enabled. Oh, no, misses the mark. Oh, dear me. Not exactly when you want to thread the needle, is it? Not that moment. And Diamant are still ahead, though. They've been able to trade it back out. But Galacticos have found room into C, but I think they need a little bit more than just the space. They need a couple of kills to go along with it.
We've got a Rolling Thunder though, but it doesn't help when Epot's ready to peak like that. There's a lockdown for Westside too. They don't really need to use it.
Oh, what?
But suddenly...
No. Westside on the other end. Glove needs to be damn accurate with only 4 bullets to spare. 2 bullets dedicated for each player's head, but no. It shall not be. Valiant effort by Galacticos to turn it back, but Diamant turning it around, amping up the pressure. It feels like they're getting a page out of Galacticos' handbook right now.
Yeah, finally we look at the stats and history, and it starts to make sense and line up a bit more. It didn't really matter that the showstopper missed when he had Zitscher just pushing down. Sue was able to get 2 there. And his defensive side for Diamant is looking steadfast, but so is the economy somehow for Galacticos. Still have the rifles here, Rolling Thunder. They've been playing fast, very aggressive, and it's been catching Diamant out early round. Gramak especially, he's kind of been punished over towards C a little bit. The Rolling Thunder with his name on it potentially.
Yeah, well, this map has forced them out wide quite a bit. Gramak is able to hide within his own smoke for now. And Zitscher is looking to help out, comes in just on time, repositions for the shock that I think he avoids damage as well. Pays also on the leg. This is chaotic, and Galacticos haven't got a clue where to look, where to hide. Diamant are the ones on top.
It's nice play from Diamant. You got Gramek that's hiding in the smoke there. The smoke was in such a weird position though that you could tell that Galacticos were like, hold on, something's up. He's probably in that smoke. But just as it took attention there, it allowed Zitscher to go into the site, to go for that fight on logs. And then you still have these flanks coming around. The Diamant, it went from Galacticos being such this big omnipresent way of moving around the map, having full control of it on Attack of Sunset, to here, like these flanks coming in. Diamant, they were really using this double controller well to just kind of take a lot of space for free. Galacticos, like we were watching Apex, right, in the grand final, like 2 days ago against Sweet and South North. And like how their default was super passive and super safe, just to get a read on what the opponent would want to do on their defense. I think that's kind of what's missing from Galacticos here. They're so keen to like make a play, go for the execute straight outright. Whereas I'd like to see them sort of default a little bit more, because we have seen Diamant overextend a little bit in order to make a play work. I think Galacticos are kind of just walking into these nice little set plays that Diamant want.
And maybe this timeout could allow them to add this extra dimension to their game. Diamant aren't too far ahead, but it has been a bit of a drought for Galacticos. And they haven't won a single round on the attacking side so far, and it's not what we expected, to be fair, is it?
No. Oz is a great question for Epot. He hasn't got a kill since I mentioned him before. How do you find that impact on attack without just straight sending it? Galacticos want to win this attacking side. It's got to be a lot more like smarter, better map play, better team play.
Always tempo has to be considered here. If you start losing pace, if you start losing confidence, it can allow the other team to just steamroll. And Diamant are showing signs of that being a possibility. Unless Galacticos can do something about it. It's not possible. Well, it's not likely, rather, that they can do it this one. But it put Massic in a good position. Made that Vandal shine. Make a few of the other Sheriffs trade favorably. And Diamant might be in trouble. But they are the ones that give a taste of their opponents' medicine.
Nobody's holding the default. There's no trip there, so they can just wrap all the way around.
Yeah, they can indeed, and they are caught with their pants down. Diamant clearing the back line of this B-side hit. The spike locked in Cubby.
30 seconds.
And it feels like Paint will spell Lurzy's demise there. Hip-Hop finally getting a kill after this drought he's had this entire half. But his life is short-lived. Diamant on double digits.
Was a lower buy, but still, you're sort of looking a little bit at Lurzy as well, just with that Cypher. So much of that default on attack is just making sure that you can't be pushed, that you have information elsewhere, and maybe Lurzy's been pulled into the fight a little bit. There, naturally, he might not have a trip on A-main because he's saving a bit of money for the full buy next. He's put one down towards C, or it could have been broken previously, it's hard to know. There's no Sova, so it shouldn't be. That's a couple of times now that Diamant have been able to flank all the way around, and Galacticos haven't had the response for it necessarily.
Ooh, the siege just works to catch Massic off. An early kill for Diamant, even on Galacticos buy round.
Even like the default for Galacticos now is awkward. Prowler does catch on to Destructive. He is there alone. You got the Cypher pushing towards B, the Breach, leaving the Spike. So towards their spawn, wanted to help the Omen, backing off a little bit, picking up the Spike. And then Epop with the attack up, just holding this line against Gramak, who just knows better at this point.
The bottom mid wasn't even broken. And no one is checking Epop's line. Sort of Galacticos hoping that this round can be opened up from long. Instead,
oh, the timing was
move
bad.
into Garage. Oh, great paranoia here. Or the stun, rather, to allow the push here by Lurzy. Destructive turning it back around. And Galacticos finally favored. I think this is the first time this half they've had numbers.
Have that attack up too. Everybody's just grouping up C long. Nothing fancy. No nade available for Pace, but he does get it if he gets a kill.
Diamant pre-firing every single corner. If they're able to win this round, it should staple them this win. It should be able to lock Haven in or get them damn close to it. Pretty for now can only trade for one as he touches the spike, but the one-way makes it damn difficult to do so. The paranoia giving some extra space as well. Pretty baiting out the next swing. But I feel like Pretty will try to go for the stick here. And Lurzy reads it. A quadra for Lurzy. Not too bad around for him. Opens this up for Galacticos on their pursuit of turning the tide around and trying to see if they can grab that 2-0.
A major round for him. A player down. Galacticos. They go for that fight in Garage. And it was just that pressure, that slow burn that Galacticos have had. There they had the paranoia play set up. But because of that pressure top mid, it had to pull Zitra away to smoke B main, and in that time, in the exact same moment, pretty much the exact same frame, that's when Galacticos actually push into Garage to get the kill.
Standing ahead.
Again, we haven't quite seen the operator of Hip Hop be put into good use just yet. But Galacticos has definitely shown us that they can work off a disadvantage and being on the back foot. Ooh, good jump up from above here from Pays, but is it quite traded? Operator not finding its mark, and Pretty being given the smoke to work within, down low on health. Gromit is there to assist. The paranoia is superb, and Pretty is fragging still. Galacticos trading right back up. Ipot not making that operator work for a second frag, and Zitscha holding on to the side with his dear life as Diamant getting closer and closer to making Haven their own.
I think it was pretty much a flush round for Zitscha. Gets a couple of kills, but a hell of a lot of assists at the same time. Destructive has been such a nuisance over here. The lack of Silver means that it requires so much utility to be used out of Pretty. But he holds his ground very nicely. Zitscha's in there with a fantastic paranoia. And just as you think Galacticos are starting to get a good semblance of what they need to be doing on attack, Diamant show something they never got to do on Sunset. Them fighting together, winning out important duels.
Well, Galacticos have a long way to go. Epot trying to open things up with the Classic again. The stun did come in a little bit late this time, though. Give him that benefit. Destructive doubles up. So Galacticos, wait, might even have a chance. Unless Westside can do something against it. The one-way does prohibit Galacticos from trading. The Neural Theft gives some extra information for Galacticos to work with, but doesn't really matter. His pace cleans up by himself. Even on low health, triples up. Diamant are right back on track.
In great fashion too. Galacticos just with a low buy wanted to do something towards B. Like you said, the stun was a little bit late, but also Epot was just clearing so many angles at the same time. It's looking at him, what he can do in that position. He has a good amount of experience. Destructive somehow manages to make a good round of it. But now Pays is really online. It took a map. Could be a third one on the board if they can just pick up one more. Galacticos free needed to bring it to OT. It'll be a long day for Group B. Valiant yet to play. Wonder who they'd be cheering for, actually.
Good question. Still, hope dies last, right? Galacticos still a map ahead. And they could try and force off overtime here for Diamant. They've got the guns now, but they need 3 consecutive. Difficult, not impossible. We've seen bigger turnarounds, but the ultimates from Diamant seem to prove difficult to navigate. Pays grabs one. Zitscha considers if he wants to stick around for longer, but if he does, I feel like it could be a mistake. TP's away. There's a paranoia delay and gets right back out of harm's way.
Got his ultimate too, so I think even Galacticos are like, maybe he didn't TP out, maybe it was a fake. Even using utility to just double check it. But he's still on the site, he's still fighting, has Pretty with a bit of support too. It's the IGL that's out of the server for now. Everybody else grouped up together and just hoping it's going to be enough to get that A site. Get a 10th.
Galacticos not wanting to face check for smoke and short, end up going the long way around. Nightfall dropping. High ground taken by Epot, but it doesn't really mean it too much. Still trading. Zitscha holding his ground. His smokes to the back of the site have been absolutely amazing, not only for himself, but his teammates. And it's pretty much been the difference maker on this ace side. The push comes in from the rest of Diamant's team, though. And Zitscha takes that opportunity to walk out of the shadows. Diamant shows superiority on the defense of Haven and make sure this series goes to a third. Lotus up next.
Finally getting on the board for Diamant. Shows that this group is going to be a bit of a messy one, Zitscha especially. You mentioned like he always has a smoke for the right opportunity. It does help when you have an Astra alongside that can sort of fill some of those gaps. He doesn't need to be putting down smokes in a choke on the other side of the map. He can get the Astra to do it. If he's been hit on site, he always has a smoke. He always has something to play around. But he's been an absolute pain. Ace also warming up nicely. This whole team is starting to look strong. And it's going to Lotus now, which I think for both teams has been a popular map, but not necessarily the one that they have been picking and playing and making a stronghold for themselves.
I mean, I'm glad both of the teams are now in form, right? We got to see some positives from Diamant. We got to see some positives from Galacticos. And now there's one map where they get to battle it off. I wouldn't have it any other way to start off Ascension play and get to have a taste of 2 different styles blending in together. And I feel that's exactly what we've seen. Like we said, it's going to be Lotus up next. I hope you guys are excited about that because it's coming quite quick.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy to find, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me do weapon. I'm no vegan, a bee. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. Just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pity how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, it's done.
Pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
So you need a little break, huh? Boy, say you need a little space, yeah. Boy, is it 'cause you can't be faithful? Boy, hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. 'Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for wanting out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad.
Distribui pra cima, chama pra dançar!
Hello? I'm not muted. Okay, Diamond keeping their 100% win rate on Haven, and Pace showing why Raze was the better duelist pick and taking us to map number 3. Marcus, what are your standout plays from Haven?
There were actually a lot of standout plays, I'm not going to lie, from both teams, which is why I think it was a close map. Obviously, early on in the game, Galacticos showed us why they were, I suppose, the better team at the first half, but then look, Diamond came back, and they came back with a vengeance. I mean, Pays obviously just went online, but I think a big play was actually Itcha. Sorry if I have said your name wrong, but those Omen smokes on the A site were key in, I think, Diamond's success, because it's so difficult to get past that smoke at the top of short when the site is split up. Yes, we had a fantastic hold from Lurzi on so many rounds, and it does not surprise me that Galacticos had Lurzi at the top of their scoreboard. But look, it's like blink and you miss it. Diamond just changed the way that game was going.
I do think, you know, it's important to mention that the double controller was so important, I think, in disrupting Ipot's taking site as easily, and it stopped them from being so aggressive, and by which point they took site. Diamond were kind of already on that flank and taking that space behind them, so I think it was really, really disruptive to their site takes and that aggression that we have seen previously come out from Galacticos. Marcus, take us through some of your sort of standout rounds and highlights from that map.
Yeah, there's a couple of rounds that I kind of want to look at, right? And the first one was a round that was Galacticus's. That doesn't sound right if I say it too fast. Galacticus's. I think this is one of their rounds that I think it showed highlights, especially from Lurzi being up in heaven, but then also it showed how quick the team can actually get onto site. So if we can roll that round and we can start analyzing that and letting you know at least why it was round 10, why it was so good. So first off, we have the contact on long, right? The smoke again is really nice, because as long as you guys walk into the smoke together or you wait for the smoke, I mean, they went in solo, which is kind of strange. Not what I remember when watching the round. But anyway, the Nightfall comes in, and just look at Glove. Just look at Glove, right? He's staying for so long, putting out so much damage, finds the kill. But then the key moment is iPot. He comes on with the operator. You then have Destructive. He TPs in, finds Pretty, and then from here on out, it's just pretty much a wipe. And I think the key moments to note about this is the smoke you can see right here. This smoke has been causing both sides big issues when trying to take the site, because all this does is isolates both sides of the site. And we saw iPot manage to walk in, and he was safe because that smoke was put down, right? That smoke has just been such an issue. And I'm sure while we were watching that, I said to you about how Zishu smokes are pretty much perfect, but you could also say the same from Destructive as well, right?
Definitely. And I mean, another standout round from you was round 22. Is that correct? It was
the final round, where Diamond had already kind of turned the tide in who was going to win the game. So, you know, it's a fairly long round, but I can talk you through it. Again, Pays, he does trade out with the showstopper, and then this is the funny part, right? This is where Omens cause so many issues. Wow, my English was not Englishing. Yeah, so many issues, right? Because you can see the Sova even clearing this corner with a shock dart, even though iPot is right next to it. You just don't know if it's a real TP or not. And Ryan mentioned as well that he even had the ult. So you have to clear that corner, otherwise, well, stuff can go very wrong if you do leave it unchecked. But then it's the short smoke that forces Galacticos into long, and I think right now the pressure is definitely sticking onto Galacticos, because it's a do or die situation. iPot instantly gets taken out, Lurzi finds one, and then this is kind of the downfall of the round. They have to clear short, but Destructive TP's up onto the box, and then right now it's this smoke. I can't stress it enough. This smoke is causing so many issues, because you don't know when Tish is going to come out of that smoke. You have to plant the bomb, the time is down, and Diamond just came out on top.
Yeah, well, I mean, 1 for 1, both teams have one map in their hand, and we will be heading to map 3, which is very, very exciting, as it will also be Lotus. And I think that's sort of fun coming off the back of Haven, because both having 3 sites, I wonder if we're going to see those controllers kind of dominating the maps again to take all of that space and kind of have that surprise element. As you said, when are they going to pop out the smoke and when are they going to pounce? So yeah, I don't know if there's anything else that you wanted to sort of talk about when it comes to the last map, or anything that you wanted to highlight before we go into Lotus.
I think it's kind of like, I don't want to be hindsight Harry here, but I do wonder if Galacticos would have had more success by sticking with the Neon on Haven, because I feel like, I don't know if iPod struggled as much as he would have done maybe if he was on Neon, but I feel like Breach Neon at this level of play can be so much more successful than a Jet. But I guess I did say that they picked the Jet because maybe they were just like sticking to kind of the safer picks. But then again, you just don't know if Neon would have been better. But then we go over to Lotus and we actually do see Turkish teams playing Neon on Lotus. However, Galacticos, they won't be picking Neon here. It will be a Raze, because I feel like we were watching VCT. I mean, some of us, if you don't watch it, we're watching VCT, and I'm pretty sure it was Kiwi for Foot when he was only playing Neon on Lotus, and he was showing us how viable Neon can be on a map like Lotus. But then I feel like Raze is now being pushed into the not the meta, but the main picks for Lotus, because it's important that you have utility when there are so many corners on Lotus, because you have so many people take a deep space, and if you're retaking that space, the Boombot is fantastic for stuff like that.
I also think it's important to mention that Galacticos do dabble in that chamber pick, which I think we don't really see too often. And to side with chamber as that solo sentinel, I guess that's where Raze also might come in well, to take that aggressive space with the utility that she has alongside the breach, to avoid them having to sort of have a sentinel on site and just play retake, and they can utilize that chamber and being a little bit more aggressive. Is there any kind of like previous comps that these teams have played on Lotus that you want to see come out in the next game?
Maybe not previously played, but there are definitely comps that I want to see played, especially now it's kind of like a do or die game for this series. So you mentioned the chamber. I actually want to see the chamber stuck here. I want to watch how the chamber is played on this map. We've seen people play chamber before, but like you said, they only really dabble into it. We never really have anyone that is a chamber pick every single time, right? And I think it's very important to note as well that the win rates on this map is actually 50% win rate for Galacticos and a 73% win rate for Diamond. And I said at the start of this whole series, I said if it goes 1-1, Diamond will take this, right? Did I think that Diamond were going to lose the first one? I don't know.
I mean, I love a spicy game and I love going to map 3. It must be a lot of pressure for players, and they're really going to have to keep their mental in this one, because of course, you know, with the format of these games and the groups, it's very important to start off on that strong foot kind of going into the future games, knowing that they have one series under their belt. So do you think that's going to kind of change the way they play? Do you think we'll be seeing them play safer? Because I think, especially from Diamond, a lot of what we see is kind of pace, instantly popping that showstopper, taking the space and ulting for one, and then maybe that's not been working out their favor as it's traded out, or as Galacticos seem to find space in other areas of the map. Do we think that's gonna change the way that these teams have been playing in previous maps?
I don't think it's going to change the macro. I think the strats are going to stay very, very similar. But I think potentially, because of the pressure put on these two teams now, I think the micro may change. I feel like you might not have the same aggression that we've seen from Paze, maybe even from iPod. Obviously, we know these guys. They swing, they get the kills, they're clean with it. But I feel like when it's down to like the final game of a series, I mean, at least for me, even in a ranked game, when it gets to overtime, I'm like, okay,
maybe we should focus on now.
I'm gonna take a step back. I'm not gonna do anything too risky. But I feel like Ascension is where we need to see these teams actually come alive, right? Because we have to remember, we're watching Ascension play-ins right now. So this is the second best team of every league, right? The winner of Ascension play-ins will be going to the Ascension play-offs. And that is where we need to start seeing the actual top skill level. And look at this.
Well, this is very exciting because the chamber that we have been talking about on Galacticos' side is being played and is going to be very, very interesting to watch. What do you think of this, Marcus?
We've got it. We've got the chamber. It's what I wanted to see. And I actually pretty sure Masic used to be on Duelist. Don't get me wrong. He used to be on Duelist, and I feel like Duelist mains that are on chamber, you're instantly seeing the reason they used to be on a duelist, right? And I feel like being able to flex from duelist to I mean all the different roles he's playing now, but to be able to go onto the final map of the series as a chamber, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like he could seriously be the one that turns this game for Galacticos. But then also on the other side you have the Sky and the Astra. I'm not 100% sold on the Astra. I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sold.
Well, I was just going to say, having seen Westside on Killjoy since the get-go and Pace on Raze 2, especially the op in Westside hands, you know it can be dangerous. And they're definitely warmed up on their roles as they've been playing them for most of the game. So let's head into the game. I'm going to send you over to Ryan and Pavlos as we get Lotus started.
As we will, Lotus, the third map of this series, both teams exchanging their opponents as map picks. And for this one, Ryan, I think, you know, it will give us a good taste of who will be coming out on top on this in this group as well. We've marked it as maybe a group of death, being competitive, as we've got regions. We've got the French region also included within it. So they've got to show us something strong to prove that they can also take on that team as well.
Yeah, nobody wants to have a loss on Lotus. It seems to be the go-to. Diamant have played it dozens of times in the year so far. A hell of a record to boot too with some of it. Mostly this has been the comp that they've been running with throughout this stage. They messed around with a Neon a little bit as well instead of the Raze. A couple of losses here and there, but they got the rematch win against Ascend and lost to Go Next 13-11 in the grand final, which was yesterday for East. And for Galacticos, this is the comp that they've been somewhat running a good amount of time. But it's similar sort of thing, like both teams have ended on a loss on this map. And I can't think of a better map to define this series. And with these comps too, man, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Oh, really? Will be. Early off, you can see Diamant looking to take early space. Chamber allowing a second life here for Masic, but it's also being taken down as well. Quick trays coming from both ends as a push from mid pinces Galacticos in. And Destructive is tasked to get Glove out of this trouble. Diamant, though, staying grouped up together and holding hands. They will take down their opponents. Good paranoia, but there's no return kill here from Destructive, walking right into Pretty's hands as Diamant carry on the momentum from the previous map.
Diamant for the first time taking the lead with pistols. I think they were playing catch-up all the way through it, but it's only 3-2 in favor of them now. I think one of the big aspects of it as well is like not even the double controller for Diamant, but the Sky. So many teams run in the Fade instead, especially since Sky was nerfed towards the start of this year. But when you have this double controller, what's nice to do? Flashing straight out with them. Almost like Breeze, right? With the Viper plays that you'd see then. Diamant, they've been working with this and they've been successful with it.
Well, the thematic sentence has already been placed in this paragraph, the third map of this series. Diamant looking to show us that they're not scared of taking some early fights on this map. Although Galacticos have been permitted the cross, they are only with pistols, and with one casualty already make it 2, things might get a little bit difficult. No, Pays is cleaning up with the Bulldog. A triple for Pays as the rest want to chime in as well. A very quick round to put Diamant on 2.
I also want to say for Pays, sorry, it's Lurzy actually that was in the webcam. I wanted to shout out the Tash. Good work there. That's really all I have to say. Like, Pays just absolutely destroyed. Like, nice transfers there. He didn't quite get the kills. You're just on an eco, so you go for a fast P execute, hoping to get stuff done. But against an Astra, that's hard enough to do anyway. But yeah, I saw Lurzy's Tash and was like, I'm glad, man. Keep it up.
Fair enough. All right, back in though, as Galacticos have found themselves some guns. The stack up high, low, and wide here from Diamant is everything. Looking to give Galacticos a taste of their own medicine, really. Bunching up together, just like Galacticos were doing a ton of in Sunset.
With the spike left towards the attacker's spawn, it means that they can't go for a fast execute towards C either. Epot's over on that raise. One of the more flexible players on this roster. 7 agents this stage alone, I think, that he's been playing.
Thankfully for Destructive, it doesn't take too much damage from the paint chills, but they do not wait. They will expect Pace to be this close, but Pretty is also stuck into a hard corner, but still makes it work. And the fake smoke, is it enough to give the cross? No. So, Galacticos might have stabilized just a bit. 2v3, not entirely impossible. Gramic on site. Ipot wins his fight. Can Gramic isolate this? Yo, no, he cannot! Zitcher wins the other trade, but is it on time? The paranoia is accurate. It's a bit rough around the edges, but the picture has been painted. Diamant win their bonus.
Nice play from Zitcher. He's been a shining player on this squad, and to be honest, he's in good company. It doesn't feel like anybody's had a bad series, even with dropping a map. It's a bonus that they're able to do some work on. Yeah, a little bit awkward, but you have got the support, the paranoia doing good work. I think the biggest difference too is Galacticos have forced onto another low buy. Galacticos, when they'd win big rounds, jumping up and screaming. The amount here, nothing. Everybody's fully focused. They know that it's a one step towards winning, but it's just a step nonetheless. Can't imagine what the environment's like for Galacticos now, especially after winning the first map, losing the pistol and losing the bonus.
Yeah.
Might start to panic a little bit.
I mean, you've got to anticipate that the morale isn't at the best point here for Galacticos, given that the first half of Haven, they were leading 8-4, and they weren't really able to do a thing when it came to the attacking side. And now tasked to be on the attacking side again, with Diamant putting up walls wherever Galacticos choose to move into. Hasn't been the nicest ordeal for them. They've got a smaller buy here, a chance to do some damage to their opponents as Econ, but Zitcher is able to play around the back ledge without any issue. Quadra kill, make it an ace! No, Pretty steals it away. At least Zitcher is smiling about it. The flawless round for Diamant to just increase that lead even further.
Yeah, that whole structured play style that we've been seeing from Diamant, it's really starting to bear fruit now. Even then, you have the Sky Flash in C main that connects on. Nobody moves on the defense. They're so locked in. They know that, okay, this is one. They're now starting to just rotate now, because they haven't needed to dedicate anymore. They know that Galacticos, especially Epot, has been going on his own in some cases to go and find space. Diamant are just so comfortable here to let that slide, and now they're being aggressive on C main.
Whoa, very aggressive. Epot finally finds his mark early, but it doesn't really mean much, because whenever Diamant push out C long, they push out B main as well.
It's roles reversed, isn't it? You got Diamant being the disruptive team. Just with this double initiator, and especially with the chamber, Galacticos want to be hitting sites hard, but they haven't really been given that permission. Lovely off angle for Westside, but he really needs to win the duel, and he's able to, and he gets another. Masic doesn't hear him drop down.
Not only does he stick to his gun, he doubles down as well. Westside completely dismantling any final effort Galacticos have got in store for them. Shut down one round after the other. Diamant here with a statement.
Could be a Westside story right here. And we mentioned right at the start of the show that it's not just playing for Ascension for some of these players on the teams that we're watching today. It's playing for offers in the future. We know that there's going to be a full rebuild of the likes of Na'Vi next year. Koi might be looking to change up stuff with Baba no longer being with them at the end of the season.
Sure.
Half a dozen players coming from Ascension playing alone to go into Tier 1 this year from last.
I mean, this VCT year was everything about the rookies, right? Every improvement we saw was due to an addition, or at least most of them, right? Whether that was KC at the start, Heretics later on, now Fnatic with a little bit of a new addition to give some pizzazz to the team, with Leo having to take leave due to medical issues, and now things are painting a picture, right? This new generation of Valorant players are hitting strong and can have an impact at this higher stage. And this is a stage where every player can illustrate their ability.
And it's funny that you mentioned like the new talent. Yeah, for Diamant, notably, there's a lot of faces and names that we don't recognize. But you look over to Galacticos, there's a fair few that have been around and played in Tier 1 themselves even.
Placing swarm grenade.
Could be the new overthrowing the old here, and Diamant, they're sticking to their guns when it comes to this play. Aggressive on C main. Seeing if Galacticos after the timeout can bring back those mid rounds that were so successful for them on Sunset and Haven.
You're talking about Galacticos earlier, Ryan, that they were lacking the dimension of dropping back, playing at default. I feel like Diamant don't have that trouble. They can both amp up the pressure, but also fall back into the default ways without too many issues. For now, an early trade goes in favor of Galacticos. Not really a weapon they can gather, and Diamant are closing up the pressure upon them.
Oh,
Massic, that is superb, but Gramic showing his mark on a different front, pincering in Massic, making sure he's going to have to look behind him for the rest of this round. Does intricate this affair.
Giving him so much freedom. Is a spike. I don't know if you can get a gun on the ground either. Diamant so separated with an operator. I don't know if Diamant is giving way too much respect to this and giving an opportunity, but there's 30 seconds still left for Massic to head over to A if he wants.
Oh. Well, he's got time and he's got the space.
He's got his ult too.
Maybe he anticipated that the wraparound from Gramic went towards the other side of the map, instead closer to this A site.
Spike planted.
He was right.
You want to play? Let's play.
And Tour de Force is brought out. God, I've missed Chamber. Can Massic make this clutch work out and
so many smokes?
Just give life to Galacticos' return. Stun misses. Massic sidesteps. Guardian now in his hand, but the defuse is just being stuck with, and Zitcher's hiding within his own smoke. Diamond made that look way too easy. A 6-0 start.
It's really nice to see Diamant. It's like everything that's been building towards this third and final map. Pretty much the same comp consistently throughout with the double controller. Never really seemed to get going on Sunset. On Haven, it started to find its way. And on there, you couldn't have found the more perfect opportunity to go, why are teams starting to run double controller here? Because you can take out players like Massic with big guns, like the Operator being on Chamber. You could just take him out of the map.
At least Galacticos have got something more to work with. It wasn't too bad of a round, given that they only started it off with pistols. So there is something to give over to Galacticos, some credit, some kudos. And now they've got guns, but also ultimates that they can work with. But one of those ultimates was Showstopper, which is no longer available given that Apots loses his life.
From Galacticos, I mean, they were struggling in the early rounds of Sunset too. It's starting to sort of bite them in the backside again. But there's no mid rounds, there's none of those adjustments. It's about putting pressure in the right spots, and Rimac is going to hear this. He's not afraid to fight it, but he might have fluffed his lines.
Yes, he has. And Massic will seize the opportunity to find a different angle, and there you have it. Galacticos finally with the advantage in numbers. Pays, though, able to stabilize. Hunter's Fury complicating the matter, Rolling Thunder being thrown in as well. Galacticos throwing absolutely everything into this round, but Pretty still has his life. Seeker's throwing to gain some extra information. Stun is good. Seekers are able to keep Pretty alive, and it's enough to put Diamond in another round winning situation.
Get down, Mr. President. The Seekers actually body block so much of that damage in. Pretty's 4 HP. It looked like the Seekers gave away the position. It allowed the stun to come through yet again for Galacticos. I've never seen the ultimate just take so much of the brunt of that damage. Slow down too, it just becomes a bit of a scrappy engagement. Hey, he's glad he's playing Sky now instead of Fade. It saved him there.
Placing sentry.
This has got to hurt Galacticos mentally, right? Getting so close, but never getting the round. Can they finally make it work? It seems that we'll be looking at a brute force push now towards his right-hand side. Finally, Masic puts that operator to use. Showstopper making its mark as well. Zitscha can't do a thing about it. That's more like the Galacticos we know. Showing aggression and brute forcing their way into a win. Unless Gramek and Westside can do something about it.
Has the lockdown.
The odds are slim.
He's not going to go for it, surely.
Oh, he is! Doesn't get the second. Maybe if a second would have been collected, there might have been a way in for Gramek. 3 required, spike down. Oh, doesn't quite interrupt iPot's throw of the paint. Repositions Paranoia, hits its mark, and iPot will swing. Galacticos find their way finally on the scoreboard.
What a time for iPot to show up. Knows how badly these early rounds have been going for Galacticos, so has to just come out strong with the showstopper. Actually crazy to Diamant after losing 1 round, 7-1 scoreline. I feel like we see that enough. But the amount of taking a timeout after that 1 round, a round where it just sort of felt that they just went for aggression on A main and just lost out when you've got a showstopper on one side. Maybe it's the element of like in a 2v5, you didn't save. Not as if the money is bad necessarily for Diamant, but the more that you can take going forward, the better.
Okay, well, I'm liking the decision that a timeout has been brought out. I think
I'm not
we
sure
both agree on that, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like you're giving Galacticos another opportunity to work on some of the stuff that might have gone wrong since their timeout. But also, if now suddenly Galacticos are able to get 5 more rounds, make it 7-5 half,
okay,
you're not going to use double timeouts here. You've got the lead on this half already on your defense.
Sure.
And maybe it's just trying to get ahead and make the most out of that, but still, like, I see this too often backfire.
Okay, I hear that.
But you never know.
No, it's all too fickle. Too many variables.
End of the day,
a few rounds have been too close, and finally Galacticos have made it work. So Diamant looking to figure this out because there's still 4 rounds remaining in the half. And if Galacticos picks up all 4, there won't be much of a difference remaining between the 2 teams by the end of the half.
Down broken, not really breaking a sweat at all for Diamant. Seems that all of these defenders mostly retaken from CT and they're doing it at pace.
Oh, the Paranoia as well. Diamant have put one excellent piece of utility after the other, and it's allowed Diamant to just catapult their way into the site. Masic trying to bring out the magic with his own guns, but it shall not be it. Diamant show what a strong retake on C looks like.
And just before Galacticos could get comfortable, realistically, you sort of look at the showstopper and you're thinking, it's a shame that it was cleared so easily, but it didn't really stop at all. Diamant going for that retake, everybody rotating in nicely, off the Skydog too. Made it incredibly uncomfortable for Galacticos to hold on the site or get into a better position in the post-fight.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
I was going to say before with the timeouts, it's like ultimately it comes down to the coach. If he sees something that the players don't, or the players are getting the call wrong, making a call to change it is fine. Totally different round now. Everybody's spread out all over the map.
And even though a round like this, we've seen at least from the side of Galacticos, it wasn't met with the same resistance. Diamant had 3 players up close this time. They're being a bit more passive about it. Oh, not quite the timing that Zitscha would have liked. Pays up close. It's a sneaky angle. Oh, he hits the legs. Showstop coming through, but it's Pretty to pick up Masic. Somehow Pretty won't survive for too long. Praise finding cover to the back of the site. Ipok going for the chasing that actually comes out on top of it. And Galacticos might have a chance to double their round score. But again, it's Gramek and Westside to do the gritty work. But it's just too much, too difficult. And Galacticos find their way on the board again.
Oh man, Ipok. How did he even survive any of that? He got legged, he pulls out the showstopper and just not only able to get out, but he goes in further to get a kill to get the operator on the attack. Ends up with 3 towards the end. Again, there's not much semblance there. It was just Galacticos going for a fast A execute. Diamant's default was a lot more spread around the map. Now they've got 3 people stacking towards C to go aggressive there. And they've barely got a buy to put together.
I feel like this is Galacticos saying, this works, let's do it again.
And without a Viper, it's really hard to hold A main.
Oh dear, that paranoia is everything. A smoke comes out from Gramic to try and assist. Showstopper towards spawn. Pays. That is a long distance accurate shot. Puts iPod straight into his grave.
It's good information, but it's a player lost. It's a 4v4 post-plant.
He makes it work, even though he gave his position seconds ago. Off the back of a Flasher Hunter's Fury will be used. No second tag. Gramic this time holding hands with Zitscher. 2 different angles though. And Gramic has been delayed again. Galacticos finding safety. At least most of the players out on tree. While Luzi holding still. Gramic didn't expect that. And Zitscher will lose his life. It feels like Galacticos are right back in the fight here, Ryan.
Yeah, looking at the rounds, it doesn't feel that way. 8-3 scoreline, but these last couple are so impactful for Galacticos' chances, it feels. Just to get it going, like the double controller on attack is going to be scary if you're Diamant, but an operator in the right spot for the chamber would be good. Making it 8-4 would be great, especially when you've got Diamant going 7-0 up to begin with.
iPod to lead the charge.
Again.
Oh, and Westside didn't stand a chance. And the reserves of Diamant are running low, but not that it matter. It's the last round of the half, and they're looking to take the fight to Galacticos. Unsuccessfully, though. It's Galacticos to hold their ground, be confident and capable to shut down anything that's thrown at them. And I think Gramic isn't too happy about getting used to being the final player alive. We haven't seen too many clutches today, I think, apart from the one of Pretty's, but the Rolling Thunder will just secure Gramic's fate. 8-4. Diamond's early extravaganza allowed them to have a nice lead, but not untouchable.
Yeah, it took a while for Galacticos to sort of get back in store. The timer for Vero was good. It started to look a lot more cohesive, even if it was just send A every single round. I swear, every single time we get to the second half of Diamant, their stats are crazy. 66% win rate. 200 rounds almost played this year for Diamant. And they've won 2/3 of them. So this defense has to be perfect. And it's been even on pistols all day. I think Galacticos, if they can bring this one to a 50-50 by winning this defense pistol, it feels necessary.
Grove spots out the early presence, so calls for reinforcements, although they don't arrive too quickly. Sort of expecting that there might be a change of pace from their opponents. But as they hear nothing towards the other side of the map, they commit an extra 2 players, sprinting their way towards C. Door opens up, audio cue handed over, and Diamants find their way into B. Hip hop. Paint shell's thrown in. Oh, that's a quick pace change here from Diamant, but Galacticos are ready for it. Pays is finding a lot, but Ipot is finding even more. Impressive tempo switch here from Galacticos to win them the pistol.
Diamant, they were just playing pacey all the way through, just that pressure towards C. They just run out on B. You've got like Pace pushing C-Link as much as he possibly can. Epot just peeking out of the smoke and getting a couple. It felt like uncomfortably fast for Diamant. When you've got the double controller, you know, slow it down, put a lot of misinformation around the map. But here they just full on sent it towards B, and all this utility, the double initiator tends to win out. Crazy is that Diamant might be looking to do the same again.
Oh, Masick just opens the door as casually as that and ends up with an early kill. And yeah, Diamant have brute force their way in here, but how much damage realistically can they do? They'd love a spike plant, give an extra orb to themselves, maybe some extra cash in their pocket, but they found some damage at least towards Galacticos' way. But the gap, Ryan, is slowly closing.
Ever so slightly. It's been an 8-4 scoreline at the half in all 3 of the maps today. This is the first time that Diamant have had the lead, though. Yeah, though, like, three kills is good, and if you can just condition the Galacticos of, hey, we're going to be fighting B a lot, you don't have a Cypher or a Killjoy, you just have a Chamber Trap, we're just going to keep pushing that and punishing your, like, lack of Sentinel utility. You'll just see whether Galacticos really mind that or not. Their bonus is pretty much non-existent. It's effectively an eco.
Paranoia thrown out from both ends. It's exchanged, but Diamant this time are given the delicacy of space. What can they do with it, though?
Take flight.
Going for the plant, and it's looking like a fast retake, especially with the Paranoia.
It is really fast. At least the Aldrone found some early info, pays a bit too far out of his depth, gets caught. Ipot as well, finds the same fate. Pretty back of sight, only good for one. The spike is smoked off though. Diamant looking to see if they can spray. Zitcher, an alternative angle, as 2 are on Mound, misses his shots, very crucial shots to miss. Although Gramick finds one, there's no more gravity wells to throw at the problem, but it's not like he needs them, as lead is his best friend, and Diamant find their way on the board this half.
The IGL having to clutch out in the end. One of the main reasons why Astra's still so good on this map, just setting those post plants up, but it's another almost uncomfortably fast round from Diamant. You could just sort of feel like they were over-fighting, over-engaging. And up against a bonus where Galacticos effectively had 0 money, it comes down to just one player surviving from Diamant.
Let's make them dance.
Epop, having a showstopper, might just choose to send it B main. That's where Diamant have been putting a lot of pressure early.
As he holds it on for a retake. Instead, it's destructive to take an early aggressive stance. Places his smoke in a way in which he could perhaps have a favorable fight, but not much of an escape point. But his teammate Masik as well is fairly deep on C. That's not where Diamant are heading towards though. And walking inwards on A. And they're no quiet about it. Very well and truly announced their presence. Showstopper coming in from behind, and I can very much understand why you said oh no, because this attack quickly crumbles under the pressure. Can Westside clutch it up? Destructive drops. Waiting for Masik's approach. Smoke falls. Westside in the open. Sticks around. Oh, this is tough. Uncomfortable. Door opens to create question marks on the Galacticos side. Smoke drops. Another Nano Swarm falls in, but that also gives away Westside's position. Nano Swarm broken. The defuse will come underway, and Galacticos right back on the driver's seat. Westside, yeah, picks up a couple of kills, but that's not what matters at this instance.
It's a question now for Diamant what they want to do. Everybody on Galacticos has gone down. They win the round, sure, but it means that the money's but rough. Half armor in a lot of cases. It's just that one rifle that Westside is looking to take into it. It's a brutal fight. I don't know how Epod's able to get 2 here. Diamant, they slow things down a little bit more. They show themselves on A main, and instantly the call for Galacticos is to have the Silver and the Breach go on site to just fight it dead on. And it almost backfires.
This time it's Pays to amp up the pressure, but he only takes the B site alone. Late reinforcements, Destructive and Epot get caught outside of C. Troubling for Galacticos. Diamant, though, might want to stabilize after this or get a 2-head of themselves and allow Lurzi to double up. But at least Pretty knows where Masik is and will take care of him. A bit too chaotic for any viewers liking to understand what's going on, but Diamant get it covered.
I mean, it's great. I think it's a spectacle for sure, seeing these both teams like almost sort of playing at pace. It's like when you do public speaking and you end up talking too fast, right? And you just rifle through your words. Valiant have sat watching this, being the other team in this group, must be rubbing their hands knowing that these teams are starting to really feel the heat. Valiant with those kind of players, They've got the experience of these kind of moments. But still, Lur's able to get 2 there. It's low by a round. Frustrating stuff for Galacticos because they were starting to come back into it, and Pay's just getting massive. It's an eco for them too. Double digits for Diamant, looking to be 11.
And albeit Galacticos' efforts to draw things back and the streak of rounds they got at the middle of this game doesn't seem to matter as much. Westside, great opener. It doesn't really allow the opportunity for a trade. Ipot will always be dangerous, and I think that's something Diamant will just have to deal with for the rest of this game. Glove lurking in the shadows. He's trying to be a shark in the depths of waters to try and take down someone with them, but no. Won't be happening now. And Destructive will walk in exactly where a teammate did earlier, and Zitsha will do the exact same thing and pick him up.
Good stuff for Diamant. Not only just keeping the money in check, but ultimates are starting to look really good for them. Lockdown, Cosmic Divide, and a second timer actually coming in for Galacticos. I now feel like we're starting to see that aggressive side of Diamant. Like, if we had seen this a little bit more on Sunset, we might not have even gone this far. But there's a lot more, like, aggression. The tempo that they're playing at is just night and day difference to both Sunset and Haven. The showstoppers used off the rip, executing sights pretty much straight away. You wouldn't have thought that this Galacticos team, the Turkish representative of this like Ascension playing tournament, would be outpaced.
Yeah, I think it's what the analyst desk was alluding to earlier, right? If the teams focus on a more forcing style, not really thinking about what their opposing team is doing, but more focus on their own stuff and sort of force the opposing hand, it just works a lot better because you don't know what to expect. You never played against this team, at least on an official setting. It's not an easy scenario, and I think that's definitely advice that Diamant have taken from the start of Haven.
Duelists are living up to the expectations head to head.
Yeah,
so Destructive's low, but he's got 16 assists.
Yeah, that's true. Cosmic Divide brought out. I wonder how far forwards Galacticos will want to play within it. What? Blinking, you miss it. Diamant already infiltrated backline still. Galacticos begging to differ. Hunter's Fury to assist with the defensive efforts. Pay's thinking about planting on the spike there, but instead a lockdown is dropped instead. Shock Dart not quite landing where it could have done ultimate damage. Ipot has to drop and hands over the advantage to the opposing side.
The nade is just going to slow that down as well.
Oh dear! Rolling Thunder and Aftershock. Westside's going to have to keep his teammate alive, and that's exactly what he'll do. I had no idea he collected 4 kills this round, but damn, that was impressive.
The whole team has been super impressive now at this point. Just to be able to sort of come back, reverse sweep their way, claw it back on maps that they were their pick. They ended up losing. But just the read, like it pulls in Galacticos like a moth to the flame. Give him a little pocket to fight around and they will. But the Rolling Thunder retake the attempts. Vera's going to be frustrated.
Yeah.
But I think they were just outplayed that one.
And the coach is allowed to be animated, while the players, on the other hand, need to keep their cool. 5 rounds in a row would be required. Every map, every series counts in play-ins. You want to get the first spot out of your group to make it to play in offs. I don't know if that's actually what they're called. But yeah, only one spot can be acquired into Ascension, and you've got a lot to play against. You need a perfect game. Not much margin for error. Diamant, no, 1 round is required to put the series behind them.
Here.
I mean, Diamant have played 10 maps in 2 days. 13 in 3. Could be a lot more with Valiant straight after this game. Galacticos' buy is miserable.
Not very pretty, is it? But the shakiness of it could create some interesting changes to the playstyle, some closer fights. but now that I think of it, that wouldn't be too different. It would be much more of the same. Switch around, they read low position, good recon, but there's no one to capitalize upon it. That's unfortunate for Galacticos, and the Diamant double back again into the B site.
Lots of good potential positions for Galacticos to retake on this, so it's just choosing your battles, playing together. Gonna try and go for a secret, but the stun from Astra just stops him.
Still, Pays and Gramic seem to have the crossfires covered. Galacticos losing one player after the other. Destructive with his final effort gives Diamant the win in the end. A reverse sweep to mark the first win in play-ins. An excellent effort. A very laboured series, a difficult one, but I think it shows perfectly what Ascension is all about.
Oh yeah, exactly. Seeing a region like East just bringing everything together, right? That they had the structure early on. It was almost their downside on Sunset because they were way too passive. They were giving way too much respect over towards Galacticos at the start of the series. Yet this map, they were taking good map control. They were like cutting noise and then just exploding out of crazy positions. The double control is starting to work marvelously for them, but they have to do it all again against Valiant after this.
Yeah, just a reminder for everyone, 3 games are always being played simultaneously from the 3 different groups playing in Ascension play-ins. Today we are following Diamant for the first 2 apparently, going in with Group B, but there are a lot more going on, and that's what's being played on the official broadcast right now. If you want to do check around what is happening, go check our socials. There's surely some sort of link somewhere to where you need to be if you're missing out on your favourites team action. But for now, thank you for joining us on this particular series. There's a lot more action where that came from.
Tell me you love me.
We close out the first series of the day with Diamant coming out on top despite losing the first map. Marcus, you said if Diamant make it to Lotus, they win this out. How does it feel to be right for once?
That would have been perfect if you didn't say for once. I'm always right. No, but look, I did say it, like you said. If it went to Lotus, I do think a Diamant are going to take it. I didn't think it would be in the fashion that we just saw. I feel like, especially being, what was it, 7-0 up, I think? 7-0, 8-0? It was a fantastic showing from Diamant. It's nice to see Galacticos actually finding what worked for them, though. That's always an important thing, right? Like, especially when you're that far down, you need to start trying to find something that worked, and it was obviously going to the A site, which we can touch on a little bit in a bit more detail soon. But look, looking at the scoreboard, Pace, fantastic performance from him. Westside, again, a beautiful performance. Did the chamber work, Meg, is what I want to ask you.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't want to say earlier because I know people in chat will probably be like, who is this silly woman? But I don't like Chamber. I've never liked him, especially as somebody who plays Sentinels often. I think it's so important to have someone that can maintain that map control and kind of, unless Chamber is working out with those aggressive picks, which I think, again, with the double controller being played by Diamant, he was kind of struggling to find those. I just don't think it was the right pick here. But listen, what do I know, hey? I'm just a silly screamer hosting for this for now. So yeah, that's my take.
Don't put yourself down. But look, we talk about Chamber. He is classed as a Sentinel. But let's actually talk to the one that plays not Chamber, but Killjoy. Westside is joining me for an interview. Westside, how you feeling, man?
Hello, bro. I'm feeling actually amazing. What can I say?
Honestly, you guys as a team have always impressed me, and I feel like coming in at second seed was a shocker for me, right? But I just want to ask you, how as a team did you guys deal with kind of losing your map pick and then also being down on the second map as well?
I mean we are trying each map to reset for the next one, so we are starting with the mindset like it's still 0-0, so we are not gonna snowball like with a bad mood or something, so we just reset every time. It doesn't matter if we win or lose, just keep 0-0.
Perfect. Yeah, and I think if there's one person on your team that is the one that keeps the vibes the highest, who would it be, would you say?
I would say me, or maybe Pace. Me or Pace, yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to say a very nice job on the win. It was so amazing watching you guys play. But my question for you was, how confident were you guys coming into play-ins off the back of the loss with the grand final?
I mean, I feel like we were really confident because like we worked a lot on the place we are right now. Like I know we are capable to actually winning everything if we just manage to like pull out what we can. That's I think we just go for it, so we'll see.
Yeah, and you definitely showed that in today's series. But you talk about confidence. Do you guys think that you could be contenders for the top 3 at least here?
Yeah, I think yeah.
Mm-hmm. Maybe go all the way.
I mean, I feel like we can be like the top 3, but we are of course aiming like for the higher place. We are aiming for the 1. We are. Of course, our dream is like to go to the Ascension main stage, and yeah, I mean that's it.
Perfect.
I love that. I feel like that's the confidence that we want from you guys, especially being in play-ins, right? Keep that confidence nice and high. I just want to talk. You mentioned about Pace, right? Being kind of the vibe merchant, the vibe setter. He's to me, it kind of feels like he's like the new kid on the block, but he's got superb aim. His game sense is crazy. How is he playing with him? Is he a nice addition?
I mean, it's nice playing with Pace because he's actually aim-wise, like mechanically, he's actually gifted. And when he's on this duelist, when he's going into the side, he's gonna make the space for you to go and follow and trade him. He's the kind of the player that you're not scared to go behind him.
Yeah. unlike like ranked teammates in
Yeah,
games,
I mean,
right?
like,
You're
you
kind
know,
of-
when you go ranked, you just say, I mean,
I just want to also ask, when it comes to Pace's actual plays, does he have much input on what he says? Like, if he wants to do something, does he kind of have control over that, or is it more of like an IGL coach
Yeah.
sort of thing?
yeah, I mean, when Pace feels like he wants to do something, I mean, we're just trying to follow the call and to not cancel it. And yeah, I mean, he's the playmaker sometimes, you can say.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we should keep you for any longer, Westside, because of course you guys have got another series coming up to
Yeah.
go and prep for. But thank you so much for coming by and letting us interview and asking you some questions. But yeah, good luck for your next series.
Yeah, thank you very much, and see you after next games, I guess.
Bye bye. What a legend. What an absolute legend. I mean, let's talk a little bit more about the game off the back of that. Is there kind of anything that you wanted to kind of talk about or highlight, Marcus, from Lotus?
Yeah, again, I want to touch on a little bit about Galacticos, right? Obviously, we can always talk about the team that win, but you mentioned to me that watching that game, it was a struggle for Galacticos to kind of find their footing, right, in the first half. But they ended up being able to find so much space on the A site.
Yeah.
Can you kind of tell me why, do you think? Was there anything that you noticed that was kind of like, okay, this is why they're having success here?
I honestly just think that, you know, we've seen Galacticos be incredibly aggressive in their kind of like gameplay, in their attack side. And I think that they just found easier to kind of finally take that space and break through and then get onto the site and play an effective post plan. I think it really plays into their aggression. Like A site for me is always a very scary map, because I think if people aren't contesting rubble or like that A main, you know, and somebody comes flying in double satchels, you're kind of going to give it up, maybe play a retake. And I think therefore Galacticos were able to take that site a lot easier and then play a good post plant, because yeah, literally all 4 rounds that they won on attack side were on A site. So, you know, maybe at least they'll take that away if they're playing Lotus against other teams. The A site is their king on A site, you know.
They are.
They do very well.
Yeah, it was kind of their playground, A site. But let's drift away from that side of the map. We're going to go over to the C site now, which is where I just want to have a look at a round in particular, which you guys probably remember. It's the round with the Astra Wall.
Nice.
The Astra Wall and the Rolling Thunder. So it's round 19. So notice how the Cosmic Divide is up, and then the lockdown goes down. iPot is just trying to go for one here. He wants to keep it a kind of an even matchup. Doesn't find one. Westside manages to pick iPot up, and then look at this. Lurdy is so ready on the Rolling Thunder to then go in to retake the site. But look, only one of them goes onto the site to plant the bomb. It's so well played from Diamond, because in their head, they're like, okay, they're probably going to give it their all. They know they have Rolling Thunder. You go to the site. We know they can't be close because of the lockdown.
Yeah.
Let's just play it nice and safe. You go plant the bomb and we'll see if they're Rolling Thunder. And the way they stayed off site and just held that crossfire from Waterfall was beautiful. And it was such a nice way to kind of solidify the dominance that we saw Diamond have.
Yeah, I do think maybe that's where Diamond kind of like had the upper hand, was maybe with their kind of knowledge of what util and what kind of ults were in play. Because I think there was a couple of times that I mentioned that every single time that Pace has Showstopper, he instantly double satchels and he's straight onto the site. And I was kind of like, why are Galacticos still playing close when Pace has his ult? Like, yes, obviously, it's not 100% secure that Pace will get a kill off that, but like throughout all of the maps in this series, the minute Pace has that ult, he's going. You ain't stopping him, bro.
You ain't.
Yeah, so I just feel like maybe going into future games, like if Galacticos maybe take a little look at like the enemy team's ults and util and what they have to play with, and potentially kind of like adapt a little bit more off that, then maybe they'll come out with a stronger foot.
Yeah, I think
that's the same.
adapting is definitely the key thing. And look, we have to remember though, guys, Galacticos are not out. It's a round robin group stage, so they still have to play the other team, right? So they need to get a win in this one. They need to get a win, because if they don't take first position of their group, they can still try and go for that second position, right? And then they go into another group stage of all the second positions tomorrow.
And again, I think it's really important to mention that Galacticos, they were kind of the front runners for the first half of the game, you know, coming out with the 8-4 half, which was every single game, but for the first two, they were the ones on 8 rounds. So that, you know, they definitely know how to kind of start off strong and then maintain the momentum, but just potentially it would be great to see that come through for all 3 maps, if they do make it to 3 maps on the next series.
Yeah, I actually do think though from this series, we actually had some, I would say, the best maps to watch. Yeah. Personally, from my point of view, as someone that enjoys watching Valorant from an analytical point of view, I do think that those maps were the perfect ones to be able to kind of see how the teams are beginning the group stage, right?
Anyway, enough of us for now. We're gonna head to a very short break as we get prepped for the next series, which is Diamond again, but this time versus Valiant.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your sleepy here, talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be
Welcome back, everybody. Now, before we get into the nitty-gritty for the next matchup, we're actually joined by a very special guest to talk through some of the games that have been going on in the background. So, Milan, come over, let's have a chit chat, because you've been paying attention to the game going on in the background, which is KPI versus R8. So run us through what's been happening over there, Milan.
Meg, I am so incredibly KPI pilled after that performance. They were ridiculous, right? It's one of those teams that maybe we expected to be on the main stage of Ascension and kind of avoid these play-ins when coming into the season, or even like after halfway point. They didn't. They're here in play-ins now, and they're here to play. Like, these guys, they're ridiculously good. They have so much, like, a healthy mix between players who've been around for a very long time, bringing youngsters in such as Sayonara, you know, veterans, Keyless, and dude, they were ridiculously good today. I think we have some highlights. Bisk on that first map of Lotus carried his team on both attack and defense, and then for this, him and Sayonara, you can see it kind of in these highlights clips, right? They were just killing everybody left, right, and center.
Chamber, Meg.
This is the chamber we didn't see on Lotus.
We literally just had a conversation about how the chamber wasn't kind of making an impact on Lotus, right? And then you've just come in here to show us a whole chamber highlight reel on Lotus. I feel like you've done that on purpose, Milan, no?
So now I look silly. Thank you, thank you, Milan.
Definitely not to make you look. I think when you look at Chamber, right, a lot of this value just comes from being able to destroy everybody. And if you put a player like Bisk on that agent, you know, I mean, maybe not so much for you, Marcus, but for the average player, you know, you get a lot of value out of that agent if you kill, right? And that's exactly what Bisk did. And even today, like, both of them, they were so ridiculously good.
Look at the stats.
Yeah.
It's
Look
insane.
At them. I mean, you mentioned Sayonara, right? Like, you wanted to touch on Sayonara a little bit. You kind of said, I mean, I feel like we're focusing on Bisk, right, being incredible on the chamber, but then when you look at overall, this guy had 300 ACS and he wasn't on duelist both games. He was on a Raze and a Sova, Milan.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when this kid got picked up by KPI, all of us, you know, we had high expectations. Obviously, I think his first game that he played with them, they won the Split 1 finals, and sure, Split 2 was maybe not as convincing as the first one. Then to come into Ascension players and to do this on your first series against one of the best teams in the field is ridiculous. And I think this kid, no matter what, has a super bright future ahead of him.
Didn't he replace Purpo? He replaced Purpo, right, on the KPI roster. And I feel like they're already some big shoes to fill. Because obviously we know Purpo's gone up into tier 1 that he's had. So it's kind of like a young kid having to fill some shoes that we kind of already are like, okay, let's see what he can do, sort of thing. Yeah, that was impressive from Sayonara.
Sure.
Well, Milan, listen, we'll probably touch back in with you a little bit later about the games that are still going on in the background. But for now, we need to say goodbye and we need to get ready for the next match.
See ya.
Thank you, Milan. Okay, let's talk about the next map coming up. So this is Diamond again, but this time versus Valiant. So, you know, kind of we're going into this, I guess, already knowing how Diamond have been playing, what they've been up to. I haven't got much intel on how Valiant have been doing in the background, because, wait, they haven't played yet, no?
Valiant haven't played today, no. They're gonna be playing this game, and then they're gonna be playing the following game, which we aren't gonna be watching on stream. So at least we do get to have a look at like this game, right? But I feel like there's pressure on Diamond now, because Valiant, I don't want to say it's the most competitive league, but I feel like they have come from maybe the most competitive league, which we will touch on very soon, not right now.
I just want to interrupt you there, Marcus, because I do want to say, you know, Diamond coming into this, having to play another best of 3 off the back of the series they just played. I feel like at this point they're in the swing of it, because I mean, I feel so bad for them because they have had a bit of a couple of days, because a couple of days ago they played a best of 5 and then they went into the grand finals the next day, played another best of 5, and now they're here playing 2 best of 3s back to back. So do you think that's going to work in their favor because they're kind of warmed up and they're really in the swing of things, or do you think at this point they're probably feeling it a little bit?
I think Diamond are actually going to take this in their stride, and I genuinely think after beating Galacticos, who we know is an experienced team, yes, it wasn't a knockout, but it's obviously a group stage, I feel like they're going to be keeping the momentum high. I feel like pace is like fully ready. Like I reckon he's shaking with excitement to kind of get back on the set. Well, probably not shaking. He's probably like, guys, I need a 10-minute break, please.
Yeah,
please.
Honestly, they need to go outside, just have a breather. But I mean, as well, talking to Westside, they were definitely pumped, feeling good off the back of their win. You know, kind of coming back from one map down. So you know, they're definitely ready to take on Valiant in this next few games. So yeah, very, very exciting. But to talk about Valiant, we thought it would be appropriate to bring in a person who is a very knowledgeable man and knows a lot about Valiant. So we've brought in Soul Chains to give us the ins and outs on Valiant. Hello, Soul Chains, how are you?
Hello, I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I mean, feel free to crack on, get started. Talk to us a little bit about
We want
Valiant.
to know everything. We brought you on because you are the Valiant man.
I mean, I am kind of the Valiant man, but yes, this is a team that is dear to my heart, Valiant. It's a team that came in Challengers France last year in 2023. They had a good year last year, but now they are even better. They brought in Jesse to replace Paul V from the Coupe de France, and they've just seemed to improve ever since. Like they ended up on the first split on third place, and now they are in second. I believe they can go on and take everything and go to the main stage.
Oof. That's some big words, and let's see if they can actually keep up with what you're saying. I kind of want to touch on the final that Valiant played up against Job Life. Now, I personally didn't get to watch it, but can you kind of give us some secret intel about what you're expecting Valiant to maybe change? Because I feel like when you look at the roster of Valiant, I do feel like it should have been closer than 3-0, or maybe I'm underestimating Job Life.
I think you're more likely to underestimate Job Life than like overestimate them. Like it's just that Job Life just played perfectly on those 3 maps more than Valiant were liking anything. Like they obviously lacked something on the finals because they didn't manage to come back and do maybe a reverse sweep. But yeah, unfortunately for them, Job Life won just big performance day that day, and they just took every good fight, and like you can see they could read them really well. So that could have helped the fact that also they weren't playing the game the day before. Like Valiant played right after Job Life had already completed their first series, so gave them an advantage.
Well, I mean, in my opinion, you know, sometimes losing that hard to a team can really kind of give you a kick up the bum and bring you into this with a fire underneath you. So let's head to Map Vetoes and talk a little bit about what we're seeing here. So similarly to the last series, Diamond have banned Abyss off the get-go. They're not messing about here. They don't want to be playing Abyss today.
I want to see Abyss. Don't you?
I would like to.
I want, what do you think about Abyss, Soul Chains?
On my side, I don't want to see Abyss for Valiant because they haven't played it in any officials yet. So it might be a map that is like a must ban for them as well. So I mean, I've seen Diamond played it in the regular season at the end of the playoff stage, I think. So yeah, Valiant are definitely going in a disadvantage if they pick Abyss. While if they just go for the basic stuff, so yeah, Icebox, Bind, these kind of maps, those are like confidence pick, they are like basic stuff that you can do on it, so it's easier for them to read and it's less risky, like to maybe die from a fall to your death.
This is interesting though, because so Valiant have played 6 games on Icebox and they've got a 50% win rate. And Lotus being open, they're actually unbeaten on Lotus. They're 5-0 on Lotus. So I do wonder if Lotus is floated, which it is. So I do feel like this whole, I don't know, map veto could potentially go the way of Valiant if they take the first map, maybe.
It's definitely a good map pick for them. Like they have like some maps that they are confident with. Like you said, Lotus is a good pick for them. They also have a pretty decent Icebox record. So this is like pretty good for them. They have confidence picks going into this map, so into the series, sorry. So it's definitely going to be an interesting series to follow. Diamond are definitely also very strong on all these maps. So we'll see which one like masterize their fundamental and will maybe be the most consistent for the series.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be very important here for Diamant to kind of like kick things off and win that first map, because like you said, a lot of these maps are really, really strong for Valiant, you know, 100% win rate on Lotus and also Bind as well. And they've played a few games on both. So I definitely think Diamant do need to come out here and take that Icebox in their stride and yeah, take it home and win it. So we shall see. I mean, is there anything that we wanted to kind of touch on before we head into Agent Select?
Reyna.
Okay.
I want to say it. I want to say it because we may as well hype up the Agent Select, right? I've noticed that they are running a Reyna solo duelist with a Sova and a Gecko to back up the Reyna. Now, as a Reyna main back in 2021, after being flamed so much for it, tell me right now, Soul Chain.
Rightly so.
Tell me right now, why is Reyna kind of maybe working for them on Icebox?
I think it can work. Like they used it in Pacific like a lot of times. So, like Reyna is good to take space with Alia, and especially with like smokers like Viper, when you use like a wall, it's like a really good stuff to just cross over. Like you don't need to cover your eyes for a flash, or you just don't need to look away. It's just look forward. The eye will do its stuff, so you just need to protect it. So they've tried it in playoff, it paid off. So now they just need to try and prove it can still work on different teams in EMEA.
Well, you never know, because I know, you know, my good friend Durka, he used to play Reyna on the Icebox as well, and he switched that up. I think it was for kind of like the ISO Yoru combo with Alfaya, or just the ISO. So I wonder if they're going to cook up a different duelist play here. Oh!
They are. Every time I talk about something I want to see, the teams don't do it.
They're doing it to spite you. They have you in their ear right now, and they're like, listen, we really want to do so Marcus dirty here.
The breach is interesting though. Not having a Sova and relying on the Gecko for like the information with the flash, which I mean works, but solo on Icebox, I think that's quite tough. And obviously then Defo being on the jet. I did want to touch about Defo really quickly because this is the closest that he has been to returning to Tier 1 since he obviously wasn't in Tier 1 anymore. And I kind of want to, before we jump into the game, ask you, how come he struggled on that final against Job Life?
I mean, some games, like, players can have difficulties against each other. Job Life is definitely, like, a really strong team. They have a huge collective of each players being able to frag at each moment. Like, I feel like Valiant, they also have a great collective of players, with some of them, like, shining brighter than ever in some games. Like, I think of Jesse in one particular game in the regular season, he was a demon on that map. But yes, there are some games where players can tend to have some doubts, some pressure on their shoulder, even if it's like in grand finals. So I hope Defo on this day today is not the Defo that he was in the grand final. I hope he's better than ever, and definitely it's going to be a really interesting map for both teams, especially with Defo and Jet.
Well, it's Defo time to find out as we head. I'm sorry, I know everyone's probably going to cringe, but it's time to head into Icebox. Let's head over to you, Ryan and Pavlos.
I'm glad we're keeping the puns going, whether that's the caster desk or the analyst desk. We're doing great. It's a great day on the broadcast. And of course, you can't ignore the teams coming in. Of course, we saw a bit of Diamant, a great reverse sweep by them, showing their resilience. But now it's time to have also look at Valiant, see what they've got in store for us, because their journey in the French Challenger League wasn't as simple.
In that region as well, they can go from a certain spot, but here it's a hell of a task for Diamant. Now they've just played a pretty long but successful best of 3 up against Galacticos, and now they're going up against what could be considered one of the favorites for Ascension play-ins to make it 2 teams from the Revolution Challengers Leagues and 2 teams for France and Ascension.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult one to tell before seeing these 2 regions clash, these 2 teams clash, as we enter Icebox being the first map of this series. The desk was pretty adamant in the idea that Icebox might just be the map that determines this series as a whole, and a very much prerequisite for Diamant to get this win today. Same could go for Valiant. If they win this, it could be an easy way to upset the show. Let's get things started. Let it rip. Valiant on this attacking side, Diamant on defense, as we see an early aggression coming out from the Eastern team towards this left-hand side.
Not wasting any time to actually keep pushing and keep fighting. It's Jesse that's over here that's sort of forced to take a duel.
Whoa.
Finds the first kill, but eventually traded out by Zitcha.
Valiant will turn the pace towards this A site. As seems like Ramek will end up with an early kill due to the nanoswarms. But what else does this mean? At least it keeps things doable for Diamant to retake. The pressure is on them to get in quickly. Defo ends up on top, but Diamant are starting to shoot back. And like we saw in their previous series against Galacticos, they do perform well under pressure. And when there's so many fights happening at the same time, it's the wingman that will assist in the defusal endeavors as Diamant gain first blood.
Yeah, nice round for Diamant. Another interesting comp. We sort of saw them play through the last series with double controller all the way across. Yeah, opted away for it for the first time. It's Jesse that finds that first kill. He can't necessarily push up top mid because you got the breach there and he doesn't quite know what's being held. And the setup, the read for Diamant, they wanted to really push Valiant into just planting on the A site. The nanoswarms do a lot of damage as well. Grimmer. Actually moving the killjoy over towards B with that turret towards the top. Aggression that was on B last round, instead now on A.
Very subtle changes when it comes to the comp. Oh, look at this. Well, Pretty was the only one with a pistol for his team this round. Still makes it work, extravagantly so. Taking 2 players by himself. Westside on the other end has also found some impact and Valiant's efforts. And this endeavor will quickly be quashed. Westside has got it all under lock and key, and Jesse is being quite noisy in mid. Diamant know exactly where he is, so they'll probably go for the chest. The bot as well secures that info gather, and there you go to winner.
And they lose it one. Also, breach on this map is definitely a choice. Diamant Pretty playing mostly Fade, bit of Sky, over on Lotus. It's the stun here that really set up Pretty to get the 2k there. Just boxed them in a tube. I guess having the breach towards mid each time on the defense means that you can sort of anchor the killjoy on either B or A. Or it's looking like Diamant here on this bonus. Trap play set up potentially, but having the Gecko breach and Jet over towards B main.
This is seemingly like the best case scenario for Diamant if Valiant end up walking in here. Although that recon just reveals how much presence there really is, and they'll just back away.
It felt like Valiant sort of knew what this little set play was for Diamant. Just off the Jet getting contact, wait like 5 seconds, stun, Gecko flash. Valiant didn't dedicate too much, but just enough to bait it out.
Dizzy up first. Again, Valiant not finding it so simple to enter sites. Wherever they go, there seems to be some sort of a majority, but Devo's out for a walk. Bit of an excursion. Hasn't cleared too much ground, to be fair. Hasn't noticed if the B site is empty or not. Waiting for his team to make that maneuver. As they've left one player behind, 2 actually, towards this A site in case there's a push from Diamant.
All he's been doing is just holding, see if Diamant are going to push to take a bit more space, but actually no, it's backed off. Lurks everywhere for Valiant, but they're spreading themselves thin and the rotation isn't bought. Everybody's going towards that B site.
It could be a quick upgrade as well towards that A site. A Vandal to be collected, Wingman taken down, and the spike plant won't be as easy to put down, especially with 20 seconds remaining. Good balancing of util to keep Valiant on hot waters. Keep them guessing what they should be doing next. The spray comes in from the Guardian. Good read by Jesse to make sure that Westside is no more. Keeps things under a fathomable standpoint, but no. Jesse all to himself. A clutch would be required from him, but it's not something he has in his pocket. It's Diamant looking to secure a bonus round, something they've been getting a little bit used to doing ever since we saw their previous series.
Yeah, it was a bright start on Lotus, similar sort of thing. But you start to see why the breach is used here just when you have loads of teams running the Gecko. Just stopping the plant with nano swarms, making sure the wingman gets taken out. The aftershock can also help with that too. And with that wall on B, it just means that Valiant, they have that small window of time to actually plant the spike, but it gets delayed by nano swarms, mollies, the aftershock stuns. By the time you actually need to plant, there's no wall there. Valiant forced to eco. Pay's actually picking up the outlaw to try and punish this a little bit more. Same position he was in last round with a little set play. Stop watching towards the little hut.
Good position for the outlaw to be in.
I got eyes
a high
here.
low together with Pretty. Ping and where Pretty could be. Oh, not quite the timing that
Pretty
Hayes
goes
would have
down.
liked. That is true. Good early pick by Ambi.
Precarious position to die too, because that is a gun upgrade for Valiant if they want to go and fight it. But Pays can't necessarily contest it on his own. The Viper can help there, but you don't want to over-dedicate to just save one gun.
West side hiding out for the toxic screen, waiting for his team to arrive. Still Valiant are behind and haven't gotten the spike down just yet. Waiting to see if Diamant will react to anything, if they would potentially move away. That would be optimal for this French side, but no, instead they'll move in steady. Only one rifle available to them. Garmic doing a good job dealing with one so far, but little by little, Valiant are finding their faces into the snow. Quickly picked up one after the other. Some damage created, but Diamant aren't going to leave the pressure they've been inflicting so far.
No, it was a good adjustment. You sort of see some other teams potentially just panic in those instances and over-dedicate. Valiant did get the gun upgrades. Didn't really get into a solid position though. You can tell that Diamant definitely warmed up. The difference between that first map loss on Sunset earlier today versus now, it's a lot tighter gameplay. And I haven't even got the chance to be like, Defo's in the server. It's great to cast Defo again.
It is, isn't it? What? Since last time we saw him in Masters 3 years ago?
Yeah, it was that year, Mech.
Mech? Well. Ambi on a different angle, trying. Look how fast Diamant have switched up the pace, but this time Valiant are ready for it. It ends up exploding in Diamant's faces, and there's even an extra position as a guarantee. This is brilliant. Well thought out here by Valiant, and it's a great way to get back in the game.
Yeah, Diamant, they've been playing at various paces at this point. Here they get aggressive. Everything was just set up in a good spot. We sort of mentioned with Galacticos, like the players that were on that roster, right? The experience they've had in Tier 2 and Tier 1. Valiant, you got to say the same. You got Ambi that's been on Giants and stuff before. Jesse that was on the OG team. Defo feeling like he doesn't need too much of an introduction, realistically. International event winner. Up against a team that is already sort of giant killed today. He could do it again. Valiant, aggressive actually with the flash to use it instantly.
Just clears out some early space.
Yeah, Diamant either read it or just very lucky to not be in that position.
I got eyes here.
Good backward position taken up by Diamant, you're right. And now Swarm taken down. And it definitely shows the intention of Valiant to move into this B site. Well, they've left Tescus over onto A. Bit of a cheeky angle.
Poison's off.
In this one, Diamant don't want to necessarily fight that B main aggression head on, so they got to take space elsewhere. Looks like Grimmack is just going to stay in this spot and the B execute's going to come through. There is a Viper's pit, but is Westside in a good position to use it?
Oh, the Rolling Thunder comes in straight away, reacting to the spike plant. But Valiant come out on top with a long distance trades. Getting a bit messy, a bit out of hand. Valiant are the ones on top. Will they commit to the B push? Or will they rotate around? Pays pushing inwards on top of the Mosh. Taking a position into yellow, but it does cause his teammate Zitcher to lose his life. A Cloudburst can only keep you alive for so long, but as Ambi enters it himself, it allows Valiant to double up their score.
It's strange, Diamant. This was the thing that was going wrong with him on Sunset before, right? When the map starts to slow down a lot, Diamant tend to overextend, or like they're fighting towards yellow and they're being aggressive, but the spike wasn't even planted at this point. The spike left on the ground there. either don't need to be pushing up on that fight or you need to be finding space elsewhere. It just felt that Valiant, despite them not able to get the plant down with 30 seconds left, they were the comfortable ones.
Pays only spotted. Oh, Hunter Shuri off the back of that tag. And it's enough to get the early kill. Well, Valiant continue with that push. No, with Pays showing himself and lurking out, getting a kill. Stabilize the Endeavor.
Nice setup
They
here.
did have a back and forth way of playing on this icebox attack.
Ooh, the rotation though. The decision is coming in for Diamant to actually push and fight mid, but it has isolated Westside to be playing on his own. He did have the support from the Killjoy over on B, but they've opted against it, but he's backed out.
Yeah, this time Diamant won't be contesting this one. I'll just throw some little bits and pieces of utility. The Snakebite a bit overshot. But we'll be looking at a 4v4. Both Viper Spit available and ready, if need be. We can already see one of them used. Pays looking to take the high ground, but he can't really see anyone. Not even defuse halfway, just on time, shut down by Nesca. But this means Diamant are in big trouble, and they need to try and find these kills quickly. But the element of surprise doesn't seem to be working for them just yet, because Valiant are grouped up together, and together they will take these fights. Westside is low, but a bullet to the head will seal the deal for him, and Valiant haven't dropped a round in 3.
Yeah, these B main executes just too much to deal with right now. Diamant finding the first kill, just wanted to adjust. They back off to try and take mid control, but any space they had to try and hold on to B main, they gave up naturally. It was just Sakaka getting that first kill with the Hunter's Fury towards A. Now, money is still good for Diamant at this point. Switching it around to be more set up towards A, being aggressive in that position. Actually, Bladestorm play, taking top mid control.
Well, B has been working out for them on these post plans. We haven't seen too much A action, but Diamant this time around seemed to have read it a bit early. Or they've just positioned in mid to be ready to adapt to anything that Valiant does.
Yeah, just shutting down late lurks and stuff. But that's not really been an issue for Valiant. That's not their win condition. Their win condition is just not even planting on B. It's just keeping this pressure up like they're doing now and almost forcing players like Westside to take bad fights when you don't have the support. If anything, I think Diamant are overcompensating on mid. I think Valiant are exploiting that nicely. Even just the Eldron to clear some of these angles out. It is raising questions, and you can see Diamant keenly looking more towards A, and it's only one player over there. Valiant are playing this map perfectly.
30 seconds left.
They haven't quite won the round just yet, although it's funny to see how it's putting Diamant on their toes. Putting pressure. Oh, Sidekick won't be checking rafters. And that's where Pretty will hide, and little by little Valiant are falling further behind when it comes to the players. Good little bro gets a spike down, but it's a long way to go here for Valiant, as all the players are looking to approach, and they're not going to be stopping anytime soon. They've amped up the pressure. Defo back of sight, he's low on health and already shot down at a distance. Ambi trying to make some heroics work his way, but Jesse only has his snake bites to assist him in trying to hold this clutch and make sure that Spike is being defused, but no. The wingman plants it, and the other wingman will defuse it, as Diamant maintain their lead.
Yeah, the adjustment, nice for Diamant. You're sort of looking at Sakake putting that pressure towards A, 3 people looking at it, but just at a point, whether it was the initial peak that came in from Westside on that Viper on B, everybody rotated just in time. They played around the lockdown. I also really liked the pace, was nice and patient there. He dashed in early, but he just held the back of yellow. I feel like we've seen Diamant just play at every single pace imaginable, but Valiant is not afraid to, raise some questions, manipulate the map quite a lot.
Oh.
Or just straight up fight like they are now.
Last time Diamant went aggressive didn't quite work out, and I feel like this time might be just much the same. Zitch up, very far forwards. won't be able to get away with his life. Difficult one. The Aftershock ends up with a kill instead. I think Sake was using his owl drone, so he wasn't quite aware of the status quo. And down to a 2 versus 2.
Big question now is if Pretty's going to fight this alone. Rimac is just holding mid, maybe to hear the footsteps, but it has meant that this is a 2v1 effectively on site.
Valiant are taking the fight to Pretty. Or are they? Defo is, and Defo will win it. Leaving Garmek to himself.
I don't know if they're expecting this. Never mind.
Never mind. They very much were. And this is becoming a bit of a back and forth game.
Surely a Diamant timeout would be nice here. We saw them take a timeout after losing 1 round on Lotus, being 7-0 up. Here they were 4-0 up, and it's the last 4 in 5 for Valiant. No timeout needed, just an adjustment. Really is just like where Diamant are taking these fights is the problem. Like, you have to gamble, sure, but it just feels like there you're in a 2v2. Just play it together. Play it together.
Well, Defo's having a hard time breaking Timmy the turret. Finally he's able to succeed in his task. Hayes? What's he up to?
The only thing that's been working, hasn't it? Just him pushing A main. He's always been good for one.
When the rest of the team does it, it's not as pretty. A bit too far out of his depth, so make sure he falls back where he can reach the bottom.
Maybe it's to get the orb for Zitcher as well. Both Geckos have their ults. And Rolling Thunder almost for Pretty, but I wonder where you actually position this really on a site like A Icebox.
The way Valiant have slowly played so far has to be painful for Diamant, and not very comfortable to play up against one detained to maybe paint to bait. Oh, but Defo finds some space to walk into and will keep things up for Valiant. Thrash perfectly placed as well. And there's a counteraction to the early kill. A 4v4 and the Thrash still available for Valiant to bring themselves back in. Much towards a spike, diffuse halfway, and Wingman is left to do the rest. Does get shut down pretty quickly, but this is where the chaos will be unleashed. Only Pays alive for Diamant, and he has to deal with 2. Not an easy one at all, especially the 2 corners that Valiant have decided to take. They're just going to be menaces by just hiding away, not allowing Pays to do a thing. Equilibrium achieved.
Now the money's looking really tight for Diamant. Round 10, we're going into round 11. Again, really surprised, no timeout, but this is the Defo apologist in me. That's what he brings as a duelist. It's risky to go for that fight, but he catches West Side napping, but also he's in a position where he knows that he's going to have the Thrash chase after him, but it means that the Thrash gets used up first, and it doesn't clear any of the other positions for the post plant. It was still close, it was still a good effort for Diamant, but that's just Defo not only being the tip of the spear, but being the tank, taking all of the threat, all of the attention, letting Valiant and the rest of the team set up.
Deploying drone.
I feel if you could describe Valiant's playstyle, it would be slow and steady wins the race.
Toxin screen down.
That's basically the name of the game for them. This time Pays doesn't aggress to Ray, he does through on Tube. Jesse sort of expects such a position, and he ends up getting the win instead. He does get tagged by the operator. It's not enough to take him down.
The Outlaw, wasn't it? So it's just a 10 HP.
Ah, it was an Outlaw. Fair. I saw a scope gun. My head said operator.
Still like attacking Thrash and a Bladestorm for Defo, but I don't think he really needs to use it now. Thrash is going to clear out some of these angles. Does get the player there, but this feels like it's setting up the Viper as bait. And actually, I think Valiant are like, something's up. We're actually going to move back towards B.
Especially because Nescas was able to push so far forwards, gain a lot of ground, and gain information that there's not much presence in B.
Rimac hears it though, he hears all the footsteps.
Calls his team to approach quickly. Thing is, if Diamant want to have a chance in this round, they're going to be very accurate with their guns. They are lacking in that department. Yeah, not too bad of an idea from Valiant, just taking things safe, playing it all together, bunching up.
Especially when you've got the breach still alive after shocking that position, just take it out so they'll just plant somewhere tucked in.
Sure. Did Zitcha just say watch me? Because we're watching.
They shot my wingman.
Wingman shot, so he knows at least where one is, but tries to figure out Defo's position, and in the meantime, will have to lose his life. Valiant have gained the lead here, Ryan. That's not what I expected when I saw the first 3 rounds of this game.
Yeah, and it's just, again, like Diamant, just no moments to really take stock of what's going wrong on this defense. Because it started off so brightly. But it's the small things that Valiant are doing here. Like, you've got 20 seconds left on the plant. So just doing it in a position that you typically wouldn't like in a post plant, which is making sure that you can confirm it going down. Even the wingman coming in to defuse, the Viper wall set up in such a way that you can just put it up and somebody can break the wingman without being at risk of being traded. Like, Valiant are, you know, dotting their I's and crossing their T's, that's for sure. That's literally been the difference, just the small little mistakes. There has been Diamant making the majority of them over the last part of this half.
Sake opting to fall back, respecting Diamant's presence. Oh dear me. Pays has just spotted a victim. And Sake doesn't know what's coming, but Timmy the turret lets him know.
Create some space for Sakake towards mid. He's going as the lurking Silver over in his position. There's a flank happening all the way around.
My ult is ready. Not only is it happening, but it's actually succeeding. And as Valiant actually completely 180 and turn towards him, isolate the threat, which they've done so to perfection. But there's another lurk in the making, and this time it's from the French side, where Zitcha is able to read, and now it's all stabilized. It's a 3 versus 3. The thing is, the Garmic is pretty far away and getting close to this fight. So it'll take a while until he comes into place, and Valiant have got the chance to reposition accordingly. Not much utility left for either team, but the Dizzy from Ambi might allow for an extra swing. Diffused halfway, they can't quite spray onto the spike's approximate direction. But Jesse left alone, and with a snakebite to throw onto the spike, it will not be enough to interrupt Westside from getting to the defusal case. And it will just allow Diamant to just close up the gap entirely. And by the end of this half, both teams are 6-6.
All square, all even, but not really when you're looking at the, I guess, routes that the team's got to 6 rounds on. Brilliant and bright start from Diamant after winning a really grueling series before this. Hoping to be done with this one as soon as possible. Valiant, no timeouts on either side. It was just the players making us adaptations. Valiant getting into the swing of things realistically. Now they're on the defense, and Diamant with this Gecko breach, seeing exactly what their plan is to try and execute onto these sites.
I mean, for Diamant, it might be a good thing that they can now control the pace, but it feels like it was the defensive that it was a strong suit in the previous series, where they just built a brick wall that their opposing side couldn't cross. But for Valiant, it's been a different story, and yet again, they're the ones who open up this round.
There's my buddy.
Out of charges.
Diamant now trying to switch the side of the map that they're putting pressure on, and Jesse is not actually afraid to just be eking, even if it's just for that information. He's backing out. Nobody's really in a spot to help or trade him. But he's still on the off angle, just in case the Diamant want to push past this Viper wall.
First to find contact is Gramic, but it's Westside that was closest to the fight and the one to put Diamant on the score sheet this round. But you need to keep your eyes out on Zitcha. He's the one cooking something up in the back lines. There is an alarm bot, so hopefully for Diamant, the Killjoy, Nescas, will die first. And that's exactly what happens. Zitcher kills him off from the back line. And now Diamant, the rest of the team, is tasked to holding back the rest of the attackers in this instance. Defo alone, but he has to be super quick with that fight, and he's not going to be that. Zitcher is able to read it, get on the back line again, and keep Diamant on top.
Yeah, both pistols, Diamant on this map. Their choice, Valiant, starting both halves at a deficit and having to claw it back. I guess they just really weren't expecting that the Gecko of all people would be the one on the middle lurk. Nescas just sort of walks out into space, takes a fight that probably shouldn't have. They're able to sort of cook on through, but considering Diamant, they lost that first player towards A main, they switched towards B nicely. Maybe Valiant's reaction was a little bit too slow there, realistically.
Oh, Gramek. He might have just been able to find himself a gap in the defense. Gone very deep into the speed side, and he's going to call his team over. The thing is, just very close to him, smelling distance away from him, is Jesse. Got a classic, sure, but it could be an early kill, though. It's who's going to surprise who, that's the question. And of course, it's going to be Gramek getting the early control of the speed site. It should be around for them.
Planted.
Diamant almost giving Valiant a taste of their own medicine with just this slow pace that they're playing at. Gramek can be a bit more aggressive. He only has the Sheriff to fight with. Actually pays just holding the flank from this distance. The positions that some of these agents are playing from Diamant are just so odd, but makes it so hard for Valiant to get a read on exactly what's going on.
It really is. But Diamant should be able to close this out with the superior weapons that they have, although Ambi has been able to close one of the Vandal holders' life. But Westside appears out of nowhere and just takes over. And the rest of the team will guarantee that Sake falls into the ground. 8-6, Diamant do win this pistol. It's important they've been doing so. If they haven't, I think Valiant's buy round will just be that much more impactful and be way ahead of them by now.
Zitcher's the one that's performing well alongside Westside. So I'm consistently on the main controller role. Now on Initiator, he's still putting up good numbers. Both teams definitely going off the beaten track of what's popular. Valiant a little bit more similar to what we typically see. Right now they're on that full buy. The bonus, however, is pretty good. It's pretty much 4 rifles, and Pays finding that first kill onto Defo might be able to give Pretty a gun to work with.
No wonder Diamant players like to rely on Pays here. Gets the feeling of what he wants to do and achieves it. Gramek also is able to avoid radar. And he's just sneaking up on Sake. Oh, the timing could be everything. Sake will end up being shot from behind. Oh dear me, this is not going how Valiant would have liked it to go. Pays is also dismantling everyone he sees this round. He's come online, and Westside wants to just bring this round to a close, essentially, as Diamant win the second bonus as well.
It's crazy to watch, isn't it? It's such a weird tempo of a map to be looking at seeing what they're doing, because everything just feels so like fluid. It's Alice in Wonderland right here, and we're right down the rabbit hole with these teams. Just the lurks upon lurks, the wraparounds, and Diamant consistently being able to find these little pockets of space to keep exploiting where there isn't a killjoy. Nescas can't get a hold of anything as this killjoy because people are able to sneak past.
You did good.
Valiant have grouped up together. At least they'll try and find strength in numbers. Thrash thrown in, and it's just enough to allow Diamant to clean up. They just like keeping track of their streaks, right? They've done a 4-0 beginning the previous half. They want to do it again. They did it on the defense, I believe, of Lotus when they were playing against Galacticos. It's looking pretty good.
10-6 scoreline.
Placing swarm grenade.
Hard now for Valiant to get themselves in a good position to pull this back, but this is their best chance. You have the operator on Defo. He's playing towards B main. And really, Valiant are just feeling so disconnected from each other. Great players. It feels like there's only one team in the server right now.
Yeah, maybe the key for them was the fact that they were able to control the pacing when they were on the attack, but now on defense, they're forced to react to what Diamond are throwing at them. They're not really finding too much success. Caught off guard by this offbeat gameplay.
This is a crazy early Eld run. Cake still has got the recon dart too. He's just trying to get something more concrete to work with, but even then you've got Nescas pushed up all the way here. Defo that's eking further and further out in B main.
Toxin screen down.
I mean, Diamant haven't spent any utility to cross so far forwards into A. Pretty's been spotted. Ambi is ready for it, but the Guardian takes the kill instead. It feels like Valiant are losing grip of this game, and Diamant are making sure that they take the grasp and the steering wheel instead to lead the team into victory on their own map pick. So far, though, Valiant haven't challenged any more fights. They're trying to figure out what the setup looks like instead.
He's just trying to hold on site to Viper Wall, trying to isolate him, so he's going to have to go for fights. It's an awkward, uncomfortable one. And he's just playing post plans for time, but the advantage for Valiant in numbers.
Both Nano Swarms available. The Snakebite has just been thrown in. It's going to be so difficult for Valiant to get onto that spike diffusal. And case in point, Nano Swarms thrown in one after the other. And another one won't be available for them, but there really is not much time, especially when Wetside wins both of his fights. This is Diamant online, unleashed, and ready to take on Ascension.
I mean, there must be some organizations watching Westside play and licking their lips. Check's already on the way because at least he's had this opportunity to show off, and he's done so in every single map, including the one that they lost earlier. Only it's timeout now, and the first that they've used. Both coaches have been impeccably quiet.
I mean, it's been about time, right? I think that's the fact that Diamant hasn't lost a single round has got to say something about Valiant's approach. They just haven't been finding the answers. They haven't been able to deal with what their opponents have been throwing at them. And it's time to get that read passed upon the players.
Romas ex-player himself. Reinhardt main from way back when in another game, but being on this Valiant team coaching for the past couple of years, that's one of the main things actually that's showing up a lot in Ascension play-ins is aren't teams that are just picking up players just for like a stage. Some of these players have been on these rosters for years now. They've built a home and a foundation, and that time that these teams have stayed together, mostly the cores at least, starting to work out quite a lot.
Just to point out, Westside is already on 20 kills. I mean, it's been a team effort by Diamant. Yeah, exactly. That's the point.
Let's say a player that might be underappreciated here is Gramat. IGL, some of the calling, some of the adjustments that have had to be made. Maybe on the defense, it left a lot to be desired towards the end, but here on attack, really just throwing a Valiant through a loop.
Yeah, Valiant are hoping they've got the read this time around, and it just feels, looking at the minimap, that they might. 4 players nearby. But this isn't without Diamant sending a feeler towards the other side of the map as well. Like, if they find no resistance going into A, they're going to call in the rest of the team to rotate over. Defo is resistance, though. Finds the early kill. Might be Valiant's way in. Aldrone spotting out more presence. Make sure that Valiant keep all the eggs into this basket. And it's B for basket, because that's the say Diamant are looking to push into. Still, though, Diamant win fights on every front. but they still maintain the pressure onto B. The spike goes down 3 versus 3. Valiant, they do start to drop from the skies. Pays keeps up the pressure, up just above his opponent, but Jesse ends up with 2 kills, and Westside is on the wrong side of the map to deal with this one, and there's no way his opponents will be peeking him as Wingman is dealing with a spike defusal. Finally, Valiant find themselves a round win on defense.
Trying to do a little bit more damage of Diamants. Their economy is good. You see Valiant's money, not necessarily that great. I don't know how Jesse's able to get the 2 kills there. And just Diamant, maybe like having Westside actually go over towards A to try and deal with Defo just means that you're a player down. And Valiant maybe taking a page out of what was working for Galacticos earlier. Just group together, play together. Even if you gamble on the wrong site, it means that we have everybody on the right page for a retake. Still a long way to go though with these rounds.
Sure.
Diamant, instead of playing slow and passive with these defaults, aggressive towards top mid.
I think that's one of the great things we spotted about Diamant is the fact that they're able to switch up the pace, have multiple modes, right? Different settings.
Take flight.
This is such a key thing for Diamant to keep doing, is just getting that Aldrun out early. Recon that was already used. Just keeping pressure there. It means that Defo or Sakake are going to have to stay in these positions. Pace just hoping that somebody overextends that he can get a kill. He's here on his lonesome. But he managed to find good timing onto Nescas, but he wasn't spotted quick enough.
Rolling Thunder only affects one of the 2 players defending there, but still, Zitch's bullets affect both of them. And Diamant maintain the lead. Mosh could put Pretty in trouble, but it gets out of dodge. There's even a lockdown available and a thrash. Diamant, they need to try really hard to lose this round.
Lockdown's even dedicated just to make sure that it can't go wrong at this point. Valiant's call might just be having to save because Spike has been ticking away nicely at this point.
You did mention Valiant's eco. It's not like it's mighty strength. There's a couple of players that won't be able to buy next round, so they need to make sure that they do have rifles to the other end, especially if one of them is the operator, and that's exactly what happened. So only the lockdown expended on that post plant out of the 3 available to them in that instance. So not too bad of a scenario for Diamant here. And not too bad being able to pick up more kills on the way out as well. 12-7. As Diamant are just 1 mere round away from closing down their own map pick.
They're true about the ults, but they also used the Rolling Thunder to get in and end the lockdown afterwards, whilst they had like the Viper's Pit up. So that was just the side of it. Valiant, like, they used pre-ults here. We can't really do too much about this realistically. Big stuff used, but you do have that thrash at the very least. Valiant, they just struggle to get anything going, really, it feels like. You would have thought that they'd be jumping for the opportunity. They got to watch the first series play out. Here they've just come in a little bit slow, I guess.
Oh, Hayes, look at this. That's not slow. Sakake will be able to deal with him. Pretty. Good early shots to at least give Diamond back in the chance, but Defo's operator line is too damn strong. Holds on. Gramek begs to differ, but this is a difficult task with the spike being heavily in defenders' lines. Good old college try, perhaps. Nothing much to lose.
Yeah.
Defo, slow pick swinging. Oh, that's not expected. Connecting 3 shots prior to this. Would have thought you would have continued with that pace. Gramek, where has that come from? And now has 2 to deal with. And he's just put ants in Valiant's pants. But Jesse makes sure that is no more and keeps his team hopes in this map alive.
They keep the up for Defo too. The money economy, it's worth doing. Diamant still got cash to work with. There are a couple of players that are on half armor, but should be fine at least. Meanwhile, Valiant in a bit of a bind to just have enough money for this potential last round. And Diamant, much like Valiant, saving these timeouts until the very end. It's always a risk when you have teams like this get onto match and series point that they start to overpace things a little bit. And Diamant have done such a good job of putting pressure around all parts of the map. But then they run into positions where they're doing too much and stretching themselves too thin. The thing for Valiant now is that you have Hunter's Fury, you've got the Viper's Pit, you've got Lockdown, you've got some great ultimates for this defensive side. And most stuff for Diamant was used in the span of 2 rounds. There's a real opportunity for Valiant to come back in. Defo's been doing a little bit better. Granted, the 2 op shots that he missed there didn't paint him in a great light, but Jesse is actually the Viper that's showing up both sides. It's a sort of flex role that's doing a lot of the work.
And given the streak of rounds we've been seeing from both teams, it's not at all impossible we're seeing Valiant getting 4 in a row. It's definitely within the realm of reason. Jesse to open things up. And he continues to reposition and find even more players. Diamant determined to hold on to the spike. But they need to be a little bit more careful with the decision making now, because slowly but surely they start running out of eco. They're not in trouble now, but they will be if they keep on losing rounds.
Down 2 players is major. Diamant trying to just full contact walk up, catch somebody by surprise. All 5 players alive and 3 big ultimates to use on a post plant and a retake.
It's
Valiant.
No. It's like Valiant know that the push is coming their way. Sake wasn't quite ready for it, but still it allows Garmek to get the spike down.
Bot coming back.
What can he realistically do here? Dizzy doesn't spot him to the back of sight, so he could only be close or extremely far away. Well, he was the former, but it ends up still being Valiant's win nevertheless.
Yeah, I feel like we're just seeing a lot of that kind of like CIS slow pace of play from both sides, to be fair. East isn't that far away, and Valiant have got players that have been in that region before. Gotta be frustrating when you've been near enough perfect, and we have seen glimmers, right, of Diamant even in the first half starting off strongly and then the score being even. Doesn't look like Diamant are gonna have the pressure on them at all today, but a big map win like this would go far.
Jesse was the reason Valiant won the previous round, this time avoiding that early contact. Cloudburst thrown to make Valiant think rather that there could have been a push there, but obviously with the alarm bot being nearby, they would have heard that, spotted it.
Yeah, Valiant haven't over-rotated because of that early B main pressure from Diamant. Defo is the perfect read with the operator, but he has missed a couple of these shots.
He has, but he's also connected a lot of them too. And this time will be no different. Together with the help of Ambi, they'll start to line up this defense. Diamant are considering whether they double back here or fully commit to the story. Westside is pretty good to this early kill. Sake able to avoid the mosh, but still he's got friends to work with now. And there's even a flank in the making if they're not too careful. Sakake caught out due to the nanoswarm. Down to a 3v3 with not much time to spare. Quickly left. Ticking down, 30 seconds. A spike only now being touched to the ground. Westside did have the high ground, but Jesse somehow reads that position. And Ambi now, due to being alive by his teammates, his Grace, can keep on the pressure. Zitsha keeping things ever so close, but he's losing health. And this lockdown is not gonna help either.
He's got to make a choice, and really the only one at this point in time is to play in jail. There's a nanoswarm that could clear him out, but they've got to get on the defuse too.
Yeah, it's anticipated he'll be that angle. Going too far away would have been too big of a risk and would have allowed Valiant to get in quickly. Good read by them. And like we said, it's not at all impossible that Valiant could close up this gap. But you need to keep in mind that One mistake and Diamant win.
Planted. One enemy.
Right now, it's been just them throwing the kitchen sink to try and get in on the site. Forcing plays, forcing moments, but yet that still was Valiant in a 5v3. I mean, it go relatively close and being forced to use the lockdown. Yes, you can, though. 4 other ultimates available for this defense. And just enough money for Diamant to get a half armor buy-in.
Yeah, Diamant can't only afford to get the spike down without any casualties. They need to get kills in the process. They need to force their opponent's hand. Otherwise, those ultimates will very much hurt.
Yeah, speaking of ultimates, that's what Diamant need to get online. Soon as they got pretty dry of those big ults. Haven't won a round in some time.
Well, the flash allows for the cross of 2 players. Timmy the turret doesn't give away that information, but Sakake just too smart on that, and Defo ready for the next pace has also been anticipated. Valiant are right back on track here, determined to bring things to OT without the use of a single ultimate. It's just a matter of Valiant reading exactly what Diamant wanted to go for.
All been pretty much perfect for Valiant since that Bromas timeout. It's just before there was loads of pockets of space. Nescas couldn't really get a hold on the map with his Killjoy utility. Here you can just tell that Diamant are just like, give us a crumb, give us some space to work with. But there's too many angles to clear. Valiant are super aware of what's going on. And it just looks at this point like Diamant are just... I don't even know how to describe it. That just everybody's trying to make individual plays to find an opening, find something to snowball. But it means that nobody's playing together. You've got people lurking on their own. And Valiant structure took a while to get online, but now it's working. And Diamant, they had 2 timeouts going into this half. They're about to use their second and final one.
And they're no longer on the verge of winning, right? They're going to need 2 consecutive on 2 different sides. And given the fact that it's Valiant that now has a very decisive streak of rounds going their way, the confidence is on a completely different side of the camp.
Gotta say too though, like, it was a full best of 3 that Diamant played. Didn't go to overtime there, but it was long. Yesterday, full best of 5 up against Go Next, and then a full best of 5 against Ascend the day before that. Seeing some of these, like, I mean, if these are the mistakes that you make after playing 14 maps in 3 days, you're a good team, because these are nitpicky at best. But those things that are being nitpicked, Valiant are turning into gaping wounds that they're exploiting you with.
Handing it out to Paco, very animated coach, very enthusiastic might not be the right word, more like passionate words given out to his team. Actually, they are still on map point. I thought we were at overtime already, but we're not. My mind eluded me, but this might just as well be.
Regardless of whether it goes OT or whether this is a fake comeback, it's still just eking at the body clocks of Diamant.
100%. Diamant looking to force their hand over to this left-hand side. Jesse looking to stick by, avoids the stun for now. Still alarm bot to alarm any presence. Good flash to make sure Jesse doesn't see, but Pays needs to wait for a teammate. The thrash will be just what he required to gain the early pick. But what do they do with that? Do they continue pushing to the B site? That's exactly what they're going to do. Wingman on the case of planting. Thrash in counteraction. Ambi doesn't want to hold back anytime soon. Nescats gets caught down. All of a sudden, Valiant don't really have any ultimates available to them apart from a Blade Storm. Sakek looking to move in aggressive. He's got the Aldrone available to him as well, but Westside's flank is also red. This is so chaotic, but there's only one fight against the other. One brute force of 3 players against another 3 players. That brings it down to a 1-on-1 of Defo and Gramek. Defo close to this action. He's been on the height of heights that Valorant has ever been able to give to a single person, and it will be Defo to win it. There's just enough time to get the defuse, and this will be an overtime game in the first map of this series.
It looked like Diamant had that locked in, right? It felt Valiant just for a second, Jesse just switching off. So much pressure towards A, the Thrash just isolating him on his own. And a 5v3 very shortly there for Diamant, and Defo just going crazy. You'd expect a player like him that was Tier 1, Champions Grand Finalist a few years ago, Masters event winner with Gambit. You'd expect him to be smurfing in events like this. But no, he's just a duelist that gets the work done and he shows up when he's needed. Now Diamant, a real big test now.
Right here.
The fight is really on. And you can tell how both of the teams want this. They haven't been fighting this entire season for nothing, right? They want to give it their all. Ascension is where they want to be and where they want to be fighting in. Sure, like you said, Ryan, they might not have the best of chances on winning the entire thing, being that one team that qualifies to VCT EMEA, but this is where they can prove themselves, show up, and potentially be a ticket for them to make that upper rank.
I'm a little bit worried about Diamant here. They used the breach stun really early. There was no follow-ups. Valiant were like, oh, there's no pressure here. They just used breach stun. You can take this for free. Really needs to go super careful here to not over-dedicate. This is where Diamant have been going wrong.
But this time it goes right.
So
Diamant have made it work. That now they are in front, ahead. Defo is able to stabilize a little bit, and the fact that the spike is planted, nothing's over yet.
RB3, no ultimate's really available because it's OT, but Hayes, the flank is sublime.
It's absolutely spectacular. The timing of it, the accuracy of it, and the timing of it allows Diamant to be on map point yet again.
We rarely saw this on this map. We saw it plenty on stuff like Lotus and Haven. Just the chaos. Valiant had tried to find these little leaks of space, winning a nice couple of fights. And after everything that's happened, Diamant had the lead, choked it a little bit, to say the very least, to bring it to OT. Yet they're still able to come out on top. Just one more round is all they need to be able to pick this up.
Canada don't need to worry about their opponents' ultimates. They can just focus on their own game, but this is where they struggled, right? It's attacking side. For the past few, Valiant has had their number.
Poison orb emitting.
I don't think that Aldrone spotted anything in the end.
No, but it's allowing Valiant to sort of retake that space. Even Recon Dart used. Both teams on attack doing well to just bait out a lot of utility relatively early. But the call that Diamant is making, this mid-round, is being read so nicely. Valiant, they've had no pressure towards A. A breach stun, however, kind of gives the game away slightly, but Defo with the operator on a great angle.
But Diamant don't see it as a warning. Instead, they go head first in. Gramek ends up with a first kill, shutting down a very important operator player. And now we're down to a 3v3 with full access to the site by Diamant.
30 seconds left.
I've got no clue where this is going to go, and neither do you. You'd be lying if you were.
It's like a thriller, isn't it? Just the psychological warfare, the pressure that's been put onto both sides. Still just in groups.
Good snake bite. This could allow Pretty to be out into the right position. Nano Swarm popped off early, but Pays misses his shot. He's Gramek by himself, but he's accurate right now, and he's unlocked himself the lockdown. This could be possible as long as he gets one off the spike for now. Sakeki is low, but Gramek can't quite find the shots. And this means Valiant are still in the game.
It was really touch and go, wasn't it? You look at Defo, just lined up with the operator, good angle, but like I mentioned, there's so much pressure. He goes to check another angle and just gets timing. Forced away to look for a second, and every fight you're just in the corner of your eyes where Valiant are able to pull this one back. Valiant being able to get another timeout. Both teams should have an extra one in OT. I mean, Valiant still did one spare, but I don't think they get two to use. I don't think he carries over to OT. I've never seen a team try to do that before.
Sure. No.
But it's so surreal. I can't remember the last time I've casted a game like this.
Yeah, it's a unique game, to say the least. I think it's an inherent issue, not issue, I'd say. It's an inherent problem that team need to solve in the game itself when two styles clash, when two regions clash, when they've been playing in isolation, and now having to play against each other out of nowhere in a very important game.
It really feels like both teams trying to overcook their opponent, fry some of those neurons in their brain. When you got binds next, which sort of requires the same thing, a lot of coordination and a lot of baits and rotates. Potential deadlock for one of the teams at least. It was always going to be a long day with 3 best of 3s on the broadcast. Here, EMEA are really being put through their paces. Valiant still have to got Galacticos to play later.
Toxin screen down.
EMEA have grouped up together. They like the idea of what Galacticos was doing the previous map, bunching up in a ball of death. I want to make it their own identity for when they need it the most. Somehow Nescas is able to take one down with him. After everything, he still takes one down with him. And now there's another Killjoy in trouble, but the poison cloud from his teammate allows him to get out of dodge. And we're still looking at a 4v4.
Aldron used to try and clear these positions. Gramat getting out with the help of the poison cloud is nice. And actually, look at this Diamant. They have 2 players rotating to A. They're so paranoid. They're not too sure that it's going to be a B execute.
All Valiant have done is stay chill, stay quiet. Barely make any noise. Now with a wingman planting that spike, it just reveals the right idea. Valiant, this is an incredible way to make this game your own. 2 left for Diamant, but I fear the story for them has already been written. This game seems to be ending on Valiant's term. Yeah, sure, they'll need another round after this, but what they've been struggling for is this attacking round. And now is their chance to gain it. A 3v1 that Pretty, I don't think, has it in them for. And it will not be for Pretty. Instead, it's Valiant. For the first time this map, after so many, they're the ones on map points.
Yeah, how many defensive rounds has it been in a row? Like 6 or 7? Finally, that streak's broken. You got Jesse, 27 and 18. Timeout for Diamant as well gives us a chance to just rest for a moment. The thing, that, you know, there wasn't a crazy multi-kill there for Valiant. There was no 200 IQ utility. The best thing that they did was kind of like you just said, Pavlos, nothing. They just sat and waited for just enough time. The Diamant went, oh, I think it's going to be A, guys. I'm going A. No pressure there, no lurk, no fake smoke or fake recon. They just didn't show a Diamant's paranoia. Their mind games did the rest.
Again, Paco, very passionate with what he said to a team, hoping that this time his words stick in their brains.
I mean, you can't expect it, can you, though? That's the side of it. They've been playing so long, it'd just be in one ear, one in one ear and out the other.
A site to be afraid of is this. Defo operator on this A site. He's done a lot of damage before. Can he do it again to close out this map for the French team of Valiant? Pays, looking to aggress first. He does find a trade, not quite the triple he would have loved, so it's still equal as Valiant have found some answers. Spike goes down, and Ambi's position is red. Still, Netska gets there on time. And this is so close, you don't think Westside will be so deep as well. Jesse Rees the first position, and Westside cannot be accurate for the second. Valiant, This hard and long fight has paid off as they gain Icebox, their opponents' map pick in the bag.
Just the trades from both sides, the little plays, the little snake bite fight that we saw from Diamant, but just everything that Diamant were able to do. The response from Valiant was great. Jesse, what a map from him. Somebody that we've seen experienced and not necessarily, similar to Ale, right, on OnlyFins, just flirting with tier 1 play now and again with the right kind of teams. But it's him and Defo that have been the difference makers against a really good-looking Diamant side that we've pretty much seen their entire map pool for. But we've still got Bayern to go, right? And it's such a long day for them. You've still got Valiant to play Galacticos, which could also be a best of 3 later on. It's just how much more do these players have in the tank?
You're right. For Valiant, they'll have another series to play after this, and Galacticos is the team they'll have to play, and they've had a chance to rest. There's all of that information that you need to sort of take into consideration. But for this one, the desk said there might be an opportunity for one of the teams to close out the series by winning the first map. Let's see if they were right in that statement. We'll be back after this.
So you need a little break, huh? Boy, say you need a little space, yeah. Boy, is it cause you can't be faithful. But hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no, cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no, so you make up shitty reasons for wanting out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me a 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met you,
Distribuição de uma pra dançar!
An incredibly close game going all the way to overtime, but Valiant come out on top, finding their first win of the day. Heading into buying their map pick, how important was that win for Valiant?
I think momentum-wise, this is probably the best outcome of that game going into Vine, because it wasn't just a win, right? This was a massive comeback win. Not ones that we've seen, you know, from the likes of Fnatic before on this map, but it was a comeback, and they honestly, apart from like maybe 1 or 2 rounds, they dealt with the aggression from Pace so well, and it just goes to show that coming out on top, it worked. Like when you have Jesse having a performance like that, Defo really showing why he used to be a tier 1 pro. There was so much about that map that I could have like looked at, but when you think about it, Diamond, they had it in the palm of their hands and they did not close it out.
The Battle of the Vipers, eh? But I don't know if the Diamond timeout just came in a little bit too late, you know, to kind of wait until, what was it, 12-10 to kind of whip out that, it might have been even been 12-11 to kind of come in with that timeout. I just wonder if they needed that a little bit sooner to kind of find their feet and maybe have the coach's input on how to deal with Valiant, who were kind of dominating once they found a way to, you know, slow down Pace. What do you think about that?
I can't remember if they actually did. They may have actually timed out early on in the game, I think.
I don't think since Valiant were coming back though, they kind of had.
Okay, so since the comeback, right? Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like sometimes it's difficult because when you only have 2 timeouts, you have to kind of time it perfectly, right? And potentially they're like, okay, no, maybe we'll have another attempt. No, we'll have another attempt. But you talk about Pace being shut down. He was so aggressive on this map. Like even after being held, he would go again the next round, and sometimes it worked out, sometimes it didn't, right? And I feel like on the rounds it did, great, fantastic, but there was always a reply back from Valiant. And I want to have a look at round 24, because this is one of the rounds where I was kind of like, okay, this could be one of the best rounds, or not the best rounds, one of the most important rounds, because Jesse here dodges the flash beautifully, and then all Pace has to do is wait for the Thrash. Thrash goes off, that is their smokes down, right? So now it's Diamond that literally have the whole plant. They can do it safely, and they can play post plant. Not too impressed by Ambi's Thrash right there, because honestly, you kind of want to keep it close to you, especially in a retake like this. And also, if you're going to go in a straight line from quite up high, it's most likely going to be broken. But nevertheless, kills come out from Defo for an ambi. Wingman on the bomb does get broken by the Nano Swarm, and then Defo has a cracking finish to this round. Time isn't too close, I would say. Us Valorant nerds kind of know when it gets a bit too far gone. And Defo jumps straight back on the bomb because Wingman didn't actually get it half because of the Nano Swarm. So the util coming out from the side of Diamond wasn't bad, but the post plant wasn't great.
I know, and we kind of spoke about how many mollies that Diamond kind of had, and you really found them kind of like finding those late mid lurks, being able to delay with those mollies, and then like suddenly it was just like not kind of working out for them. I think also like Defo maybe coming off the op later on in those rounds might have made a difference, because you know there were a few little squiffy moments that maybe the op wasn't being utilized as Defo normally would, but at the same time, you know, Valiant did such a great job of kind of like coming into the defensive half and really figuring out how to kind of slow down Diamond and apply the pressure. Because you have another round you wanted to talk about, right? Or have you already done that?
It was round 25, which is very, very, very short. It's just one of those moments where honestly Pace, he went from behind, he timed it perfectly. I'm pretty sure he pushed all the way through A, right? And it's just, they have no time to play post plant. I can never say that right if I talk too fast. Post plant. Because look, you can literally see him already coming in, dodged everything, bang, instant 3k. Of course, beautiful flash from the side of Diamond as well to help Pace get a 3k. But that was just one of those moments where it wasn't dealt with. But I wanted to highlight it because it was happening so much. Valiant did change the way they played, and that was how they won.
Yeah, and I really want to talk about how, like, you know, usually something like that might break your mental, but looking at the player cams of the Valiant players, like, they were so hyped. They didn't let that break them. They then went into the next overtime sort of rounds, and they really kind of, like, just kept their mental going and were like, yeah, do you know what? We're going to win this, and, you know, they did, so props to them. But let's take a little look at sort of the maps coming up, because it's not all over for Diamond. We do have more maps coming up, although Bind maybe not being their strongest.
Yeah, picked by Valiant. And look, the thing I want to say here is it's definitely swaying towards Valiant being the better team on this map. But the one thing that I have that might, you know, calm the nerves of Diamond fans is that in Diamond's grand final of Split 2, where they played Go Next, it was a 3-1 loss. But the one map that they won was on Bind, and it was dominant. So that was their one win out of 4 Bind games across Split 2, and it was 13-3. And yes, they did use Deadlock. However, Deadlock wasn't exactly in the greatest position that game. It did go 5-10, but some of the setups, they were there. And I mentioned it earlier on the broadcast, if we do see Pace's Raise with the Deadlock combo, it could actually be deadly.
Hey, and I mean, you know, it's not always about kills, right? That's what I say to my teammates in rank when I'm bot fragging. I'm like, come on, my utility's impeccable. And especially if the Deadlock is setting up sort of Pace to go in and find these amazing, insane plays with whether it's the grab net with the nade or whatever. There's so many combos you can kind of find with Raze and Deadlock. So potentially we might see another dominant.
He is the IGL as well. I wanna just pop that there. And obviously, when you are IGLing, you're not always expected to have the most fantastic performance because you are focused on everything that's going on.
I IGL my rank games as well, so that's usually
that's
my
your excuse for sometimes not performing great.
No, I'm actually cracked, guys, don't worry. Anyway, moving on. This isn't about me. But yeah, so Bind is actually, you know, something that could be a strong kind of pick, especially because Diamond are coming into this and they're choosing their starting half. And I can't remember, was it attack that they've chosen?
Yeah,
or?
Pretty sure they've chosen attack.
Well, if we're wrong, we're wrong. But you know, I wouldn't be shocked if it is attack with the way that Pace plays.
But when you look at the comp as well from Valiant that they do run on Bind, of course, this is just from what we know. It may change. They do run the Gecko and the sky, right? And that's a lot of information. Yes, you don't get the birds that recharge anymore, but Gecko Sky with a raise, the combinations you can do are endless. And it's bind. You are not really going to be seeing a Sentinel. You are going to be seeing a Brimstone Viper, and that Viper is playing like the Sentinel role. And I think that's very important to note that when you do run double controller, flanking is sometimes good because you haven't got like the Cypher Trips and the Killjoy turret, but again, you have to be super cautious because the Viper could literally just be sitting back super passively and all he's doing is walling for his team.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get into Bind and see what both teams are cooking up, especially, you know, kind of after watching the last game, which was very close and there was lots going on. I still feel like today, Marcus, we haven't really seen like a massive clutch. Do you know what I mean? There was a few opportunities that maybe like a Killjoy was in a 1v3, but I want to see a Dutty clutch. That's my plan.
Wait, they've brought in the Sage.
Oh, this is so interesting. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, last time Diamond, they did actually run the Sage. It was Sage, Brimstone, Deadlock, Sky, Raze. So they haven't changed it up too much. I don't know why it surprised me. I must have just missed the Sage when I was looking
now
over
we
their
both
buying
look
games.
Stupid. Thank you, Marcus.
It's okay. I look stupid all the time.
But I guess if it worked last time, then it can work this time. And I wonder how that's also going to kind of come into maybe countering any information that the Sky and the Gecko might gather. I don't think it might make much of a difference, but it will definitely slow down those site pushes for sure.
Yeah, and I think the one thing we have to be aware of as well is when you run a Sage and a Deadlock, your defense is going to be heavily reliant on those two agents. So if they can have a good attack half, we could see a very solid performance overall from Diamond, I think.
Well, I'm very excited to see how this double Sentinel kind of comp is played out. And I know two fabulous people who are probably even more excited than I am to cast the Deadlock Sage duo. Ryan, Pavlos, over to you.
I mean, it's something we've been looking forward to this entire day, right? Once we saw the veto, we knew it was bound to happen, something like it at least. And I'm glad we're finally getting to see it. Not only is the second map of the series, but it's the fifth unique map, because every single map we've seen so far has been different. It's good to see this difference as well. Bind is our realm right now. Ryan, how are you feeling about this one after seeing the first map of the series?
I mean, I'm excited to see the Bind for sure. The amount effectively playing a full best of 5 today thus far. And just winning out the 2 maps against Galacticos early. They have to reverse sweep here yet again on the choice of the opponent. The good side is that Diamant with this double Sentinel, you're defending first, and you know Deadlock's the definite interesting one, but it's also the Sage.
Sure.
Just teams moving away from that completely. It'll be interesting to see what both teams do. But for Valiant, Jesse statistically is the best performer on this Viper for the team. He was terrific on Icebox. More of the same expected. Diamant, Hayes. A little bit quiet on Icebox. And he's their shining star, and he needs to put up a performance and lead the line.
Let it rip. Valiant start things off on the attacking side. As Diamant have elected to begin as defenders. Spread out approach from Valiant, very similar to what we saw on Icebox, keeping things calm, allowing your opponents to use up their utility, gain a grasp of what is going on. In the meantime, Paze has gone for a bit of a walk outside of B long. Neskaz takes a couple of bullets to the knee and drops back the other way. And sort of forcing a rotation here from Diamant, given how strong this push could be from Valiant. All 5 players, 4 from one side, 1 from the other. Looking to move in. Toxic screen drops. Everyone seems to be exposed, but the only one falling is going to be Gramic. Still, Wingman getting the spike down. Some trade to the back of sight. It seems that neither of the teams want to keep up the pressure just yet, but there's a flank of Zitcha that might come into fruition anytime soon. But it's going to take way too long because his teammates have just died.
Hayes has just managed to walk out though. Retaking all of this space for free. Good information on where the players aren't for the most part. But he's not going to check this close corner where Nescas is playing from. That's the free K. Zitcha back on the main controller with just a frenzy. Just hoping to do a little bit more damage at the very least. But the round is going towards Valiant. Their first pistol as well too.
So, Ryan, I personally haven't seen too much deadlock on this map. In coordination, of course, with the Sage, it's not something you'd usually see. We've seen it more and more, of course. At least one of the two agents than the other. The combination, maybe not so much. But what are they trying to? What is Diamond trying to achieve with this?
I think it's mostly just about like space control. Like, you can look at the traps and see that that defines the agent, but it's more like the grav nets, what that can be like on executes, and just a wall to delay, like the Sage wall to block off certain areas like showers. Just means that Valiant have to break a lot of util and they can't just walk up in certain spaces, especially when you've got this Viper on short, right? One of the big approaches there is to just have somebody be able to lurk up in those spots. With a deadlock positioned here for short, like the wall is there. You won't be able to lurk up anymore, at least for the next 35-40 seconds.
And given how much lurks have been impactful in the previous map, that will no longer be the case, at least for Diamant being definitely nerfed in this way. Some early damage taken, I think replenished by Pretty's heal. Jesse trying to go in. He's only got a pistol, so he's happy to go for lurk like this, but Bramek not considering sticking around for too long, especially now with all the noise created towards short. All four players move in through the TP, and they've all grouped up in showers.
They're gonna maybe go for the fake plant and then jump for the TP, but instead they're just planting on the other side. More towards heaven means that they can take defender spawn too. The post plant, it favors Valiant with the money and the weapons that they have. But everybody's spread out, so there's a chance for Diamant to do some damage here.
Nescas might get caught off here. Oh dear, no! Oh, the fact that Pretty goes the other way. No, he's going right back in the right direction. Nescas is in trouble, can't turn around in time. But Diamant haven't entered the site to see where the spike is planted just yet. They don't have all the information there for them. So even though Jesse's waiting on the other end, Diamant are just given this round over. The flash allows Jesse to aggress even further, make sure he forces some orbs his way. But yeah, this explosion will mean the demise of all remaining Diamant players, with Valiant saving 3 of their own.
I think it was mostly saving the guns that Valiant brought into the round. Similar to what Diamant did on Sunset way back when as well, when they lost the pistol. Just dive to the spike, don't give too many orbs away for Valiant. They're all pretty much perfect for this map. There's no like Omen ultimate, or we don't really mind if you have it or not. Everything is valuable for Valiant. They did lose, I think, a Guardian, but you look at the bonus that Valiant have to work with, it really doesn't feel like it's missing much at all.
Now the sound traps, though, could prove to be a bit of a problem.
I got you.
If Valiant do move into the B site, because dropping and not making any noise is quite difficult.
Hard. Zitcher, like just in and out of the fight, really not too dedicated, but maybe overstayed his welcome.
And Pays might have just done the same thing as well.
This is not the time to be losing that composure, but I mean, there have been moments where Diamant have done that for the series and then reverted it.
The thing is, there's a world where Valiant are also fatigued by playing this series, and playing against Galacticos later will cause them to lose.
Yeah.
And if Valiant continue winning this matchup, then we'll probably have a 1 win per team, and it will be determined down to rounds.
Well, the map differential, like winning here 2-0 could be massive for them, right?
Exactly. So it's really important they get a big round diff and a map diff.
It's also not necessarily doom and gloom if Diamant do lose this series.
They'd rather they did.
Yeah, and then almost hope that Valiant do beat Galacticos, but it does mean that you're playing another 2 series tomorrow.
Yeah. You could have a rest day before you get into the knockout stages of play-ins. A lot of stages, aren't there? Still, 3 left here for Diamant. Pretty's position has been discovered. Whether he's allowed to live or not is a different story. Blastpack actually gets Pretty in an even better position to deal with that fight. But I think Valiant know that their opponents have more to lose than they do. Therefore, any sort of fight of this caliber is very much worth it for them.
Sky, don't get shot. I need my hiking buddy in tip-top.
Valiant winning the bonus. Now, I don't think it's starting to get too dark based off of the player cams. But it has highlighted how long of a day it's been for Diamant. And also credit for Westside that was happy to do an interview between the series as well. Because if I was him, I'm just decompressing on my bed for 15 minutes and then warming up.
That's fair. That's fair. But it's also the excitement of getting this close and wanting to show it to the world, and getting a chance for an interview is just a part of this, right? Some players just enjoy the playing aspect and nothing else, but some also enjoy what comes with it.
I think they're using the defensive aggression from Diamant wisely. Diamant, 3 players pushing short immediately, pretty much trying to go for a BXQ, but they don't have hookah control, which is going to be a little bit frustrating to deal with. It might not matter if Deffo's just going to execute straight in. You have to bear in mind the Diamant's buy isn't necessarily the best, but there were rifles involved.
I mean, Deffo's obscene today. Gramic can do as much damage as he can, but
2v3.
Yeah, the snake bites on the spike would say that the odds would not be determined by the number of players alive on the server. Just Zitcher available, hoping that he can just run away with just defusing, but that's not going to be happening. It's Valiant's turn to have a very good start to this game. Diamant have been the team to be doing so far, not only in this series and the previous map, but the series before this, playing against the Turkish team of Galacticos. The Valiant are slowly imposing their playstyle on their opponents, and it's not something Diamant are finding comfort in.
I mean, this is their map pick, so you can sort of see the comfort is there for Valiant, right?
Sure.
The protocols are a little bit clearer. Okay, they're doing this, let's just go B. There. Whereas on Icebox, in some cases, are like, oh, maybe we shouldn't do that, maybe we should do this, and they were maybe indecisive. Here, it's just clinical decisions. No second doubts. Especially up against Diamant's comp, the confidence of Valiant is playing with is surprising.
Toxin screen down.
And they've always got some sort of variation of their default, right? It's never really the same. What tends to stay in theme is this toxic screen, lined up in a short.
Scout destroyed.
I'm not too sure how much of Diamant's comp is to just really make the attackers panic. Because there you got both the Sage and the Deadlock Wall dedicated towards showers. Deadlock Wall's broken, but it doesn't really feel like Valiant are that bothered. They're going to still put that pressure towards short with the Viper, but everybody else is grouping towards B.
You know what this feels like, Ryan? It feels like Diamant's comp is created to deal with quick teams, fast teams, to slow them down. Valiant already play slow.
Yeah.
It's like it's playing directly into how they like to play, and there's nothing to disrupt this gameplay. I do say that, but somehow Diamant turn it all back around. The good old Caster's Curse. But can they maintain it? 13 seconds. There's not much time to get the spike down, and Zitcher being within the smoke is creating quite the lot of chaos. Nescast gets one before he falls into his own grave, so Diamant finding their way onto the score sheet can make them feel a little bit more comfortable now.
You do raise a really good point, Pavlos, of like a lot of these executes from Valiant have been 20 seconds on the clock and less. Oh, Hayes is gone. I know he's 1 and 4, but he's not completely like out of the server. There he's back now.
He's back. There he is.
He was 0 and 4 before, I'm finally able to get his first kill. You never want to put too much pressure on the... Oh, hold on. Yeah, man. Trying to be aggressive, and I like this. This is a great setup.
Wow. A small set play that allows Diamant to gain an early lead. The question is, can they cross the finishing line, having the jump starts? Because Valiant this time have adapted quite quickly and post damage onto Gremek. And have found access to the A site. Not only that, but planted the spike as well.
Seeker's going to be used for a fast retake. Valiant up in the pace because they've had to play a deficit, and Ambi's flashing out to try and take the fights. Great trades on either sides of these smokes on the back of sight. Right now, it's just trying to fight in for lamps and holding on.
They're required of heroics, but the fact that Pays is lurking in the shadows behind is just enough to guarantee the win here for Diamant. An incendiary as a Hail Mary was thrown, of course, by Nescas. But yeah, it feels like Diamant are right back in the game. Didn't take them too long. I mean, a 4-0 start is not where you want to begin, but now all of a sudden it feels like they've got a grasp on the steering wheel.
Just as we were saying about Pays, like, you don't want to put too much pressure on a young duelist to be able to carry you here. Just, you know, you look at the stats and go, well, he's usually the top performer, where is he here? This feels like it's a whole different kettle of fish, and like head-to-head against Defo, one of the most like experienced duelists in Tier 2 across the globe. Pays has got to work out how he fits in this structure, what his job and role can be, and well, he's already got a couple more kills doing exactly that.
Well, after a couple of losses, maybe you'd expect Valiant to switch things up. That grouped up a little bit more this time around. Thrash is used to go through the TP. Showstopper thrown out by Pays in retaliation, and it actually comes off with Spoils of War.
I think it was
3
just
defenders on Diamant, that's scary though.
Yeah, I think it was off the Trailblazer being used, so he had a good inclination of where Ambi was.
Well, the smoke and the Showstopper was enough to stop Valiant's push early. Down to the 1 minute mark again. Trailblazer only spots 1 player, but you can expect someone is hiding out with Nescas. And there's a couple of them. Pays swings out to get that information. Dizzy sent into the site, and Defo is bringing out a Showstopper of his own, switching places with the opposing. Ray still coming out on top in fights. Valiant getting right back on track from where they began on this attacking side, but it's not without Diamant having a couple of days on of their own still in the fight.
There is an Annihilation Ultimate for Deadlock, but where do you aim it? In a 3v2, just a lucky kill would be everything. I think it's all on Sakake, just that position, watching the cross, and that Grimac is going to be coming from hookah. Not looking!
Oh, the timing of it all. On my side, he's had impactful moments before, maybe a clutch or 2, but Sakake managing to getting a triple kill by the end of that one and reinstating Valiant as a force to be reckoned with on this attack.
Jesse still top fragging for his team. Diamant timeout a lot earlier than it was on Icebox, but this is going a whole different direction. It's tricky to get it on the board, really. Diamant, they find the first kill there. They're all positioned in the right spot. Pretty much did just sort of feel like it was Defo with the Showstopper going in. I like that Hayes was trying to get in the way of it, almost tank it and take some of the threat. A great way to find the opening, but just these fights that came in on site. Jesse getting a couple more. Just very unlucky as well from Grimac. Managed to see maybe an opportunity to take the fight, but Sakake? Is it Sakake or Sakake?
Honestly, I think it's Sakake.
I heard
but I've said it wrong so many times.
Yeah.
I've said it wrong.
I'm trying to like,
I don't know if I said it right.
Pavlos is saying Sakake, so I'll start saying it. And then you start saying Sakake, and I'm like, pick a lane.
Yeah, well, it's too hard, man.
We just call him the cake.
The cake? Sure. It's Sa, a type of cake. Because we could call him Sa.
I don't know what Sa would be. Because you could say come see, come Sa.
Sure. Okay. It's one of the caster's troubles, guessing how to pronounce names. Still, Defo. Very early into the fight, and Diamant with an early casualty to follow up. Defo is definitely taking matters to his own hands in this round. And Diamant didn't quite expect the explosiveness of that one. Valiant seemingly being able to amp up the pressure, even as a very slow-paced team. Westside is caught between a rock and a hard place, but this rock has got a gun and shoots back right at Ambi. So Diamant may have a chance, but Valiant want to make sure they're playing on a playing field that they can control. Uh-oh. Falling right onto Incendiary. It could be the right opportunity for Zitcher to turn it right back around, but no, Resurrection being brought in might allow Diamant another chance to retake this site.
This is they're just walking on hot coal onto the site and still coming out on top. A noise being made, it's just taking the timing of this fight, knowing that there's an op.
And there you have it. Valiant clean up. They had the numbers in that fight, so they just took the fight themselves. They were like, sure, we know how to do maths. We know that 3 is greater than 2. So they just made it work in practice.
I mean, I've really enjoyed watching both these teams, like the structure that they've put out, like the way that they're taking fights, even just the operator curveball here. Just this Valiant team just on executes. Powerful.
Yeah, okay, you can start to see the signs of frustration over on Paco now. Starting to all creep in. If Diamant aren't careful, they might be losing grasp of the game. Hayes going in first. Diamant want to take things to their own hands. Control this pace themselves, even if they're on the defense. And it's worked so far. Defo is down. They're still lacking the guns. It's not like they were able to collect Defo's rifle.
Yeah. Valiant just unfazed, still fighting towards showers. Takeka has managed to sneak all the way past these trips, and you can tell that Gramak isn't necessarily going to expect this peak.
Whoa. Yeah. This man is a real menace on this beach site. And Jesse is looking to be a menace himself. Very cheeky. Shutting down Diamant in their efforts to rotate over. And the A site is just vacated over. Delicacy of Sakake.
A little bit of playing with your food there, just forcing these rotations around for Diamant. Just decided they chose to play in double Sentinel. You sort of expected that would be the reason. But they've just really struggled to get anything going. It feels to an extent like Icebox was a bit of a backbreaker.
Oh, it's just clean by Jesse. A 4-piece to put into his belt. And the Valiant are starting to run away with things, Ryan. It just feels like it's an inevitable turn of this game. Look, it was an eco round by Diamant, but it increasingly feels, you know, the urgency is felt more and more. And now with this buy round, they're in danger again of being broken economically. It feels like a must-win.
11-3 is Jesse.
Listening.
Diamant. They've been guilty of maybe over-relying on ultimates to bail them out in some cases, but even then, that's not really working too much.
Get him, wingman.
Utility to sort of clear up these angles, and you sort of want Diamant to be a bit more aggressive with fighting for long with the sky. You don't, like, the Gecko lacks a lot of that range, and you're giving this space up.
Right there. Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
Speaking of the Gecko, will just initialize the Thrash and allows Valiant to close in on the site. They haven't quite spent the time to clear Hookah, but they still managed to deal with Nescas with just a single casualty. And they take up the Hookah space themselves. Hayes walks out of the TP and is greeted with hot lead right to his heart. And Diamant are walking in one by one. You can feel the fatigue. You can see it, the frustration as well. It's allowing Valiant to clean up round after round without too many issues. There are moments where you feel like Diamant can bring things back. Glimpses of hope. And most of them have come from this man here, Gramak. But he will be falling just like his teammates did moments before. And the lead for Diamant, or Valiant rather, increases.
It's just, yeah, just small margins, and it really was just minor things. Felt like before an Iceboxer, we were nitpicking when we were talking about some of the mistakes Diamant are making. And even then, there's nothing necessarily that's, like, outstanding. It's just, in these cases, Valiant, a bit slow to start on Icebox, perhaps guilty of that on both sides. Here, you can sort of tell that this has been a popular map and a popular choice for them all across the year. The point where Diamant forced to use both their timeouts in the first half.
Yeah, just going to give kudos to Jesse real quick. You pointed out his score earlier, but Jesse has really been an influential part of Valiant's journey so far this year through the Challenger Leagues, whether that's Split 1, Split 2, always consistently impactful, some of the strongest KDs in the league, and it's really impressive to see, especially from a controller player. Whether that's anchoring, whether that is second or third to enter, whether that's being in clutches, always having the edge when it comes to kill distribution.
This feels like a plea more than a strategy.
Please, guys, start winning rounds already.
Do something.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely more provided. But I think it's more also Paco trying to breathe some new life.
Yeah, unless this is a motivational speak, I don't know.
Yeah, it has
if
to
I'd want to hear it, really. Like, it's tough because you don't want to offload too much information on what Valiant is doing. Because it's tricky. Like, I feel like Diamant, if you're playing a club like this, you need to be able to dictate the pace, but you can't because you're constantly on eco. And now you are playing sort of scared. Similar, like the maps that Diamant have lost, like Sunset earlier, and now here, they have given up a lot of space that they were fighting for a lot more on Lotus.
And it's getting increasingly hard. Like we said, the previous round was a very big must for Diamant, which has caused their crippling economy in this current status. And again, Valiant chipping away at the defense. They haven't even needed to enter the site, and they've managed to get the spike down, courtesy of Wingman. At least they keep control over showers.
You know, sorry, like I know this is sort of like a low buy and an opportunity for Diamant. The post plan is going to be pretty solid. They got half.
They did. How much more can they get, though? It's been diffused halfway, so that puts more pressure onto Valiant. This might just be the opportunity for Diamant, but no. Ambi comes in right on time to interrupt the defusal. Still a 2v2, but their superior rifles will have it by the end. It got close, and it just might be the reinstated life for Diamant from the pep talk of their coach, but it just isn't enough to close out this round. Maybe they can get the final round of the half.
Yeah, very close in the end. Just brief opportunities and chances, and it's always like the low buy rounds at Diamant start to show a little bit more. You're doing his damage, but it's hard, and it's also hard to just keep everybody's emotions in check. And like I said, Diamant not necessarily done. Unless I think Galacticos beat Valiant 2-0 on the next map, if it's a 2-0 here.
I think they'll be further behind as well, even if it's a 2-0, because their win was a 2-1. I don't know how that works, to be fair. It's going to be a difficult task. You've got to win this series to count yourself in. But there's also the second place that you could also fight for. You know, it's not all impossible. They could just hope that Valiant destroy Galacticos as well, and Diamant secure the second place in the group, and have a final chance to fight for Ascension. No easy way in, though. Gramic has been read, his position at least. Showstopper enabled. This is the final round of the half, so Diamant gotta fight for it with everything they have, but it just isn't enough in this instance. They drop like flies. Punched up. Kicked down. And with 2 players remaining here for Diamant, you can only imagine where this is heading. It's been written in the skies. Double digits for Valiant, and it's only just half-time.
Diamant have been good at keeping halves relatively close. I think the worst deficit has been 8-4. Highest that they've had going is 8-4, but Paco running on fumes. No surprise, really. I don't know if he just threw his headphones off. This must be it.
Yeah. Paco can feel it. It's up to the team now, isn't it? See if the team can rebound. They've come a long way. Reaching the second spot of the Eastern Challenger League was not an easy task. Having to take on some of the most impressive teams we've seen, like Ascend, like Go Next. They haven't quite been able to win against Go Next to get the first seed, but it was a close best of 5. What they have to do is just stay strong. But 10-2 is a daunting score to look at. You've got to look at it round by round. And to start things off, a pistol would be a great beginning.
More question of where Diamant are going to be able to try and take and fight for this space. You don't have that Viper to put ongoing pressure across the map. It has left an opportunity for these players to just be walking out with their knives. Jesse just deciding to go walkabouts to see what he can find. And he still finds the kill onto West Side.
Again, being incredible, consistent across the board. Incredible first half. And just keeps up the pace.
He's not
and he
getting
knows when
cleared.
to not take fights.
Never mind.
Yeah, a big never mind to that. Diamant, though, gain site access. Still not over. And Pretty has cooked up something. An angle that's not anticipated. It allows an early kill. Expects Defo to be there as well. And Defo wins it. So evens the scales out. Trailblazer for the chase. Zitsha caught up. Gramick trying to move in off the back of the Sky Flash. He's got assistance on Pays. And it works out for Diamant. Now it's all down to Defo, the star of Valiant. Can he make it work? It would be mighty impressive because Diamant haven't gotten onto the spike yet and it's ticking frantically. He is smoked off. No one's getting on the spike defusal.
Nobody can.
Oh, nobody can. They're the attackers. What am I on about? I got confused there.
I mean, he gets 2 to go down with them.
Yeah, sure. Well, fatigue is catching me as well. My bad. But you're right.
Maybe Paco
at least there's no survivors. Maybe. Why is there anyone defusing while it's the attackers?
I mean,
anyway.
This is our last series. Like, Meg and Marcus are on for the whole day.
Yeah. Well, we're just hoping Diamant can bring the energy that is very hard to bring out to make us excited about this one. Valiant have had everything under control, but it's a good start, like we said. It's the pistol round that they needed. Step by step, can they bring it back?
Yeah, 1 round at a time. Just up to the players, realistically. The brute force approach is a good way. They've isolated Ambi away and eventually get the kill. Jesse looking to be in a spot, and it's a bit of a bloodbath that's happening, but all of the kills going the way of Diamant, at least for now. Therefore, just getting the orb online, last alive. Looking to be flawless for Diamant, and it is.
It's clean. It's very clean. Not losing any players, exactly what they needed. Make sure that their bonus is as strong as possible. I don't think they invested in a couple of players, so there's a potential we'll be seeing an extra 2 rifles being bought up.
Yeah, two Vandals, 2 Bulldogs, and a Guardian.
Oh, that's a good buy.
A lot of half armor, actually, for Valiant. He's at least climbing the ranks a little bit more with the duelist. Defo's just 1 kill behind Jesse. Actually pretty that's top fragging for Diamant. He's been more of the supportive role player, but he's been doing quite a lot. And Hayes is just trying to close up as much distance as possible. Sage slow is nice, just to retake all of this space and stop them from fighting showers. I'm worried that Diamant is stretching themselves a bit too thin by fighting towards sand and showers. Is Nesca's going to push and fight this? Or he's going to just jump in the smoke?
Just considering it. I think what you've got to read with this comp is that you don't want to allow Diamant to plant because those post plants will be so brutal with double sentinel. It's Jesse's first pick. Nescas gets a bit too far forwards there and allows Pretty to pick him up.
There's no need. You got a Sky over towards B. You can throw a flash in there.
Sakaki holds on to lamp control. Maybe that falls under the radar. No, Paisley reads it. Oh, it could have gone wrong, but no, it's red. And now it's D-Man in control. Now, if they win a bonus here, it'd be exactly what they need. That's what Valiant were able to get on their half. And a very sneaky position that Pays is hiding behind. This wall is mighty sneaky. It's red by Ali, but it doesn't even matter. Pays treats it back. Jesse is right back in the fight though, but they're lacking the numbers. Poison Cloud to conceal the position for a little longer. Pretty reveals himself with the spray, but Westside is still to be discovered. Jesse doesn't care. 3 kills to his name and he wants to keep it going. Could be the full ace. That would be fancy. Incendiary on the spike, making sure no one can hold on to it yet, but Defo goes on for it, and Jesse gets all 5 of the opposing players right in his pocket.
It's a lovely ace from him, but you're looking at this round for Diamant, and it really just feels like they've switched off. It's not even that they're peeking one at a time, they're just slow walk gliding into these angles one at a time. They find the advantage here, 3v2, and just one of these fights, Pretty goes in alone, and then it's just not really positioned. Yeah, I'm not surprised the Packers frustrated more on that one. Like, I feel that. The amount they find the opening, they find the kill, they find the A site, and everything's looking pretty well kept.
It would have been the right concoction for a comeback there, winning a bonus. It would have put Valiant into an economical recession, and it could have allowed Diamant to close up. The Pays though, wanting to lead the team by example, give them a little bit more confidence, play with a bit more bravado, and it's paid off to gain B-side control.
I mean, unironically, he's giving Diamant a good amount of pace. Just going in and having his teammates trade off of him, much better play, and like you mentioned, the double sentinel so good in these post plants. The walls, the slows, the traps. Ramek is playing in relatively close, doesn't have much more to show, and he's just spraying through the smoke on the right timing. Yeah,
this is a statement by Diamant. They know they had to completely just go in, nothing to lose attitude. Valiant are the one tasked to close out this game. They're the ones, Diamant say, that should be in the hot seat, should be the most nervous. So a good change of pace by them.
Yeah, fantastic change of pace. The shame, like, they started off playing so passive and slow, and now that Umph is a bit further back, you sort of might look at it and go, well, this comp should be defensive-sided, right, because of the double sentinel. But the GravNet is so good for these executes. A lot of teams move into stuff like Gecko Fade because of that execute utility. Deadlock can still provide that in droves. And the B site is one of the hardest sites to retake on full stop. They had a Deadlock and a Sage on top of it. Yeah, good luck.
Oh. Defo, early kill. He's in the cocoon though. He'll end up dying. Jesse, discovered by the Trailblazer.
Why is he going?
Lacking in weapons. Wait, there's a knife kill involved! I have no idea what's going on. The fog of war is affecting everyone. And Diamant, at least they gained site control, but Sakake has joined the fray, smoked off for now. Nesgas, only with a classic, hasn't been able to find a weapon to upgrade to. And Diamant are grouped up together here, holding Nesgas exit. Sakake wants to see if he can draw attention towards him to let his teammates do the damage, or vice versa. Dizzy's good, but no kill to go to Sakake's way. Running out of bullets as well, for that matter. So Diamant closing up that scoreline. Still a while ago, but it's a good start.
It's fair to say I've never seen a Deadlock full sprint with ult in hand, using it to clear angles like they did. I mean, it's working. Gremak is climbing towards the top, 12 and 13, same amount of kills as Pretty. In fact, the whole team is starting to show up just a little bit more. It's Jesse that's leading the line massively and being the impact player for Valiant. No timeout needed from the defensive side at all yet. Naturally, you tend to half. Now, however, you don't want Diamant to come back into this one.
No, you don't. Oh, what was that shot hit into the air, or did it hit the wall? Either way, it did a bit of blast damage onto Defo, and he's forced it back away. It's Sakake to drop first, and the spike will be going down. Valiant need to reconfigure and decide how they want to be going about this, because they are one player down.
A Sage roll,
Pays, look at Pays! Look how far forward Pays has gone! He doesn't want to hold up back the pressure at all, and it works like a charm. Jesse can trade. Oh, he's got an ace in the site before. Can he do it again? That would be quite spectacular. Pretty deep corner taken. There's 2 angles they need to consider. Jesse is not given the delicacy of clutching this time around. And his teammates will have to make the decision to drop back, save the guns, because there's no more cash in those pockets.
Having to save now. And just these last couple of rounds from Diamant. I mean, it's better late than never, I suppose, when I'm showing up. But just some of the little touches, right? The Sage Roar boost on short to get over the smoke. Westside taking fights from 400 feet high, it seemed like. And at Pace, he goes in with a showstopper. Defo uses his. Both miss, but Pace is still going. He's still going to actively go for those fights. And he still has people following him. Like I mentioned, Valiant, this is their first time out. They haven't had to use it up until now, but this has been an attacking team's absolute paradise. Valiant, the only round that they got was against the bonus. And even then, it felt like Diamant should have probably won that one too if they didn't just let that slide.
I wonder what the answer is here for them. Going to a third map shouldn't be an option. We saw how tiring it was for Diamant, and they've been able to bring it back, but let's be fair, it is labored. It is dicey. At least it gives Paco an opportunity to also get back on the mic. Both teams given this opportunity.
I mean, at this
Sometimes
point,
it comes down to... Yeah, go ahead.
I just, if I'm here, I'm like, just keep doing that. Like, show them what you're made of. Like, do East proud. Because you're just, like, effort sending it, and it's working. Like, that's something that you sort of more expect towards, like, sort of young teams and the aggressive nature and all of the crazy comps that Diamant have been using. This, it feels like the pressure's off us now. It's almost like the pressure got too much and they're like, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Nihilistic approach, and now they're fighting, but it's like Valiant are going to go and fight them back.
Oh dear. A carefree attitude that might just be a bit too carefree. Still trading equally. It's the Sheriffs that find most of the damage, and it's Diamant to stay on top. Jesse. Oh, Jesse, you sneaky bugger. And he'll be hearing the commotion with the rotate. He's going to tell his teammate to hold his guns onto the A site, and he might just be the caveat and the catalyst. Oh, goes right to the open. The wall just boxes him out. Uh-oh.
Oh, not quite.
A perfect play by Diamant, and they don't even know it.
The rat trap working in full effect, but it's a 3 versus 2. All players grouped up together on this attack. It's just whether Nescas on this angle gets cleared, it's not even a factor. They know he's there because he broke the Sage wall, but it allows for a safe plant.
And now you start to see why the Sage and Deadlock were picked. They're so annoying.
There's the traps.
Oh no. Well, the traps will be broken. Jesse concussed for now. Molly, the push comes through from Pretty. It might just be preactive rather. Oh, the Gravnet connects, and it doesn't even matter. Nescas is sticking it, and it's just going to work. What on earth just happened? Valiant on map and series points.
It was just a small little play that Valiant made, just breaking the traps. And it really did feel there that Diamant, right, you've got the traps there, you've got this setup, you want to make a play once it goes off, but they were just like, now we don't need to, right? We can just spray through the smoke, we can wallbang this position. But it wasn't enough. It really was just Valiant with 2 players alive putting enough pressure onto Diamant that they were basically boxed in with their plant. They managed to get it down, sure. But it's not like they had a lurk going all the way around or anything like that. All 3 players stayed in showers. Fish in a barrel.
That round might just be the straw that broke the camel's back. It is hard to bring yourself around mentally 2 times in a row. Valiant having a pretty good read on this, had 3 defenders, but Pays has taken matters personally. Jesse, though, is not going to stop being the difference for his team, the saving grace. Orbital strike does not connect, and it doesn't even put Jesse out into the open. Nescas allows Pretty to push by. He's over in lamps and they don't even know it. This site is heavily inhabited. Nescas sees the position, hears the commotion over in showers and repositions himself. Orbital strike available, but he might not want to use it right now. Wants to have his gun out, but still, Zitshao wins that fight. It's all down to Defo in a 1v2.
Got a nade still.
Planted.
It's a resurrect for Westside, but everybody's so far away, and it's the same thing again. 2 players in showers, too afraid to do anything else other than just hold it.
There are not any things that Defo can do here. Spike to make them use utility. Push, catch them off guard on the cross. And it seems like we will be going for the latter. Zitchar gets caught! That's the incendiary gone, and now it's down to a 1v1, putting the pressure onto Westside as it has been diffused halfway. Defo is going to try and stick it, but gets off it as he sees Westside get close. Paint shot's thrown, Westside into the open, and Defo will win the clutch! Valiant are able to bring back order and get themselves a 2-0 win against Diamant.
Both these teams, Diamant and Valiant, putting the NT very much in this series. A 2-0, but it was a slog. Diamant 5 maps back to back. Really hoping now the Galacticos also lose in 2-0 fashion, just to at least confirm a spot potentially for tomorrow and make sure that they still get to participate in Ascension play-ins. It's been a hard road for them, and Valiant, they came in prepared, they came in fresh. Slow start on Icebox. But on Bind, you had this little bit of a comeback show, but you could definitely tell that that was Valiant's map pick. And these players, they've had a lot of experience in Tier 2, going in for Tier 1 again.
I think this game was just a statement that these teams are not here to play around. They are taking the matter seriously. They get given a second chance to make it into Ascension, and they'll take it all the way. Still a lot of action to come, and of course, we'll be taking a little break, but it's going to be Hazard and Kyra taking the round when it comes to the casting. But make sure you stick around as well for the Analyst Desk breakdown. There'll be an interview as well.
Welcome back, everybody. Valiant weren't messing about with that 2-0 win against Diamond. You've got to give it to Diamond, though. They really did challenge Valiant on that attack side half, although it was very, very dominant to begin with. Marcus, how was Bayern looking for you? What did you take away from that game?
It was looking kind of how I expected. I'll be honest. I was swaying like, I don't know, 75% towards this is how it was going to go. Just because, look, it was their map pick, and they have enough to go on to kind of to counter Diamond, and it did seem like there were some very, very nice counters. I must say though, Deadlock, Grumekista, I've definitely butchered his name. I'm so sorry, but he definitely made up for that performance I was talking about prior. Yeah, super well played from him, especially him running in with his ult, clearing corners. And I know Pavlos mentioned that, but we have never seen that before. He was legit full sprinting around with his ult in his hand. I respect it. I do respect it. But look, it went Valiant's way. It was a very, very not clean series, but it felt kind of quick.
Yeah, I think Ryan and Pavlos kind of hit the nail on the head. The attack half from Diamond almost felt like they were just like, do you know what? Let's just run it down now. You know, it's all or nothing. Let's just kind of run in as if there's nothing to lose and just give it a good old go. And they really did look like they were bringing it back. But I have to say, I think the kind of round that turned the tide was kind of that 3-man walk down long when they were Pistols, Thrifty, and the words are just coming out of my mouth and I don't even think they're making sense at this point because we've been here for a little while. But yeah, no, essentially that was definitely a turning point for Valiant to kind of close out that map and yeah, take the 2-0 in their stride.
And I know for a fact Soul Chains is going to be super happy with that performance from Valiant because he spoke them up. He did speak them up, and I feel like now we have to believe everything Soul Chain says because he was confident that they could go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, he knows. I will trust his word. You know, the same way that lettuce... No, that's got nothing to do with this. I'm gonna...
You know what, Meg,
know.
Before you talk more about lettuce,
yeah,
let's go and talk about Ambi. Because Ambi is here. We do have an interview with him, the winner of that series. Ambi, very well played, mate. How are you feeling?
Hello, I'm feeling good, of course. You know, win is a win, so we take those.
We do take those. I mean, at least you take those. It was beautiful to actually watch you guys, especially on Icebox, because I feel like it was one of those games. It was going back and forth, and then it just went into your stride, right? Talk to me about Icebox. That's kind of my first question. You know, 10-4 down, and then you came back. What were the vibes like at that point?
Yeah, I mean, you have to look it from the economic point of view as well, you know, because you are saying 10-4, but in reality, we lost pistol round eco, you know, which is 4 rounds, then 2 bonuses, that's 6 rounds, you know. So basically it was 4-4, you know. So we just went into the mindset, you know, boys, we have guns, we are winning, you know. So keep going. Our mental showed there, you know, we just kept playing our game. We didn't break down, no, because we are losing. And yeah, we carried it to the victory.
Yeah, it looked confident when you started getting the momentum, which was nice. And it's a nice way to look at it, actually, when you think, right, we have the weapons, let's just go kill. One thing I do want to know is kind of how did the comms change at overtime? Was there a difference in communication? Did it get quieter? Did it get more hyped? What was it like?
I mean, yeah, for sure. We started coming a little bit more, you know, because the hype is there, but we experienced this multiple times and we have very good tools on how to calm down, you know. Yeah, so we used the past experience from the past matches and we calmed down and we managed to finish it, you know, go through the last 2 rounds and yeah.
Yeah, you went through the last 2 rounds, then into Bind. How confident were you going into Bind? Because you guys looked pretty solid on it.
Yeah, I mean, we were pretty confident, you know. We studied a lot how they played. And yeah, we knew that, you know, the defense would be annoying, but we had the good tools to work around. And yeah, I just think that we adapted good on their comp, you know, and then we managed to get as many rounds as possible on the attack. And then, yeah, the defense, we just, you know, pushed the last few rounds in with beautiful clutches and it worked out in the end.
Yeah, do you not think that the Sage and Deadlock is a hard comp to play against? Because I mean, they beat Go Next on Bind, and now obviously you had to face them on Bind against a Sage and a Deadlock. I feel like that's like, I mean, I wouldn't want to play against a Sage and a Deadlock personally.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's very annoying, but once you get the grip of like how the enemy team is like behaving on the map, you know, and like what's their tendencies on the walls and stuff, then it starts to be quite easy, you know, like to understand how they play and stuff. And yeah, you just need to adapt and understand, you know, what they are trying to achieve. And yeah, I think we did that quite well.
I have to ask as well, you've played so many roles on different teams. How are you finding your current role on Valiant?
Yeah, so basically I committed now to the initiator role, or like let's say flasher, you know, I'm playing all the flashing agents. The reason for this is that I am really vocal. I like to communicate a lot in the team, and I feel like I am giving much more to the team with my voice than with my actual, you know, gameplay. So yeah, I feel like that was the main reason, you know, why I turned from the duelist where I just entered, you know. But yeah, I think that I found myself. I'm very happy on the initiator role. Sometimes, you know, I can put one duelist, you know, in or something. But yeah, I'm very happy on the initiator role. I will keep it going, and let's see how we do.
Okay, well, if there was one role that you could choose permanently, like your favorite role, what would it be?
Yeah, I would say that it is this one. I would say that it's either like the spotters with the Sova and Fate, of course, you know, and then the flashers. For me, it's the same thing, you know, just those supports, I would say.
Yeah, I guess as well, if you have played duelist before, like knowing what you would want as a duelist as an initiator and then being able to implement that, you definitely do a great job.
Thank you very much.
Also, I want to talk to you just about your next game as well, Galacticos. Are you nervous? Are you confident? Have you studied them enough, would you say, to be able to go into this one and try and get a confident 2-0?
I mean, it's another match, you know, like we take every match the same, like you play, you know, it's another day in the office, as we like to say, and whatever should happen, you know, like we worked hard for this, and we will just see if it was hard enough or if we need to work harder next time.
Yeah, perfect. No, honestly, fantastic answers, mate, and I'm gonna let you go because you do have your next game coming up shortly, so go and take a well-deserved break, and congratulations on your win versus Diamant.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
Bye-bye. What an absolute geese. I mean, let's talk a little bit more about the match, you know, especially now we've spoken to Ambi and we know like how things were a little bit more for them. I mean, you know, it was strange to me that the Sage and the Deadlock were almost, you know, you would assume defensive kind of agents, but they seem to come to light a little bit more on attack and were more annoying on attack. Would you recommend the double sentinel kind of in future games?
I feel like the Deadlock is enough solo. I don't think you need the Sage. I do think you lose out on important utility if you are going to run a Sage to a Deadlock, and you then have so much focus and hope on your other 3 agents that they can actually bring the information what you need to the team. Because like if you go Sage Deadlock, you've got slows, you've got a couple of walls, right? You can delay for a certain period of time, but if the enemy team are pressuring and then you use your wall, when that wall is broken, it's like a waste of ability. You know?
You've got nothing left, yeah. Definitely. Well, I mean, you do still have aim and a gun, but you know, no, definitely. And I mean, it's definitely a weirder way of watching Bind played because, like you mentioned earlier, you don't usually see a Sentinel coming into that Bind comp because the double controllers maybe are favored, and there's different initiators as well. Is there any kind of takeaways from both games today that you wanted to touch on before we move on?
Takeaways. Look, what I do want to touch on is one of those one of the last rounds in that game. It was the post plant in showers. I think it was the second to last round. It wasn't the one where Defo clutched. I kind of want to just take a look at the round prior to that because it. I feel like it was a tough one, right? You have 3 people in showers, right? The bomb goes down. And it's, how do we play this, right? And hopefully, this is set up perfectly. We You have the wall that goes down, one chunk is broken, and in this situation, you're like, okay, they're definitely planting for showers. They're probably all going to go into showers, if not 2 of them, right? Now, the important thing to note is Neskas's molly here, and also how he turns the flash. If he doesn't turn the flash, this could go so differently, right? But look, notice how 2 of them are left side. He mollies, and if he makes this kill, exactly like that, there is no possible way that the other 2 in showers can kill him. It's a free round. But it's also important to know that they are, what, a minute into this round, and they still have that amount of utility left. So I don't know if that's a fault from Diamant, or if that's just well played from Valiant. I think it's difficult. Like, do you all play showers when you know they could have that utility? Is it maybe a miscommunication on what utility they have left? I mean, you said to me, wow, Sky flashed that smoke like solo, and I said, well, if Sky sits in the corner, they're all going to be useless, because the molly's either going to kill the Sky and block the other 2 off, or Sky has to push and die. Or
Yeah,
try and
I
get
think
a
at
kill.
that point, I didn't see the molly, and I was kind of like, I think if you're going to flash out the smoke, like, why would you not just kind of go maybe in a 2 or a 3? Because, again, kind of going back to that, talking about kind of round-changing plays and those kind of 3-man walks that we've been seeing, again, like the one we saw down B long when they had just sheriffs in hand and then they end up winning that round. Like, I do think sometimes those group plays, obviously minus the molly that's stopping them from playing together, usually you kind of win out, especially when you have that man advantage and the favor, because you start with the guns in hand. So yeah, it's just interesting. I think it's one of those rounds where like the teams will kind of kick themselves and be like, oh, everything in hindsight, you know, it's one you'll look back on and think, we could have played that differently, but we didn't. And I think, you know, they can definitely take some of that away, because I don't know, I'm assuming Diamant might be going into another game now. I feel sorry for them if they are, because they must be absolutely shattered with the kind of format with these groups.
They're not going into another game. So it pretty much relies on this next game. I'm pretty sure for Diamant to take second place now, it needs to have. No, there's definitely no way is there a way they can get first?
I feel like we both need a coffee, because I've just realized how terrible. I was praising my maths earlier, and now I've just realized how terrible it is to think that Diamant were playing another game.
Why? Because 3 teams.
Because 3 teams, and they have to play each other.
They might play themselves.
Maybe just go into a custom and run at nothing. Who knows? But do you have any sort of final thoughts on the series between Diamant and Valiant now?
No, I just think it was very well played from Valiant. I think they took that momentum from Icebox, you know, especially going into the overtime. Momentum carried them into bind, and then confidence mixed with momentum. I think they just took that one quite cleanly, Meg.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it was a bit of a different game that we saw compared to when they did play Galacticos the series before. You know, of course, it went to all 3 maps, and I do feel for Diamant, because I wonder if the Icebox comeback had anything to do with the fatigue of playing for a while, or just anything to do with that. But that's the nature of the game, right? It's a pretty tough one out there, especially Diamant playing back-to-back. We do have a little bit more time to talk, I think. So if you want to keep chatting about anything, Marcus, I mean, also it might be some good times to start hype in the chat for the next game, which is CGN versus Novo, which I think is going to be an absolute banger. So yeah, anything you'd like to say, Marcus?
No, I'm all out. I think we should rest our voices, because we do have, of course, another series coming up. And if you don't know what series that is, it is CGN. I want to know your thoughts on that one, though, Meg. What do you think? What do you think we've got coming up?
Right now, no thoughts, head empty. After my coffee and the 3-minute break that's coming up, big thoughts, head full. So I think we're gonna head to a break for 3 minutes, and we'll be back with more. No, we're gonna keep going, because
you have been granted permission to continue talking.
Okay.
No, but
so
I'm going to give you a point. I want you to focus right on the next series. Okay, so we have CGN versus Novo.
Yeah.
We have UK talent coming up in this game. We have UK talent Anguist, who, look, I'm not going to be biased, guys, but I do think Anguist is top 5 players of current Ascension play-ins. His aim is crisp, and the last time I spoke to him, I was like, why do you not play Duelist? And he was like,
he's a humble guy.
but like he's on the Killjoy and Cypher, and he's dropping so many frags. And by frags, I mean many frags.
But I think sometimes like having less pressure to be the fragger can make you frag more. Like I feel like you often see actually like really great performances coming through from Sentinel roles because, you know, the aim is still there, they're still very good, but it's almost just like the pressure's off to kind of just run in and take a fight. It's very much play off my util, wait for them to push me and be in the perfect position to find at least 2 or 3. But anyway, we do have Milan here to give us some off-stream updates.
The legend Milan.
Hello.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
You came to join our podcast.
I'm joining the podcast. I'm so excited. I'm back.
He's back.
I mean, my off stream from my side of things, everything's been good, man. I'm super exciting game right now going on between Raid and SNS. Honestly, a lot closer than I kind of anticipated it to be. I don't know if you guys saw the score, but first game went to Raid with a 13-11, and it was another one of those back and forth games where I felt like, I think we were talking in the Discord at some point, like, hey, it looks like it's almost over. SNS is going to take it back, and then every time it kept flipping whoever had the momentum, you know, and it was a very exciting game. And the second game is going on right now. It's currently 8-9. Another looks like another comeback on the cards for R8 this time. So it's been back and forth all day. I think
it's my favorite.
These are definitely the kind of games that give you like the most stress, where it's just constant back and forth, and it feels like it's never going to end. And then you think your team's winning, and then they're not winning. Yeah, it's very stressful to watch, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think something that makes it less stressful for me, or not necessarily like stressful, but less, stale, is that both of these teams have been running like some cool comps. Right now, for example, Raid is running the Deadlock Cypher on Ascent. Previous map they pulled out Arena, so they're definitely not afraid to experiment. It brings some extra spice to the game. So that's definitely something that I am at least enjoying a lot from watching them. I think I hope for them that they'll be able to bring it to a third map for the side of SNS.
Speaking of spice, this has absolutely nothing to do with the game, but Milan, what spice do you get on your Nando's order? If you have Nando's.
Probably doesn't have Nando's.
I'm scared to admit this, guys, but I have never had a cheeky Nando's.
You've not had a cheeky Nando's?
I have never had a cheeky Nando's. Actually, wait.
It's UK only though, isn't it?
No, I might have had. I think I might have had one at the Red Bull event. It's like garlic and something. Is that a thing? Is that like number?
That doesn't sound like a thing. They have like lemon and herb.
What you need to understand is.
No, I think I had that. I had lemon and herb. I had lemon and herb.
Now that makes you
I had that one.
A legend, because you have to understand that the type of spice you have on your Nando's does not correlate to you as a person. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let anyone tell you differently.
I mean, I think we all might be lemon and herb here. So feel free in the chat to say what you want to say. Free reign, cyberbully us, because we're lemon and herb enjoyers. Thank you.
What about the deadlock, though? Talk about the deadlock, because I kind of wanna compare this deadlock from what we're seeing now from Wintry to the deadlock we just saw, Milan.
I think, you see this deadlock come up a lot in, especially like Americas, right? Like it's an agent that's been played predominantly there on Ascent and kind of making their way to other maps as well. And I feel like in Europe we haven't seen it that much. Wintry doesn't seem that they've played it before. It's not a completely new comp. They played it during Split 2. I don't think they had an awful amount of practice with it just from the way that they were playing it. The big part of Deadlock's kit is obviously the wall, right? And what you want to do on defense is make sure that you hold on to that wall as much as you can. And that way you'll be able to, really mess with attackers when they're going to hit, say, it's late. And something that I noticed quite a bit is that they're just instantly putting this wall down and rotating away from it, which is another thing you can do, right? If you have the safety, just put the wall down, leave one person there and have a stack somewhere on the other side of the map. But I think SNS did a very good job at just, defaulting properly, making sure that they wait out the wall and hit sides breaking all the utility from both Deadlock and Cypher. So I think what we're seeing from now is from both of these teams is actually like very good Valorant, right? And on the attack, I mean, I don't know, you lack so much util. Obviously, they make up with some of it with the Yoru here, right? But not a whole lot of info. Getting onto the site is difficult, but if you get onto sites with a composition like this, it's going to be super hard for SNS to retake, right? So that's kind of what I'm curious to see here. Like,
we did just see a Sage, though, and a Deadlock in the previous game. Like, you talk about potential lack of util. Like, on the same team, a Sage and a Deadlock. Is that? Do you not think that's a touch too much or not?
I mean, I think with that you're making a lot of sacrifices, right? But I cannot. Did they run like a triple Cypher with that, like a triple Sentinel? Did they have Sage, Deadlock? No, it's only those two, right?
Yeah,
so
it's only those two.
It works slightly differently, right? You still have a Sova usually in the mix there. You still have the opportunity to take fights and get info that way. But yeah, no matter what you do, if you sacrifice one of those two initiators that we see so often on this map, right? You're always going to sacrifice something, and by replacing it with something else, you better make sure that works very well for you. And I mean, so far, just from watching these teams, I think that they have a good idea on how to use that agent.
Yeah.
Right now.
I mean, I still haven't seen a good. Oh my god. Okay, it was Nico. Sorry, I was about to praise him so much, but I was like, oh, they actually weren't shooting back with weapons. So, no, I'm joking. Nice 3K. But no, we do talk about the Deadlock. It's a common conversation we have, especially now, like we are seeing Deadlock creeping in. I personally have never seen a good enough performance from a Deadlock to actually say, oh, you know what? I think Deadlock is a good pick here. Like, I know you've obviously been in the scene for a long time, Elan, but were any teams during the VCT season even talking about going Deadlock? Were there ever like, obviously, I don't want you to leak anything, but were there ever teams trying it out in practice? Was there anything that impressed you? Because look at that, Deadlock down.
I mean, but this is you're talking about the Deadlock, and then that's going on as we speak, right? Combining the Deadlock gravity net with the Sobol. This is exactly the reason why you pick her, right? And it's these small little micro plays that she allows you to make that, you know, can make or break games. And I think that's kind of the thing with Deadlock, is that she has such a high potential, but the trade-off of, you know, like, she doesn't bring any passive value, if that makes sense. You know, there's certain agents who you will always be able to get something out of their kit, and with Deadlock, a lot of it just relies on you properly using that agent. And something that you touched on as well is like in EU, and I think that this is maybe just my view on things, and I think actually some people might share this with me, is that the easiest way to counter a Deadlock is just to play a little bit more slow, right? If you're playing against teams who go for, you know, straight direct hits, those instant taste, etc., that's where you will get the most value out of Deadlock, right? She's a very contact heavy agent, and if you play against a team who's properly taking their time, doing things slow, a lot of that value can be negated fairly easily, right? And that's kind of where you see EU separating itself from other regions, the superior region, might I add.
Wait, you don't think EU is superior?
I think they are, because we are able to outplay a Deadlock much easier than I think most other regions have. Our style of play has just tied in, like, it's a more natural counter to Deadlock than any other regions, I think. And that's kind of where you see a separation between us and, for example, Americas, who are still a lot more straightforward, less defaulting, more direct style of play, contact heavy, etc. And that's where Deadlock can find that value.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose we can talk about the team that aren't running the Deadlock. I kind of want to know your thoughts on Sweet and Sour, because I've watched my fair share of Sweet and Sour through Polaris, and they were the only team to beat Apex. Does that shock you? Like, does that shock you that they can beat Apex and then kind of not hold their ground against other play-ins teams, or do you just think it's kind of on the day how Apex played?
I don't want to discredit Sweet and Sour, right? I think that they're a very good team. They have, you know, I know that they work very hard as a free agent team. They put in an immense amount of work, and it has paid off. I think that you have to understand that everybody has like off days, right? I think if you let Sweet and Sour play Apex, you know, a bunch of times, the majority of those times Apex would actually like edge out in that series, right? And I think that it's not really fair to base your assumption or your, you know, your like evaluation of a team only on one game, and that's kind of not necessarily what you're trying to do, but you get my point.
Yeah.
Wow, Milan, thank you so much for filling some of the time with your amazing brain and thoughts and all of your knowledge to do with the game, and your little update as well of what's going on off broadcast with the games. But we're going to say goodbye to you now as we kind of get prepped for what's coming up.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Milan.
Milan's such a wonderful dude.
I feel like the thing about Milan is it's fantastic to have him on when you need, like, when you do things like that, because he's so knowledgeable, like so knowledgeable. So when he gets to join us, I feel like I can just like sit back and like, just relax, Milan. Just talk, buddy. Just talk.
Let him do all the work. But yeah, I think I didn't hear quite correctly in my ear, but we're bringing. Oh no!
Oh no!
Actually, guys, I'm so sorry to do this to you, but unfortunately, we are going to be introducing the casters for the next series. Oh dear.
See, do you think that like they spent all their prep Pazza on doing this little like, I don't know, little sketch that they've got going on? Because it's the same thing every time, man.
It just happens naturally. We're naturally gifted.
I also feel for Hazard JC because I feel like none of this is directed towards him. All of this bullying came from Cairo and Cairo only. He created this.
It's crazy how Cairo hasn't spoke yet, though. I don't think he realised his mic's
Oh, is his mic on?
Oh, please don't. No, that's
This is terrible.
That's the easiest bit you guys have ever got in your entire life, man.
The way we fully answered your question and everything, and you still double checked. Oh, dear.
I'm so sorry, Cairo.
Anyway, let's talk about what's coming up, because of course we've already had some amazing games played already, and I know that you've both been sort of catching up with whatever you can behind the scenes, but of course you guys are casting a very, very exciting game, which is CGN versus Novo. So did you have anything that you kind of wanted to get into or share with us before you cast their games?
I mean, there are a couple of different ways that you can look at it, but right now, as that second game is ongoing, is that CGN already have a win. So they win this one, their fate is in their own hands, they can get top 4 and make the playoff stage. It's a question of which version of Novo comes out of that, you know, opening game in their right against Pedro. And for Pedro, their fate can also be settled. There's a lot hinging on, you know, the next couple of moments of which we probably don't get much of a look at.
Yeah, to have this last game and be so important for the greater standings of the group, it is really nice for me. But I think like there's a lot of interconnecting storylines for me. Like, is CGN going to be able to come out cold and heat up quickly, or is Novo going to be after a big best of 3, which has gone 3 maps and even going all the way like towards overtime potentially? Are they going to be hotter to start? And also, like for me, like is CGN going to be able to rise to the occasion, because many times they have represented DAC in these tournaments, Ascension last year, and not lived up to the standards which the DAC region sets for them.
Yeah, I think we know that CGN are quite a disciplined team, and I wonder if that's going to be a favoured playstyle here, because again, I think pressure's very, very high. You know, it's all to play for. There's literally a spot in Ascension on the line. Do you think that we'll see sort of Novo maybe also coming out with a little bit more of disciplined gameplay, knowing CGN plays that way?
I think the big thing for me, and Novo, again, being an Italian team, I can probably make a direct link to some of their GMT, well, one of their GMT former teammates who's on Sweet and Sour right now, Hearthbeat. I spoke to him a couple of months ago about how you prepare for these kinds of tournaments, and his main advice was to, you know, not overly go and look at ante for every single team, and these are the details, this is what we're going to do for each game. It's more stick to your own game plans, try and be, you know, set up in the way
way that you do it, right? Focus on what your own strengths are rather than trying to pick apart the weaknesses of the others. Because again, you make it out of the group stage, which you may be heavily prepping for. Maybe you even go into the last chance group or the playoffs. There's a whole host of teams you could be up against. It's knowing your opponent, but then also knowing yourself and not straying too far away from that.
Definitely. And I mean, we are going to say goodbye to you for now whilst we go and get ready for this amazing matchup. So we'll see you in a bit. Bye-bye, Hazza and Cairo. We are going to cut to a break now, a little bit longer than the previous breaks, but we've got a lot to get prepped and ready for the next matchup. See you in a bit.
I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I don't know why you look at me like that. I'm so self-absorbed, I know that for a fact. Now I realize I'm better off without you. I'll be better off in no time. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was a lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my loved ones, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my loved ones, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it, I wanna say it. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna
La moitié, on est en train de ski. On est en train de le faire, les Maliens qui vont aller chercher la victoire face à des Ateliers qui auront tout donné. Total in the clutch. The youngest of the young prospects taking some mini card.
We are back from a slightly longer than normal break and joined on the desk by Soul Chains to run through the game that we were just waiting to finish, which was Novo versus PPP. Soul Chains, what a freaking game. Take us through the game that just happened.
Yes, so it was an incredible game to follow. So both teams managed to take the series to map 3, which was not expected because both had their ups and lows. So we had some like pretty good stuff on the first map. We had also some pretty good stuff on the second in response. But on the third, both teams locking in and taking us to a 16-14 finish, having all broken, close to all broken, above 20 kills. It was a really interesting series. They seem to always one-up each other in the end.
Yeah, I mean, when you have two Neons, both MVPing, dropping 31 and 23 kills, I feel like the game is probably going to be quite fast-paced as well. I feel like there was probably so much going on. And it's also interesting to note that Silent is the one that actually drops most kills on the side of PPP, which, for a Sentinel, you don't think that's kind of crazy?
It is kind of crazy. He's been incredible, like right from the get-go. First round of the first map, he got an ace on the pistol round, so
Okay.
he was actually like really strong. Starting today with first with CGN, now with this map, with this series against Novo. So yeah, he's been really in a great shape all day long. And yeah, like you mentioned, both Neons being like really aggressive agents. So there was some really good stuff showing up at the end of the map. Like they used to play like very standard Valorant all along, but during the last map when it was like all for survival, both teams like seemed transformed. Like they were trying some bolder moves. They were trying to push each other like in the back. Like they were pushing like really far in CT. So the Neons came in like really clutch in those times because they were like just running around every time trying to find an opening using the walls to get on site. So very interesting use of the Neons and really interesting series on all sides.
Yeah, and I want to just touch back on Silent because I have had many games played with Silent. He is a very good player. Now it's interesting to see why it comes up with Silent J, but we're not gonna comment on that too much. It's probably a Phil thing. Don't worry, it's normal. But yeah, Silent is a fantastic player. I had a team with him maybe a year or two ago, and he was our Sentinel player. He was always hungry to play, and seeing him play for PPP was super nice. It's just super unfortunate as well that they've gone out. Obviously, I can say that now because they have lost both games, and it's tough really because as a player individually, he is so good. I can't stress that enough. He was always finding timings. In comparison to maybe players that you guys at home would know, he's probably like your Nats. He is fantastic when it comes to finding gaps, being a rat in a positive way, guys. Obviously, not in a negative way. But yeah, and also I think it's kind of nice for Stark because Stark being the only Portuguese player on the side of Novo and being able to beat a full Portuguese team, I feel like that must mean quite a lot to him. No, Soul Chains?
Yeah, that's true. Like actually, both the lone wolves in the Portuguese Portuguese population of these planes, they all got up and beat up the all Portuguese roster. So it's really interesting to see that both DVH and, like you mentioned, Stark will go to the second phase, or at least they will try and go to the last chance qualifier and then go to playoffs. But yeah, one Portuguese player will at least get out of this group, even if it's not like the majority of the Portuguese players. But yeah, at least they played like really well. They played like lions all along. They all managed to put themselves to the limit, and they can be proud of what they have achieved today. Like ending this last series in a 16-14 for the survival is actually a really good way to end up.
Just a quick one as well for anyone just joining the broadcast. We're just running through the Novo versus PPP game whilst we wait for the Novo versus CGN game, which will be coming up very shortly. But we've been talking about why, not why, but PPP obviously not kind of progressing any further. And I guess selfishly, that's going to make the next game quite exciting, right? Because it really is the fight for the top spot, and we know that now. Do you think Novo coming into the next game, Soul Chains, off the back of this kind of overtime game, is going to be a positive or a negative for them?
I think it's going to be a negative for them because they've already pushed themselves to the limit now, so they should be running low on adrenaline by now. And on the other side, we have CGN, who haven't played since, I think they've played last in like 6 hours ago, something like that. So it's going to be like a really hard time for them, like to fight these CGN players who have been on just a pause or a really long pause. They could have also watched their opponent play. So they're going in with a really good advantage from like a moral standpoint and also a physical standpoint. And right now, Novo, they know they've just won their survival now. So are they going to fight as hard as they used to against PPP? That's a good question.
They will. I can answer it for you. Do you know why? Do you know what they're fighting for, Soul Chains? They're fighting for a day off.
That's true.
They obviously are first place. It's fantastic, right? You get to skip the whole of tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. So they can sit back, they can watch the teams, they can see potentially what team is going to join them. They can maybe try an anti-strat live. I'm not sure how many teams do that, but maybe just having an absolute free day off could honestly be good for them, because these guys have been playing non-stop.
Well, thank you, lads, for a lovely chat about the game that just happened. But we're going to cut to a 5-minute break now before we head back. We'll head back, come back. We'll be back for the pre-match rundown. See you in a minute.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so
Welcome back, everybody. We are finally ready to get into the final game of today, which is CGN versus Novo. Marcus, I'm going to throw to you first of all, as I know you have been waiting to get into this matchup.
Yeah, and before I talk about CGN versus Novo, I need to publicly apologize to Phil because it is Silent J and it's not silent with 3 T's. So I hold my hands up and I say, Phil, I'm so sorry.
I think all three of us should do it, even though we're not accountable. Let's all do it. Ready?
It's fine. Okay, then let's all do it. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Sorry,
Phil.
Phil.
I'm so sorry. Oh,
I mean, that's
that'll
fine.
do.
That's fine.
That'll do.
He'll accept that. But we have CGN versus Novo, and we did touch on the previous game, which was Novo versus PPP. And it's been fantastic, Soul Chains, to have you on board because you've kind of been following this group, right? So is there anything in particular about CGN versus Novo that we need to be on the lookout for?
Yes, so I've been following this group since the beginning of the afternoon, so it's been like a really wide ride to see what both teams had to show for themselves. CGN have definitely some really interesting choice of comps. Like they've used an Ascent comp that I haven't seen ever in EMEA. Like they've used the double duelist. They like to put elements on a main duelist and put Benny on the Phoenix role, which is really nice to put him on the Flash role. So get like a really good aggression, you get some space with the Flash, so very interesting to see. And on the other side, you have Novo, which is playing like a very textbook Valorant. They're playing like really good fundamentals, playing really safe, except in the last match where they were like pushed to their limits against PPP. So they had to be more creative, trying some bolder plays. So it's going to be interesting to see if their fundamentals will just hold up for this BO3, or if they will go on the same vibe they were on at the end of the BO3, and they will go for like bolder plays right away.
I mean, let's go into CGN first, because I have heard through the grapevine that CGN are favorites of quite a few people, and we've already spoken about how they've already played today, and that was a little while ago, but they were pretty easy and effortless games. You know, they were of course challenge, but it was a pretty clear 2-0, right?
Yeah, indeed. It was a 13-7, 13-7 maps. So both first half looked really close, with PPP actually tying things up around the end of the half. But in the end, CGN always managed to outlast their opponents. They managed to like work around their craft and throw more interesting and more complicated sort of strategies. So their structure of comp definitely out with that, and it's nice to see also that CGN had something that they maybe didn't show during the regular season. Maybe PPP wasn't prepared to beat them on that side.
Yeah, I also want to make sure that it's known out there that I was going to say it recently, but I'm going to say it again, and I have said it once before this stream. Anguist is someone that you need to be on the lookout for because he is a very, very good player. And I feel like I'm hyping up a lot of the Sentinels in Group C right now, but in terms... Obviously, I'm a little bit biased as well, because potentially he is from the UK, but his performance across not even just building up into Ascension. I've seen him play in smaller teams, and he's always the standout player. And you can ask anyone across most of the UK scene, they will say that he is an absolute aim demon. So I'm actually excited to watch him play this series, and hopefully I don't eat my words, right? Because I've been eating my words a lot today, and Soul Chains, you haven't, because you were correct about Valiant.
I'm so glad.
I know.
I saw the scores at some point. I was like, please.
I know. I mean, I was saying please for you as well, because I wanted you to be
You
right.
smashed it.
But
You did.
Novo, right? We have Novo as well to talk about, because this is also a team that you've been watching, and Novo, they've got some experience on their team. I wrote down in my notes earlier that we have Hyber, of course, who has played on teams such as Vitality, Keizo, Kase, and then we have Stark, who is... I mean, I feel like Stark has been around for a long time. He was on GTZ, Desire, Koi, Saw, and I feel like Soul Chains, this team has a lot of experience.
Yeah, like you said, Hyber is being also playing with Fnatic for a very short time. So... Yeah. They've seen like the likes of the most experienced teams in the world. So as you said, also Stark has been also on some of the strongest team in Iberia. So it's going to be interesting to see how this really experienced team on some sides and really inexperienced on some other, because Novo wasn't there last year. So some of the players I've never seen what's outside of Italy.
I think it might be worth mentioning as well, though, that Novo did lose to Desire. They lost 3 maps and they were out. So I think, especially with the kind of overtime map that they just played against CPP, I think it would be really interesting to see how they kind of reset their mental coming into the next game against CGN, who have had a pretty easy go of it today. Do you have anything to say about their mental coming into this one?
I hope it holds up, honestly. They had one of the hardest series so far, and CGN also had one of the longest break we had in a while. So it's going to be interesting to see if either Novo keeps up their mantle and they go on the same vibe they had at the end of the last game, and if CGN are ready to fight, because they've had a long break. So it definitely helps with physical and mental fatigue, but are they still in the game right now? That's a good question.
Are they warmed up? And I mean, it might be worth sort of quickly kind of touching maybe on the potential map vetoes we might see, because unlike the previous kind of games that we've just played, I think Novo and CGN kind of both have a ban that they tend to see come through quite often. So with CGN, Icebox tends to be their permaban. With Novo, they're not a big fan of Ascent despite playing it. What are you kind of thinking they're cooking up maybe for potentially the vetoes coming up? Marcus, I'll start with you.
I honestly, before maps, imagine if you could ban a player and you have to use subs. Imagine if you could do that, because look, I actually pulled up earlier on a head-to-head with Anguist and Alan. Now, Alan is actually a bit of a demon. So if I had to ban one person to make them use a sub, it would be Alan, because I feel like Alan is... He's a bit of a less aggressive Sentinel I'm comparing this to Anguist, right? Only Anguist. He's a bit of a less aggressive Sentinel, as you can tell from the first kills. First deaths are very similar, and the only thing that I can kind of point out from this is that Alan is one of those people that likes to find the space late on in the game, rather than Anguist, who probably likes to find the I would say the fight before the space. So in terms of who takes space, they both take space quite well, even as a Sentinel, but they do it in different ways, right? And I feel like you said, Meg, about the maps, I feel like we are going to see these two play certain ways on certain maps, because not every map is good for, of course, being an aggressive Sentinel, right? And we talk about the map veto. How do you think it's going to go, Soul Chains, the map veto?
I think CGN are definitely wanting to play one of these games where they have like a weird comp that could take off guard some of the players on Novo. So I I would bet on either Sunset or Ascent that they played during the first match. As for Novo, like you said, it's also a game of aggression, so Sunset would definitely be in their playbook because they used to play really aggressively on this map. They used to always push ahead of their setups. So I think it's a great map for Allen, and it's also a great map for Ingrist on that side.
Yeah, and I feel like when you also talk about the maps and you talk about the most common maps that we have seen, right? I do want to touch on Abyss. Because I asked you earlier on about maybe Valiant playing Abyss, and obviously we saw the ban. What do you think about seeing an Abyss from this, knowing that potentially, well, knowing that they have got a place in first or second?
Alors, honestly, from a viewer standpoint, I'd be over the moon because I really love this map and I'd love to see it played at the highest level in EMEA. On the other side, if I'm one of these teams, I wouldn't risk it right now. It's a little bit risky to try and bet all your hopes on a map that just came out when you don't know much about the other team's playbook on this map. Like, either team didn't play much of it in regular season. Maybe they didn't even pick it once.
Oh my god!
I'm so happy.
I saw the buy and ban come in, and then I was like, okay, well, CGN literally permanently ban Icebox nearly all the time, apart from when Breeze was here. So what's next? We actually get an Abyss, and then we have Lotus as well, and their Lotus on the side of CGN is 6-0. So they are strong on Lotus, and then at least we don't get to watch the B main retake for Sunset. I do wonder what the deciding map will be. I'm probably looking towards I was gonna say Haven, that was gonna act really cool, but no, it's Ascent, Meg.
I mean, this has to be the most excited I think I've been all day to kind of kick things off. You know, usually you see Abyss come through as like that third map and it slips through, but Nova really said, look, we're not gonna mess about. If you're gonna leave Abyss in, we'll give it a good go. So a very, very exciting first game to get started on. Do we have stats from both of these teams on Abyss? Have they played it before?
Nova have played it once, and it was very recently, I believe, and they ran as long as what I've kind of looked at. No, this is 1-0 for Novo. They run a Yoru, Harbor, Sova, Cypher, Astra. So it's a really wacky composition. And then CGN, they've played it once, and it has been a loss. Their comp was kind of ordinary. I don't really know what is ordinary for Abyss, but they went for Sage, Jet, Cypher, Sova, and Omen. And I know from at least playing Abyss, Sage is actually very, very handy, especially when you're trying to plant onto the B site, right? The one, if you're attacking, it's the one on the left where you can send Wingman to jump on the rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one where Sage is super, super handy. So I'm unsure kind of what you're expecting, Soul Chains. But are there any agents that you want to see on this first map?
I definitely want to see Yoru on this map because it's one of the agents that you don't see much on other maps and is really, really useful on this map, obviously, with all these flashes, with his space taking, and the fact that he can TP across the map, so it's going to be really excellent for his rotation. On the other side, I'd love to see an Astra. I know it's not been picked really often on this map, but I know that it has a lot of like range that you can use on it. I've seen many French teams use it as well on this map. Like they use it to like combo into many other stuff that you can throw, like the nade and the Gecko Molly on it. So that could be a really interesting picks all around. But I think we're going to be a lot of lovely people on screen.
This is like a nice little watch party. Is this the CGN watch party or the Novo watch party? It's the CGN watch party, CGN. Right? Yeah,
I love the hype.
I love. Why didn't we get one for Sweet and Sour? Who's in charge of that? Why did we not sort this out?
I just really, really quickly want to touch on, if we do see a Yoru, I would just love it if one of them, like whoever's playing Yoru, would do that like jump off the map just to TP back onto the map kind of thing.
Ethos style.
The Ethos Yoru style.
Wait, there's no Yoru. Everything we just said is wrong, guys.
It's happened too many times today.
Not even Sage.
Phoenix! Not even Sage! No Astro, no Yoru! There's a Phoenix though on Benny!
The Benny has been on Phoenix duty all day long.
I know,
He
but on
hasn't let
Abyss?
go of the agent.
On Abyss? I guess he's feeling it, right? I guess that's the reason why he's gone for it. More of a comfort pick?
Maybe.
This is actually really, really bizarre to me. I mean, like I said earlier, nothing's normal on Abyss, right? But if there's one thing on here you have to say, Soul Chain, that catches your eye, what would it be?
Definitely the Phoenix. Obviously.
Yeah?
I guess like it's almost a mirror comp on both sides, but yeah, CGN's keeping on the double duelist playstyle, always keeping the Phoenix also in Benny's hand. Man is on fire, so it's going to be a really interesting match to see how this agent that we don't see anywhere else than maybe sometimes on Ascent is going to go on this new map.
Well, Abyss and Phoenix, we're about to head in and find out how both teams will get on Abyss. And I'm so sorry to anybody watching, but the casters for this one,
don't say
one of them is Cairo. But anyway, the other one's Hazard JC, so great, but we're gonna throw you over to them. Enjoy.
Mate, usually I'm the one that drags you through the dirt, so I'm appreciating having my work cut out for me. And in terms of that, the desk has already gone over it. The compositions have changed for both teams, but to lay the stakes as plain and simple as we possibly can, this is a decider for our group winners. The next will go into the last chance stage. It's your best opportunity at making playoffs right now in this best of 3.
And I think Marcus got it spot on, right? It's a day where you'll get to have off and reset after what has been a long, arduous one, right? Haza is definitely hot in Europe right now, and the fact that you're stuck inside having to play multiple best of 3s of Valorant can be really, really tough. I think especially tough for CGN, Haza, who have to live up to the region's expectations. They have to eventually get some sort of result here because they weren't able to do it in Ascension last year. They weren't able to qualify this year. They have to do it now.
As you say, a win confirms top 4 for either side. Novo can go where no Italian team has ever been before by making the playoffs of an interregional competition. CGN, on the other hand, would be the first from DAC since 2022 to qualify for the knockout stage. In terms of the maps, well, Abyss is where this one's going to begin. CGN on the attack side, as they were against Maus in that DAC Grand Final, and something to mention, they're against the same comp, so some familiarity for them already, and familiarity in the fact that they go a player down.
I mean, that's the thing about CGN, right? I think it was Bambino that said on the draw show the other day that they play an interesting style of Valorant. I mean, Hazard's very unique. It seems to work for them. I mean, there's no way they would be top 2 in DAC if it didn't work. It's how Novo adapt to it. Again, contacting out through.
Yep, double peek towards bottom mid was what begun this one and put them in this kind of situation. Statistically, not the best to turn things around late, whereas Novo have that in spades and players on the site as well. Nice, adding another to the tally, make it a third. And the remainder are locked out of this one. Sure, Anguis will try his luck in restoring the situation. But between the Sentinels, Alan has him beat. It's only Daviech left. And I think this one is just a little too much for the Portuguese to try and overturn.
You'd expect that to be the case.
30 seconds left.
And with that being the case, Azza, I mean, you can start to look at Novo building up a good defensive lead. I mean, this is what Abyss is all about. It's about the defense having a dominant side than the attack.
Yeah, it is, right? Setting up those foundations. You look at Novo and contrast and compare them to CGN. Their season was a lot different, whereas CGN were part of this extremely competitive top 4, but always seemed to have their nose not in front, but the right direction, certainly pressed up to Maus, probably the best way to describe it. Novo, on the other hand, were consistently second best, and that's the story for a lot of these players. 4 out of 5 of them in the play-in stage. Comparison on CGN, 4 out of 5 of their roster made the Ascension main event, and Daviech, even the playoff stage was saw last time.
Yeah, I think for Novo, Hazzy, you've got to really be talking about the redemption arc, right? That's the case for a lot of these teams, redeeming themselves from a poor playoff stage.
No way!
Oh, Element, what?
You can't give him those kinds of opportunities. Buys the Marshall.
and reaps the rewards. 2 kills, 5v3, but the round not settled yet, and certainly not one Hyber has something to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, Novo certainly willing to give the fights, but it's in ones, which allows CGN the player advantage. Not able to capitalise on the lost out guns, and on top of that, they've gambled on an A play because they have their Sentinel Cypher on beat. We're going to have to see a big round from Alan here, but he's been stuck at the back of site.
Oh, the utility is spot on. Benny picking back up the Phoenix. Manages to get him in play. Davi collects. Anguist another on this scout. They're snowballing the round out of control. And now Novo need that dependable clutch factor to turn this one on its head. It's Stark in the situation. 12 clutch attempts won in split 2. Can he add a 13th into Ascension play-in stage? Certainly making a good crack of it so far. First player removed is Davi. And CGN are split up here. He can get right close and personal with Vince, but that is where the Classic will excel. The scoreline tied immediately as CGN find the round.
I mean, you've got to be thinking about the last series after that round has a Novo going 3 maps, being pushed all the way in overtime. And then coming into this one, the first map, Abyss, their map pick, and getting anti-ecoed. It's a long story until we get to the end of it. You understand the implications that it can have on the mental game, especially in the long term.
And as I said before, it's these late rounds where Novo can still be so explosive. The gun stacked against them there. Potentially off to another bad start. The flash in is brilliant. In fact, Benny burning through the run it back will spare himself his life, but not his teammates. Vince is removed, and yeah, CGN again.
Oh,
heavy in these early engagements.
100%, but look at Element's health. Meanwhile, Anguist finding his usual space taken. And just slots himself in towards top mid here, and all the steps going towards B, and calls to the team, by the way guys, head A. Benny's going to be the one to try and fake out the B side of the map. This is perfect from CGN.
Anguist right behind, takes the upper space as well. Benny should be getting out of mid too, so from the library, he exits, a stamp on the card of nice, removed by Anguist. 4v4, and again, with none of those weapons recovered, A main control still behind the trap wire.
Oh,
what, Stark wants to TP past it, maybe could get dangerous, but they're set up now.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, Stark to TP back would have been a real issue. Right now, the issue adversity. It's been well used by CGN. 2 players left, and with all the better weaponry, you expect them to close that out. It's up to Stark, who was on the flank, but is now in CT.
Really strong rounds. Again, I can't wait to see this head-to-head between Anguist and Alan. 2 players who, for me, are having their breakout seasons. We had seen Alan before making his way through the Italian scene, grinding to finish 2nd place in the off-season, which we had in 2023. And the same for Anguist, because he started the year with CGN, but last year, through Grassroots, one of the highest rated prospects, didn't really get it from him in North. Of course, where you and I both play our trade, we were waiting for that moment, and
yeah,
of course it's off to Dak where he begins to really bloom.
I think that's the thing though, right? Like, in that league in North, at the time, it was probably one of the most highly competitive top 3s that you could possibly have. We'll not talk about top 4 because Boduk will get upset, but yeah, I think that's the issue. But I think now I'm glad to see Anguist finally getting his crowning moment. Whether that actually will be the case though, about making Ascension, story completely different.
As we've heard so many times, CGN relying on this default, being receptive to the feedback that they're getting. Right now, it's a lot of B pressure, and Anguist even overstaying his welcome there revealed. Benny building towards another ultimate, already halfway. That's what the Phoenix is all about.
I love this from Hyber though, Hazza. After the aggression, immediately looks and goes to take bottom mid. Vince has no idea, but they look away at the wrong time. It was set up to be a perfect entry, but it's Vince that gets it instead.
Both none the wiser. Hyber on this supportive role, but he's the one first involved. Beepo to fill the shoes. And again, a player from sort of a similar position was the initiator before, now to the duelist. They've almost swapped roles really throughout their career trajectories. But this is his time to step into the limelight, and with 5 CGN players in hot pursuit of the B site, there's no better place to be.
I mean, Beeple he's had so much experience playing in Tier 2 last year, playing on that GMT team. How can he come up with something? He can't at all. And the rest of the players, they're locked out. The Blaze will stop anybody from going any further in case they get burned. That spike going down easy enough, and at least Stark gets something back to work with.
CGN doing so much work at claiming this space, but it very quickly may be taken away from them. The one that helped earn it, the Molly man himself, Benny, has the ultimate available. Does he choose to invest it? Still, the numbers with the Dax squad, but they are dwindling.
What?
And Alan, the one ripping their souls away. Davian, another clutch. This one looking a little bit more doable. The players will swing in tandem, however, and the multi-kill made means that the scoreline can be tied yet again.
I mean, Hazza, again, you want to talk about swinging and on your own? That's what CGN did consistently. That's what cost them their post plan. No way should they have lost that. A 5v3? I mean, that's easy stuff for Novo if you give them the opportunities.
And again, just going back to basics, looking at Benny's Phoenix pick here as well, as an individual, he's always first in, whether that's on the Sage, on the Phoenix, off the Duelist, on the Duelist, it doesn't matter. He's the provider for his team, and with the amount of space they have there, like you say, should definitely be doing better. It is this structured and team-oriented style, really, which is what they're built upon. And for Novo, it feels like aggression is the answer, and it's certainly paying off.
Yeah, immediately down to bottom mid and out somehow for people. I think that's the big thing for me, Hazard. Like, everybody stacked this up as, that should be Dak easily collecting the win, pushing themselves over the line. This could easily be taking 3 maps if you let Novo and disrespect them.
It's another set piece with Hyber supporting again. CGN on towards B. Benny sneaking up into the trap. Does break it but loses his life.
Yeah, but I mean, that is a second life to come straight back in, and Davy H at least making sure to test things, but both players haven't been found. Still behind the library books. Big reveal, both players have shot, and it's a big flash swinging out, but at least there's a trade. Element on the other side of the map looks to cause chaos, but People has immediately alleviated that. We reset Hazza, and both players on the B side for CGN have to push forward.
All of that material on the right side put straight into the shredder. CGN forced to commit to the B play, and a rotation to be called by Novo. In terms of the pieces that they've got left, you're looking at Nice being able to introduce Bippo once again to this retake. The Italian duelist has looked so good so far. Right. And it's between the pair of nationals that they can try and reverse this.
Don't want to see the Hunter's Fury used, Hazza, because if it is, it brings a player offline, and they need to be able to trade. It's not going to be there. Nice is nowhere near. And now Davy H gets the intel dart out, just swinging, just a lane. That's all it has to be. Nice doesn't know where to look, and every single player is waiting to peek at him. Another round for CGN as they finally take the advantage back.
I'm really liking the ideas presented by both teams here. CGN constantly limit testing both extremities, and I think Novo have the right read in the early round. When you've got such a split pack, let's try and divide the odds and multiply for success. Not to stray too much into the mathematical puns. My brain, of course, not enough computing power for that, but you get the idea. This was brilliant. The reveal as well for Bippo to be teed up. And again, it's the career change for both of those players, which intrigues me so much. Like Soul Chains was saying on the desk, many will remember Hyber for his time subbing in for Fnatic in Masters Reykjavik all the way back in 2022. But in the 2 years since then, 2 silver medals, both Spain and Italy this year, proving his worth and have found his home at the same time.
Scrappy affair. Nothing really to come out the back of it. Straight away, again, the contacting from CGN. Element so deep, and the flash will stop Element from swinging onto the second. In fact, actually, it looks as if he's about to get out.
The rifle's still in play here. Bippo finds a kill, that's the blades. Could get out of control pretty swiftly, and it does. 4 versus 3, man advantage. Will that rifle be tossed over? Can they afford to put more on the line? Stark has the info now, and that's the spike. Vince taps it, the confirmation is there, and they're starting to add more chips to the table.
It's a heavy investment. Spike truly committed this time, waiting for support as Vince had worked so far. Remember though, Hazza, it's the Novo advantage which they need to be careful of, and they've still got utility to come back in on. I mean, Stark has his paranoia, double smokes, there you go, that's the bit that's going to be used to break the choke to get out. Vince is brilliant, 2 big kills. Bippo and Allen though are the 2 with rifles, and they're starting to fall. No trades, no chance, CGN double the lead.
Brilliant work from CGN to extend their advantage. In that battle, paranoia for paranoia, they come out on top. Combination utility so imperative. You see it time and time again. I mean, the executes that we've seen from B on CGN, for example, just the recon and the flash paired goes a long way. Vince holding it off on his own here, though.
That goes there.
Trying to put themselves out of reach. That was just the eco, and still Novo keeping themselves competitive, keeping CGN honest. With the operator in play as well, it demands a little bit more respect from these early scaling attempts.
I think that's the big thing. Introducing the op as early as possible, and not allowing CGN to have all these contacting plays.
Sure. You say that at the same time, feels like Benny doesn't care. He's just going to run into every single fight like a headless chicken. I don't know how deep we want to get, but to me, he's kind of like taken the Valorant red pill. He's out the Matrix. He's like, guys, just play whatever agent you want. W key, win. Doesn't matter. Just be free. He's a free man. Right now, pull back on the leash a little bit. They've not executed just yet, and in fact, they'll break the dagger to ensure that those 3 players weren't revealed. Someone who is, though, is Bippo on the other side of the map, and has asked for support in the form of Stark, who cancels.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy enough to create that check in towards main, and while all the players are ready to execute Hazard, they are going into a majority stack of Novo. But it's about hitting those shots, it's about taking your opportunities. And Allen gets the perfect one. It's lined up for him, that's a triple. Dabby H all the way back with Spike on the ground. There you have it. It's all about the opportunities you take, Hazard.
That's brilliant work from Allen. Given the moment, seizing it with both hands, and as I said before, it feels like at times he was a passenger in previous campaigns, but now given the opportunity to step into a more forward role in a roster which is directly competing with what the best has to offer, that's always something you've got to think about. How much depth do we have in Italy and Portugal right now? And a question which we'll be looking towards in the main event as well. May not have as many reps against the bigger teams. But giving CGN a run for their money is certainly saying otherwise right now.
I mean, as well, like, thinking about this map and the 2 teams that are playing against one another, I mean, would you rather be CGN that's never shown this map, or Novo who's already got practice in an official?
Yeah, I mean, both of them have played officials, both in the playoff stage. It was that one against Mouse that I was talking about. And for CGN, what's more pertinent is the fact that it's the same comp that they played against Mouse, but they did lose. Have they found the answer? More prep time than any other team, except for Spanish representatives KPI. Here's the fight. Look, what is this? 5v4, and it's been 40, 50 seconds of play. That's the CGN way. Benny peeking out with the ult. Finally, they have to make a committal. It's all on the right side, and it may just all be on the shoulders of Bippo to stop this one.
Yeah, but I mean, Hazard, they've all been stalled out, and Stark's just taking his timing wrong.
30 seconds left.
Waiting to flash out, that's it. Just using their own smoke against them. But Bippo has found a really nice kill. It's clean. Benny not looking the right way. The blade's not hitting, and it's all falling apart.
Spike planted.
It's not good. It's like a poor tiramisu, and now Allen's stuck in a corner.
I'm going to have to get you to explain that one, Cairo. What exactly about this round?
It's like a pure tiramisu, it's all falling apart.
Okay. No, that's fair. That's fair.
I tried my best, I'm not good
Many
with
a
the food.
culinary experience, I think. Share similarities, lasagna.
I'll be honest, mate. Tiramisu isn't common in Scotland, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I can tell. If the word just sounds too good for your accent, chances are it's too good to be true. Well, so was the situation for Novo. They're starting to fall back. And if we want to stay in the same vein of meals with layers, you peel them back and CGN have a little bit more about them in terms of that round. Again, it's late, but it's an effective hit. That's what we've got to be focusing on here, I think. Sure, they play around with your heartstrings, but still, the job is done. And yeah, this opener, bit of proactivity, would just love to have seen a second body committed to that. And here comes the timeout.
I mean, for Novo Hazard and what's actually going wrong, is there anything you can immediately point out?
It's difficult to say. They were banking a lot on those aggressive maneuvers, but now CGN are playing a much more passive game inside the first 30 seconds. Understanding that they can commit late and find success. It's a question of whether you want a strong side, one side of the map, play heavier in the retake. There are gaps in mid for sure. Different ways that these guys can look to exploit it. It's about having a balance. Again, it's an experienced team which we're talking about here in terms of where they've played. Stark, the IGL, will know that being the connection to the coach. Only just stepping up to IGL after playing under Robbie BK with GTZ last year. Put his countrymen to the sword and knocked out the Portuguese team this time. But look, he's taught the Iberian Peninsula, for goodness sake. Saw, Koi, Desire, all teams that he's played on. It's a who's who, like Sir Marcus was saying. Here comes the gun round, though. And Ops back out on both sides. What does the call look like for that man?
Attacking side op, and it's not even towards mid. Gonna be laying down fire from the window on B. Smoke's just being dropped, and actually footsteps starting to be heard. It's Benny that's doing most of that. An element still providing that overwatch position. Spike looks to be going down. This is a fast take, Hazard.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like Novo can really create any control for themselves. Peek out, flash comes through, but Bippo's still taken down. Hybert trying to be a little more self-sufficient, and it'll work out for him. Not only is it Vince, the spike goes in tow. That's the numbers, and every other CGN player is yet to cross the gap.
You can see the trepidation in which they walk, and Allen just gets caught off guard, trying to disengage, trying to get back. Anguist dodging, ducking, weaving, trying to get through all the bullets. That's it. A rain of lead. Still, there's nothing in terms of kills, but Anguist will break that deadlock. It's still an advantage now to CGN.
Just about. And we're into squeaky bum time yet again. Spike still not planted, but Novo starting to forfeit the space. They're not certain element. Stop playing with me like that. The dash looked like it could have been made him done for. But Nice is up close. The discard of the blades may be sufficient. He's thinking about it. It goes for it, in fact. But they're wide of the mark, and he's still left standing. Could just be the conduit that brings them back into the site. Sure, Stark's up won't connect, but now they know about Davi. He's isolated, out on the island, standing his ground. Another clutch for Stark, which he cannot complete. So 6 for CGN as they continue to march forward.
Novo just getting picked up in positions, not thinking about what they're doing. Like you see the Allen disengage, gets caught. In the 3v2, still it doesn't work out, over peaking. On top of that, Hazard, like stuff like being stuck on an op in a 2v2 and not getting the value, like that should have been a pick to at least bring it to 2v1.
We're speaking about individuals here, hitting the heights of which they're yet to reach. Anguist being one of the changes for CGN, wasn't there in the previous Ascension campaign. He's now finding momentum individually where he had been punished before, and so are the rest of the team. Benny finds one as the round is barely just beginning, and the rest of Novo go with it. Sure, it's an eco, but you don't want things to get out of control this swiftly. Bippo forced to head for the hills. Barely anything left of it. Davi clicking away on the classic. Alan last left, has the Vandal, but may not have a chance. He doesn't.
Yeah, that is a resounding answer, and as you see, it is spiralling ever so quickly for Novo. We expected this to be closer. Perhaps there's a chance of a David and Goliath story, depending on which type of CGN turns up and which type of Novo turns up. That is turning into David and his Goliath story, but I'm confused at the CGN timeout, because this is allowing a chance for Novo to recollect themselves after that last round.
You can never question the team dynamic of CGN. I think that's the big part here for me, Cairo. They're using the timeout just as a mental blocker, give themselves a little bit more time to consider these last few rounds and what the adaptation may be, because there's a big gun round coming up. You're going to see that op come back out for Bippo. Moving closer to Nice having a Hunter's Fury, and there are ults of their own here. Benny has to run it back, and yeah, Davi, his own Sova ultimate. Something which Capio, the coach, has always been really good at doing is man management and making sure that everyone's in check. So if he's seen something that he doesn't like, call that timeout. Not every team's going to be stacking them in the second half.
I mean, the value, get the work done early, I think, as well. Again, we commented on it just earlier in this first half, about how important your attacking side can be if you can get a big advantage.
Sure.
CGN certainly looking to do that, considering, well, Abyss and how it's been made should be defender side.
This is the swing round too, because Novo may not have much left to play for if they lose this one, so we'll just have to see. Since this one's developed, CGN are a lot heavier towards B. They are respecting A fully and just hard committing round on round.
Yeah, and it's been a B site simulator, and well, Benny just somehow gets that kill through the run it back, and all the way back he'll go. Spike is going to be attempted, but Stark at least keeps it even. Anquist has it, isn't even near the site.
Playing like a man possessed. And now they have that molly in the late round as well. Anguist cutting the ropes on the cross. Bippo in transition lost. The numbers for CGN in post again, but this hasn't been a done deal and there's still plenty left to come through.
And it's already, they're getting themselves into the site and onto the spike. Anguist forcing themselves into a position they don't want to be. And now it's up to Davi H once again. And a 2v1. Knows where at least one of the players are, especially with them tapping the spike! Oh. Close! Can't quite get the switch. And that will be a defuse.
Oh, barely. 0.45 seconds left, but Novo have it. That's why you wanted to put so much prerogative on a round such as this, because it can make all the difference into the rest of the half. CGN will have the money for the final effort here, but it's another numbers advantage which they were unable to convert in post. I understand their reasons for wanting to commit B. They've been able to take the site easily, but it's in the retakes where they've struggled just a little bit, and now they're not going to have the ults for it in this final attempt.
I mean, that's it. On top of that, a lifeline for Novo coming in towards the second half, as they won't be potentially done after a pistol round. And you can see the coach breathing that sigh of relief. Hunter's Fury out, and I don't think there's been much tags. Oh, and Bippo giving himself up and hyper following it through. This isn't a great start to the last round of this first half.
Something that Nova were good at doing before was disengaging from these early instances. On this round, it is anything but. They get a little lost in the source, and Anguist has also been given the opportunity to open things up a little further. Alan not quite sure of the cross. CGN still 5 men strong, with Benny growing stronger with every passing moment. That's another one towards the run it back, which may not even be needed.
Oh, they don't know. Element's not going to be able to clear this corner. He's trying his hardest, but has a nice. Is in the perfect spot to capitalise. There we go, they're swinging out! He's not hitting the shots, he's only got one! He should have got more!
At least the silver lining is the call was made ahead of time. Rotations will be coming in, but it's not enough to deny the spike. CGN, only one casualty so far. In terms of utility, there's not much left for either side. You just have to be thinking about Stark's smoke and whether he can be the savior.
Divine interventions needed here in a 2v4, especially after Element doing a boatload of damage. At least we'll finish off Allen, and now it's up to Stark and his smokes. Can't even get onto the spike, has to be delayed because of the owl drone. In fact, has seen Element protected by plenty of other players. This should be a done deal. Stark trying his best, but that's all it is his best. 8-4 is what the half will end. CGN, I think, have done a mighty fine job on this attack half.
If they try something.
We spoke so much of revenge stories before. Element trying to throw his hat in the ring. It's both him and Davi, the ones with that grade pedigree of experience, if you will, that are doing best in this situation right now. Call your minds back to some Polaris history. Element won with XL, but then Challengers promotion tournaments, never quite the love affair, grouped by Alphayez, Surreal Esports. That's a serious throwback. Of course, Davi, we know, 3-time winner in Tier 2. Made that surprise run with Saw before and is looking to repeat it here in CGN shoes. Defender side gets underway with some proactivity from the Serbian duelist.
But the thing is though, Anguish really needs to check his cam in mid, because if he doesn't, look at the space that Novo's taken up.
Already gotten so far, you can hear the clicks of the spy cam now. A sneaking suspicion, but may not find out until it's too late. He's locked in position.
Camera taken out.
And the shock dart breaks it as well, so has to go check in with his face. Pushed up the nose, the glasses, the detective. A sneaking suspicion continues to grow. And he's right on the money. 2 for Anguish, shuts down the mid push in its entirety. And there's only one player here nor there to try and recover this now.
I mean, both players are split up. You're looking for your ones, hoping that it comes. I mean, Nice did get one. Start, well, he'll get one as well. Both of them lose out. A flawless pistol round, and has a, what more can you say about that?
CGN being very receptive to the default from Novo. Meg asked the question when we were both introduced earlier. What exactly is this going to look like? Are we going to see the same kind of discipline from Novo on their attack sides? And if so, is it going to work well? I said, you just got to stick to your own game. Not think too much about what your opponents are doing, but CGN, the masters of this style, known for it, both good and bad. Another martial force, this time from Stark. CGN winning both pistols. Can some problems be created on the anti-eco?
I mean, you've already seen there's a gap in mid. Novo finding that pretty well. I think that's the issue though. They're not going to allow that to happen a second time. CGN actually dedicating Element to that side of the map. And it's actually pushed Novo away and towards the A site.
To just build out a bit of an end game as well, Novo will be happy to keep taking these early orbs in rounds that don't best suit them.
Oh yeah.
How does CGN respond though? They don't need to get proactive late because you've got all of Anguish's info on B, so it's a case of just bunkering up, battening down the hatches and holding. The one-way will do that for them here. It's the last of Vince's though, so now the execute will be coming through.
One Marshall. Rest are classic, so the firepower not quite there. The opportunities though perhaps could be, because Benny's all on his lonesome, and there you go, Vince firing down range, Element out of the smoke and into the sight. Star duelist, star player, and star play.
Brilliant multi-kill from Element. Again, this is what we're talking about. A class above here in play-ins, in my eyes. Was on the list of, you know, a lot of teams trying to sign him during the off-season. And always you're going to bring that pedigree. This guy has so much experience. And as well, you want to see him build into the competition, because the story in DAC was, you know, a brilliant regular season. And then out of playoffs and into that grand final against Maus, choking up a little bit, which is out of character for him. Here he goes again.
Oh, he's
the
been
dart's
caught
on his
on
face.
the info dart. That's crazy, man. How's he got away with that? The rest of the players are scratching their head. Where did he go?
Well, Element will certainly tell you. Recon pulsing on his chest. You know exactly where I am. Still struggle to take me down. 2 kills. 4 on 3. Benny the only one without a rifle, and Novo grouping up for this B play.
Surfactant Starks towards the other side of the map as well. Working that angle, seeing if there's anything that they can get the spike into, and with only one player being towards that side, certainly looks like not a bad idea. Alan just hanging around, showing presence, stopping CGN from committing anything towards the A site.
Novo haven't done too much in terms of breaking Anguist's setup in the rounds that we've seen so far, and it means that CGN can afford to just keep players holding on. Only Vince towards A though, as his body floats off the map. It's an open A site.
30 seconds left.
Still a 2 versus 3, or 3 on 3 I should say now. The health on Stark is so low and Benny can feel it.
Yeah, want something from it, but Stark not giving anything at all, mate. Why would you? And Stark even looks to finish it off. Davi's spam. Stark being so low is good enough. We're down to 2v2, and Davi has 2 shots and an info.
Bippo's healthy as I mean, both of these players are very healthy on the Novo side. Clocking out the top of the HP bar. Davi, another clutch. The last player left, can he close at last? Both of them run for main, either taking up an angle. Novo have been good at converting these positions before, and that streak shall continue. Bippo adding their 5th to the board. Still quite the deficit to overcome, but they are getting there round by round.
Dangerous waters that we're starting to reach to, like such a massive advantage from Element being able to do get the first couple entry kills, but the fact that Vince oversteps, moves towards main when they're solo on site, needs to be more reserved in the position. And I mean, 5 rounds is not a big advantage, especially when you're close to breaking your opponent's buy.
As I said before, Element so consistent individually. The highest ADR in DAC from Split 2. He's a total stat hunter. But 50% success rate in those first kills. When he gets you 2 there, that should be round over. Not yet though. And Novo, again, playing the late game as they do. A spike plant will only help compound their success rate.
I mean, that's the big round for Novo to win, because they can reset CGN and push them towards an equal round. And remember, that's so much harder to recover from if you're on the defense.
You see there as well, actually, Anguist still has the cheeky trap towards danger, so if we get Stark trying to disengage here, could be in trouble potentially, but looking to hold on to the site for now. We'll get flushed out eventually. CGN starting to make inroads, but taking their time.
Bippo's still not been found, hiding beside the smokes. The info dart isn't good enough either. Stark took his time and he still gets a kill after missing. Players on the spike and it's peak left, right and centre. It's up to Anguist in a 3v1, but he has called it quits. He knows time is up. Novo will find their 6th Hazard, and CGN, they will have their buy broken.
It's a crazy round. Novo getting in the site without a pick. And then CGN giving them so much time to set up and respecting it. As I said before, these guys aren't the ones that you're going to beat when the Hourglass is playing 6th man. It's not a situation you want to put yourself in. In terms of repetitions, Abyss is a new one for them both. But when you consider the fact that these guys have been playing best of 1, mostly on Icebox, which CGN have been banning, and there's only a difference of 4 maps between them, there's still so much officials experience, and you can see they're still building into this.
Element all on his lonesome, and you can actually see Davi is only contacting Hazard. That's the ignition. That's the point of go for Element, and he's heard the steps, dash up, here we go. Wow, the blades are so good. Again, another double entry. But to back it up, Hazard, there's only really 1 rifle. The rest are sheriffs.
Element doing such a good job at juggling that aggression, knowing when to take his timings. It's another 2 kills to open. Novo with a chance of stabilizing. That's only going to get worse when Nice goes down. Twice the numbers now, but still just that one rifle in play in the hands of Anguist.
Allen just in the middle of sight, no man's land. You can see there is Stark still holding down main, but again he's left his teammate hanging out to dry. I mean, plenty of health, and all it would take is one bullet to the head. That's exactly the case, and CGN will thrift the Novo after what was the most important round and the last. They will find 11, and they are one more round away from map point.
Those are the rounds which have to stick as well when you're looking to make the comeback. CGN not letting them get away with it easily. Elements Blades being the difference maker there, and the rest just doing their job. Some nice Sheriff shots hit. That 1v1 in mid is key. Stops it becoming an even man count, or allowing Novo a chance at getting back into it at the very least. Celebration still muted in Cologne. It's a long road back to the big time for these guys.
You can imagine it's a tense atmosphere, nervous, because they know that Novo have the capabilities of doing this. It can be so close, but yet no cigar for CGN.
Bepo's Blades this time, a familiar opponent. Fourth meeting with the CGN IGL Benny. They've never played each other in a best of 3 setting, and in terms of maps, it is 3-2 weighted in Bepo's favour. And long may that continue! Novo, not out of this one just yet. Big double from Stark on the A entry. Not allowing CGN to spread their legs any further.
I mean, Allen's just a touch of class, but Stark should never have gotten 2 from that position. CGN just onto the spike, assuming that A main was clear. Again, Ang was probably looking to save.
Stretch their legs, I should say. I think we get the idea. No room to sprint off into the distance and have the fairy tale ending that many would hope. As I said before, Dak never making a playoff stage in these interregional competitions, both play-ins, Ascension, for the last 2 years. Last time they did it was Focus, and the less said about them, the better. 5v1 Anguist, he'll be saving. Interesting stat for you about them, though, is did you know that the second highest represented nationality in DAC is actually UK? Anguist, one of those players.
Anguist?
Anguist.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me when you consider the amount of imports we actually have to DAC, like your boy Lewis Lime, Anguist, there's Louis Tan as well,
Sure.
people forget about.
Not counting Lewis, by the way, because he is Welsh, but
oh, okay, yeah.
The Ovation roster.
Yeah. I mean, that's
such
the thing,
a big round for Novo here to just head back to the game quickly, though. And they're picking up steam, but it's rounds like the eco that we saw a couple of rounds ago that will make all the difference, and it's a similar situation now for CGN.
I mean, that's it. CGN will be guaranteed a bye next. It's all about Novo not giving the opportunity for CGN to win this one and put them on map point. Need to actually bridge this gap that's been created by the German roster. And look at this, already it's off to a bad start. Element looking to compound that. The B site is under Anguist's eye, and he looks to keep it that way. Every single player on Novo has fallen, and Anguist just finishes it with a little bit of flair. That is going to be map point. It is another thrifty round for CGN.
Adding on to what we were saying before with these exports, Anguist being able to hone his trade in DAC has been so huge for him individually as well. The general sentiment around the scene right now, as much as it pains me to say, is that if you want to be successful as a player within the UK and Ireland, your talents are best suited elsewhere. I think the fact that he's been able to come under the wing of Capio and Benny has done so much as well, and the fact that you get multiple playoff appearances in DAC on the main stages, not just in these online games, goes a long way for his confidence. Really growing into this map as it goes on, but now Novo, in their final moments perhaps, if this timeout doesn't go their way, 5 rounds to reverse the deficit.
I think for Novo, the fact that like they're finding themselves in good positions and letting it go again has that we speak about the last series, the fact that it went so long. Yes, they got the result that they were looking for, but it still takes a toll on your mental, right? And now you're in a position 12-7, you've lost a couple of ecos, this is your map pick. Where does the head go? Where does the mental fortitude and the mental stamina be? It's a tough position if you are Novo Esports, but it's not entirely out of their hands. I mean, they've been better on the rifle rounds compared to CGN.
Abyss not done just yet. Novo trying their best against CGN. But rounds to play around with is the scariest part, and a not back in the hands of Element is just another task in and of itself. Inquisition into mid, bed broken. CGN will be thinking about the A pressure, and the drone only confirms it.
Again, it's Alan on the B side of the map. Entry in, and now everything's on its head.
Nice.
Especially with Stark just hiding in towards vents here as well, Hazza.
Call the rotation. Let Stark cut things, make it difficult. I'm not sure if they knew whether that was the Omen player or not, and has to full stick the TP as the reclear from Davi was there. It's only Vince on B this time.
Ooh.
Has to hold the line or the round may be over.
I mean,
Can't
it's
do it.
certainly, yeah, Hazza is looking like it. Davi each though provides some sort of semblance to get the round back in their favour. Only sees one player, and Nice doesn't get the shot off. Alan certainly will though. As for the rest of CGN, they've called it quits, they've reset, and yeah, we'll be looking towards the next round.
7 not the lucky number for CGN after all. They won with the same scoreline in both maps against Pedro, but Nova will move up to an 8th here and keep things difficult. Element retaining the operator is huge, and there is money to go around, so we expect another buy. The thrifty nature of the CGN team is probably the scariest fact, because I don't think it really matters. Give them a sheriff and they might just give you a round.
I mean, the good thing for Novo, I guess, in that sense, is they've still got another buy. CGN probably for the next round and maybe a round after, depending on how the economy looks. When you look at what Element has in their pocket, the op still in hand, plenty of rifles and stuff to work with. This looks like a decent one, but that usually means it falls in Novo's hands.
Yeah, you just want to see some individual form from all of the players here as well. A stat that I saw on the Novo side, which I find crazy, is that across both splits, the most kills that Bippo ever registered was 25 on one map. He's not a hard carry player. He plays well when the team plays well, and that's the kind of performance you want right now. Cancels the ult! Not even going to get the value high, but Element bringing him offline, and well, the op is certainly active here still.
It certainly looks to, look for another. I mean, getting support through the Hunter's Fury will at least get an indirect trade, Hazza. But all in, it's still a 3v3, and the spike will go down. Up recuperated in Novo's hands. The reset, though, on the post plant, it's 2 players on site with Nice playing all the way back.
Could be a huge ultimate wasted in future rounds if we get there. Puffing out the chest and a bullet straight through it. Still plenty to work with though, and the Hunter's Fury of their own ricochets through for Novo. None of the tags have landed just yet. Finally, damage dealt, and what could be a killing blow from the Italians. Number 9 recorded, and CGN leveled. The money reset, and potentially another round.
It is, but Hazza, it is so important to win that, even after the null command gets brought offline. I don't even know if they'll have it in the next round, Novo. So big from Element to do that, but stuck in a position, not able to get out. I think that's it, and the fact that Novo are able to have this really good micro playing off one another, trading themselves all the way down, and no wonder CGN timeout.
They lost it, Cairo. They lost it. Element has found the golden bullet, which not only has killed Hyber in his ult, but taken it away from him as well. Bippo finding some impact there though, along with the rest. Alan rolling with the punches, keeping them moving forward. Now Capio comes back in. Again, rock solid, this guy. A pragmatic person to have. The thing that always stood out to me most was the first split, grand final, when they beat Maus. You remember what the scoreline was on map 1?
I would like you to remind me, Hazza.
13-0 to Maus. What does Capio come in and say? Well, we lost the game anyway, so it doesn't matter what the scoreline is. Instant reset, next 2 maps, reverse sweep. These guys always have the mental game under lock and key. Rounds like this as well, where you still give them half a chance, especially when Element has a rifle.
I mean, at the end of the day, Hazza, you can only play what's in front of you. Right now, CGN looking to play for a set play on B, and the condition has been set so much that look how many players are dedicated to that side of the map.
It's insane. You just walk right in.
Yeah.
Here.
Everybody's out. The lights have been left on, but the door is unlocked. Ajar, in fact, inviting players in. Benny with his rifle is looking to do something. He's just dancing with the angles. Nice, we'll see him. And Benny now forced out. The jig is up. The red alarms are flaring for CGN to get back into position towards A. But that's allowed Novo to set up in the perfect post plan that they want.
At the same time, you're up against the full force of CGN. 5 players to retake. Alan's still lurking through mid. He's been the most impactful for his team. So unless offered a clutch, this may come back to bite them. Deethu's already worked on. Time is of the essence.
Yeah, already though the smokes are starting to dissipate and disappear. Utility being flung left, right and centre! Element off the side of the map! CGN bust into main! A chance to turn the round on its head! But Novo, they scrapped their way back!
That's a real big let-off for Novo in my eyes. Again, you saw Alan taking the timing. The fact that Vince doesn't get it half and the recon there as the checkmate was huge, because I'm not too sure they could have banked on him there had things gotten any further out of control. Element, another double kill. Utility here was great, but this is audacious. You take those chances on a round such as this. Double digits within 2. Might just be last chance saloon for CGN, but they like those odds. It's an aggressive maneuver, which pays off.
Wouldn't be the first time that CGN have got the entry pick, and they're actually pinging off Alan. Don't want to give him an opportunity to grab one back, and they'll be beginning to drop off. In fact, actually the op's been picked up, as in there's a player still on site. It is Element.
Footsteps being given away as well.
Anguist.
Surely he doesn't face check this. Has the cam available and Element's working in proxy. Overtime, in fact. It's a double shift on the B site. Might just be the one which wins them the map. Stark and Nice, the only left. And as the Portuguese gets the first, there is so much more left to be done. Spike recollected for now, but A not exactly open. You've got Benny in an advanced position in main and Vince playing spoiler in the late round.
I mean, they don't know where Stark has disappeared to, and for now, Hazza, the game plan for Novo, I'd imagine, is not to get the spike down, but more to try and find a pick back in their favour. I mean, they've got mid all to themselves, a runway, and Element's actually checking it only by face. Can't quite find Nice, and Nice can't quite find Element. 20
Shoulder
seconds.
spot. Sends the info back. They've got to try and do this one together, but Stark is a fair few yards in front of his teammate. Time is getting low, and Vince knows all about it. It's a running back, an insurance policy from Benny, which may just be surplus to requirements. He does it all himself. 13-10. Novo break double digits, but move no further. The DAC representative getting it done in map number 1.
I think a few people would be starting to get anxious there, believing that Novo could come back into that. That was Novo's pick. Can't emphasise that enough. Brought out an off map, right? The Abyss, it's not a map that you would typically see get picked into, but instead now has looking into this one. What does Novo look like for Lotus? It's not a map that they're typically good at. They've already played it today. They really need to watch what they're doing, because CGN they have almost 100% win rate on it.
a work in progress for both, I think it's fair to say. CGN presenting a lot of good ideas the same way that Novo did, but I think the fact that, moreover, that Novo completely changed their composition rather than just injecting the Phoenix in something that you already know can find decent success against names like Mouse, which are certainly expected to be up there. Fundamentally, they're one of the best. In comparison to, you know, the Italian League, Desire, the only time that we've seen it, or outplayed, I should say, in the lower final, not exactly one that you can bank on too heavily, and it hasn't paid off for them here. So another reverse sweep on the cards if Novo are to keep themselves in the playoff stage and not have to go through the last chance tomorrow. CGN off to the perfect start though. Couldn't ask for much more than them. We'll head to a break, and when we return, we have that second map up for you.
A very spicy start on Abyss with back and forth rounds ending in CGN's favor. Benny also finishing them off with a molly. What a way to end it. Nova were doing so well though to counter CGN's aggression. Marcus, in your opinion, what did CGN do differently to Novo to take the first map on Abyss?
I think the repetitiveness of CGN constantly attacking the B site and Element just having an absolutely fantastic game. I'll be honest to you, Element single-handedly, I'm positive he gave them the motivation needed to actually win that just from his plays alone. He was outstanding, and it just seemed like their executes over onto the B site were fantastic. Every single time they were catching one just by the stairs. Heaven was always not an issue. Like, everything about it was clean, and you would not think CGN a Norton 1 on the map, would you?
No, I mean, as well, I think it kind of goes back into that. Although they're taking space and playing aggressively with Element, it's almost like it just seems planned and there's always a way to back out. Yes, sometimes Element you would maybe expect to get more than 2 because of just the insane aim and the position that he's in, and maybe doesn't get away, but the majority of the time they manage to take that aggressive pick, get that first blood, and then back out and play a little bit more together.
Yeah, and again, you touch on it super well. I think the main thing we're trying to get across here was that it seemed more, I'm going to say synergetic, but it's not a word. I just think the synergy seemed a lot better, and I think the chemistry from what we can see and them walking around together in a pact, I think everything about CGN was kind of a little bit better than Novo. Novo had some fantastic gameplay. Like, I don't want to take it away from them, but when CGN end up having such dominant rounds in a row, and Anguist having some great clutches, I feel like it's difficult for Novo to actually come out on top of that, right? And
yeah.
There's one thing I wanted to notice, and it's round 12, and I want to just show you how this round plays out. And it's only a small part, it's right to the start, and it's the first part of aggression, right? As the barriers drop, the first part of this aggression is fantastic, right? It's kind of a counter-aggression. The flash comes out, playing anti-flash. Obviously, you're revealed. Both like this, right? Perfect. You'd think it's over. You'd think it's kind of over. But Bippo kind of goes alone to try and find one, and then so does Hyber. Which, in my head, I'm trying to justify a reason why they did it, because it wasn't together. There wasn't an extra piece of util to help them. It was a really good, like, halt of aggression from Novo. They kind of held CGN back, and then they went back in for more. And I feel like that's something that, was it miscommunication? Were they just trying to find one and then get back out? I'm unsure.
I guess you could also kind of nod to CGN's like ability to get aggressive and the pressure that they're applying through doing that. I think sometimes a lot of mistakes in these games are made through pressure applied by the team that they're facing. I also want to talk a little bit about how it must have been quite difficult for Novo to gain momentum and kind of pick up those rounds. You saw it kind of happening towards the end of the game as they made that small comeback when CGN were on match point, but without that momentum being built and CGN coming out on the first half up, I think that was kind of the downfall for Novo by the end of it.
I think momentum is key, like you mentioned, and one thing, and it's super early on in the game, but it does have an effect, is the fact that Novo can actually pick up the pistol rounds, and then CGN then go and beat them on the eco and then get the next one.
Yeah.
It's kind of crushing mental slowly, but from an early on point of view. And I think, obviously, I mean, if Novo won that second round, the game could have gone completely differently because it was a 13-10 in the end. And, you know, CGN did find pistol round on the second half. And we talk about pistol round, we talk about players having good games. I did just want to touch on Element. We have his stats. He played phenomenally. He was fantastic with 5 kills. 5 kills. Hang on. Restart. He had more than 5 kills.
Fantastic performance on 5 kills.
He had 5 first kills and no first death. So he's +5 in there. He has 24 kills total with 43% headshot ratio. So he was popping off. And of course, you look at ACS as one of the overall stats to look at. 285 ACS for a game, especially a game up against a team like Novo, is super, super good. And being able to have 200 damage per round is fantastic.
Yeah, I feel like also, you know, going back to them winning out the sort of eco against the buy round against Novo's pistol, I feel like it's almost asserting your dominance. And I think CGN had a lot of rounds like that where they weren't afraid to just recon, flash, TP, dash, kind of be like, okay, look, we know there's a few of you here, but we're not afraid to fight you for the site. I think at the same time, you know, that pressure that they have been building and creating from the first half is going to lead into that defensive half when they're also taking that space on defense too. But heading into Lotus, let's talk a little bit about Lotus coming up, because we know again that this is a very dominant map for CGN, but that does not in any way count Novo out, because they have also showed up on Lotus too.
Yeah, so if we're going to go into specifics, when we do look at Lotus, this is mainly for Split 2 as well, guys, don't forget. So CGN are 6-0, 100% win rate. They run a Gecko Sova comp, which is I wouldn't say totally normal, but it's, I would say, a more ordinary composition. And then when you look at Novo, they're actually 1-1. So there's not much to go off of when you look at Novo's stats for this map. But the interesting things are, when they play this map, they actually run Neon Breach. So we're probably going to expect a lot more of aggression from Novo. But then to counteract that, CGN are a very slow and disciplined team. You've mentioned it, Hazard's mentioned it, Kairo's mentioned it. So is it going to go hand in hand with Novo playing aggressive and CGN playing back? Or is that going to be in CGN's favor? I think it's very difficult to kind of tell until you see the first couple of rounds, right?
Definitely. And I mean, as well, we've seen, I'm pretty sure Novo, they play that kind of Raze Breach combo, which I think is kind of a tried and tested sort of duo in terms of duelist initiator combo on Lotus, and personally for me, I prefer it. I think, you know, it's definitely great. We've seen many good games today with that Raze taking the space, using the utility to clear corners and do damage. So I favor towards that, despite Novo kind of not having the same statistics on Lotus as CGN, but also biased because I haven't really seen the Neon come out today. Even when we were expecting it, Marcus, every single time another duelist was picked. So will CGN bite the bullet? Will Novo spice it up? Who knows? I think it's definitely time to maybe pull out the big guns here and do what you know works.
Also, if we want to go, if we want to go into a bit more depth about Lotus, 65% is the attacking win rounds for Novo. Okay, so they're better on attack because their defense is 54. After 2 games, is this really enough information for us to kind of go off? Probably not. We can, however, look at the other team. We can look at CGN, and I have it right here. So CGN, when we look at Lotus, it's pretty much even. We have 65% win rate on attacking rounds and 66% win rate on draw round.
Defense. Don't worry, Sam, we get you.
It's been a long day, guys. But yeah, so overall, across the board, it does seem like CGN are a lot more even, and they kind of just play consistently. And I think that's like a theme that we've seen across the whole of this series. I say the whole of this series. They've only played 1 game, but I think you kind of get the gist of what I'm trying to say. You know, CGN, they're a much calmer team, calm and collected and consistent.
Also, again, Milan has provided me with some like tiny random small data, and 82% of rounds where they're in a 5v4 situation they win, but 35% of rounds when they're in a 4v5 they win. So I think it's really, really important for them to not be losing that player first, finding that first blood, and then they're sort of winning the rounds out from there. But let's take a look at these comps, and we do see the Neon. It's happening. Bippo or the Neon? Marcus, what do you think?
I mean, look, they've got to stick to kind of what they've been playing. They can't really change it now. It's a not a do or die situation, because they know they've got first or second seed depending how the series goes. They know they're going to be playing tomorrow, but Neon, Look, the only struggle I have with this is if CGN are going to be playing passively, then is the aggression from the Neon and the Breach even going to be worth it? It's like wasted.
I almost feel like you have enough there to force their hand, in the sense of you kind of have enough to take that space to find a way to kind of maybe force CGN out of their more disciplined plays and into something a little bit more spicy, you know, with the Neon stun, with the Breach stun. I think they definitely have so much utility in their favor. And also they have the start side, it's their pick. So I think, you know, it's definitely going to be very telling depending on how Novo starts off on this map. I'm going to send it now back to our amazing casters. I'm going to be nice. Hazza, JC and Cairo.
Too kind, Meg, too kind. Making reparations for Cairo at the very least. But in terms of repairing this series for Novo, it's a tall task ahead. You've got to say it as it is. Lotus, they go in. Sure, they have twice as many reps as their Abyss, but they only had a rep on Abyss in the first place. They only played it twice, once in the first day of Split 2 and once in the Grand Final. How much has changed since then? How much better is it? Hard to say.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, they played it earlier, Hazza, against almost a replicated comp, and things didn't go too great. I think it finished, what, 13-9 in the end, but they went down to a massive deficit, right? So going into this one, it's not anything that you can really go in with confidence, but it is a do-or-die situation for Novo to get that first spot in playoffs. That's the big thing for them. That's what they'll be hoping for.
I mean, a 13-11 loss to Ascension candidate and, you know, for some people, Dark Horse, Desire, absolutely no reason why they can't fully test CGN here. But there's a difference between testing them and beating them. We've seen that before. You're not going from Abyss, on which they don't necessarily feel too comfortable on, this time now into one of their top 3 maps. So you've got to mean business if you want to do it here and break that record, send an Italian team to the knockout stage.
For me, the importance goes on towards Hyper and Nice on the initiators to support Biffle, because realistically that's what the Neon needs. It needs mighty fine util and it needs to be on point every single time.
Like we said before, Bippo, resource intensive, and already those have been halved. HP taken as the exec comes in. There's the first of the initiators lost, and the counter utility back through is sublime. It puts them on a platter. Novo dished up and sent packing. Another CGN pistol. That is their 3rd in the series now.
If Alan didn't take a pick, that would have been flawless, and it deserved to be. As you said, the comeback, you know, the util back in, absolutely perfect, spot on. And not only that though, it's the way they were able to like shoot the head so cleanly as well. I think they're waving goodbye to Novo, because that's the way it seems after this first round.
Might just be saying hello to the playoff stages as well. Still plenty of rounds yet to come, and these anti-ecos from Novo before have posed questions, but CGN were the ones winning them. What are the conditions for success? Building towards ultimates is something that we've seen them do. Davi does get the first here though, and it's another recon to stop them in their tracks.
Still trying to force the issue, Hazza. That's the problem when it's becoming an issue. Every single player is taken out. That's almost back-to-back flawless rounds for CGN. And with that, their bonus round gets that even more juicier.
Dude, you can't even wear shoes.
Yeah, look, this is another round map as well, which CGN have all of that practice on. Look at the core of this team, how long they've been around. Benny at the helm. 1,141 days on the CGN roster.
Loves and
These guys have been there for a while, right? And they've had so much time to develop this, whereas Abyss, always going to be a little bit more touch and go. Let's see what Novo have in store on the full gun round. It's another quick take, and Davi's already lining up the Outlaw. Headshot through the corner of the wall, and offered a second chance to make matters worse.
I mean, I like the entries, the fast lane, brilliant, but again, it comes down to these gunfights. Sometimes, Hazza, you need to click heads, and so far in the first 3 rounds, Novo, I mean, they've only been able to get one third round, and again has a down a player.
CGN know what it's like to get clicked on. Talking about the player, of course. That's one for the future. For now, though, strong rounds in terms of taking those fights. 5v4, and Novo are boxed in. They've not got too much control. You have to be looking at Alan through the midsection, but his position is now revealed. And Anguist hits one on the fadeaway through the door, gets out of dodge, and has the support of his team. May not even need it.
This is so nice, Hazard. From the start to the finish, it's been perfect, or almost perfect, I should say, for CGN. Again, Novo steal away the flawless, but stealing away flawless does not win you rounds. There is no confidence so far. I mean, the fact that, like, Alan you see lurking out in B main, it's almost like foretold about where they want to go. Alan lurks B main, it basically signals this is going to be a B take. And Benny reacts to it perfectly. The rest of the players look to stop the player coming in through Hobbit. It's completely stopped out. An immovable object.
Like
CGN.
You say, so telegraphed as well with the Cypher.
Yeah.
CGN all the right reads.
KG setup.
We've seen these Sheriffs rattle cages before. Can they do it here? Element, here's the steps. It's a Q. They are just waiting to meet his rifle. Second on the board, and Anguist set up doing all the rest. It is flawless for a fourth Cairo. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous here. This is much quicker than some of the rounds we saw on the previous map.
I'm not going to lie, mate, I have not seen the spike symbol at the top of my screen since last map, realistically. First 4 rounds with no spike down really starts to take a toll on Novo's economy.
As I said before, you want a strong map in these series to fall upon. That would have been Abyss, but it didn't feel like we got it. Look at the other series against Pedro. Yeah, they came off the Lotus loss, but went straight into Haven, 13-5. You have none of those liberties here. Take flight. Davi taking liberties again. The fact that your sober player is just hard up, straight facing Mound and taking fights with that kind of confidence says you all you really need to know about how this one's gone so far.
100%. I think for me as well, like, you could feel Novo warming up into that last map, especially on the attacking side. And of course, you've got to remember it would be CGN who would pick their most favoured side coming into it. And now coming into Lotus, you would hope that they would be able to start stringing the maps together, like, or at least string the second map into a strong performance, but it's just not happened. Now Novo, they split up, they're looking for clues, trying to see what they can find. The B site's completely open. Remember, they're probably playing for a retake CGN because they have the lockdown.
Alan is caged within the 4 walls of his own mind right now. How far can you possibly get out? Tries to sell the fake, but instead, then he takes info on C, and they're 3 players to the good here. 1, if you want to talk pure firepower. Davi's got his second, and they'll stay with a player advantage.
Davi's rifle skills are so nice to watch, just so clean. And that sight take needs to be clean. As the spike begins to, or the time begins to tick down, the spike needs to get down itself, and it will do, but immediately the lockdown just put all the Novo players off the site.
Stockenheimer don't know where to go. They'll be lucky not to get caught in this one. They do escape, but it's a limited spike plant. Stark is in fact detained, and Vince has won the round. That's it. It's over.
I mean, a lockdown is enough.
Man.
That is a timeout. This has to be a timeout because Novo has other plans. Like, you've known the lockdowns there, the full round, and for the round previous as well. Like, the fact that they don't come up with like something to do after that spike goes down, whether that's like go and take waterfall or at least try and contest it, is poor from me, because as an IGL, that's the plans that you should be creating.
These chaotic situations are where CGN have tended to thrive, and the timeout at the top of their screens right now is just going to be the confirmation that everything is working exactly as planned. For Novo, it's back to the drawing board, and again you can see how Gregauge is very involved from the coach slot. This is Stark's first season as an IGL. He comes from under the tenure of Robbie BK, who sent them to the semi-final of play-ins last year, now the Ascension main stage with Job Life. Lots of pedigree from the Portuguese scene that he's been able to take with him, but this is a different level, I think, especially in this competition.
I think that this is the second biggest jump you'll ever make in Valorant, is the jump into regional competition, because some of the players there are just totally different. The next jump, obviously, is that into VCT.
It's the fact that it's CGN as well. It's not just any of the teams you could have faced. It's the one of 3 split one winners that we have. Here comes the execute though. No time for excuses. What changes have been made? It won't be a first blood, but an immediate trade. In terms of positioning elsewhere, Stark already starting to pave his way onto A. Anguist is guarding all of this with the utility though, so it won't move any further until they regroup.
That's the thing though, it's Anguist you're going up against, and he's just so good, man. It's again, he gets out, repositions himself, actually ready for the next fight. The third one though will not go his way, but he's already positioned his team into the perfect opportunity for them.
Re-peeking the same angle twice, there's no way he should be getting away with it. 2v3, again, this is where we want to see Novo on the front foot. It's Alan to try and be that torchbearer. Has already been the light in the dark to send them forwards, but immediately extinguished. Benny removes him. Nice 1v3.
I mean, this is exactly what it's got to be, has a nice 1v3, not a nice one. I mean, utility to work with, but won't be able to use a single part of it just because he has to be on the rifle, forced to peek out because of the wingman, and Davy H is there to sweep the rest of the round up. That is at least an even half if we do see a Novo 6 rounds in a row. I mean, I doubt that's going to happen.
You're thinking further ahead already if you're CGN.
Right here.
Still 3 players yet to register a kill, Cairo. I hate to be that guy, but I'm starting to think the O in Bippo stands for something else. That's the guy that you were highlighting. Hyper and Nice, right by his side. If this comp is to work, it's gonna be those 3 horsemen, and right now, stuck in the mud.
I mean, I don't want to be like, I don't want to keep harping on and giving excuses to Novo about that first series, Hazza, but you cannot allow that to define your night.
Of course.
I mean, I understand it's 2 best of 3s you've got to play in a row. CGN, they've had a break between the 2. It's starting to wear on them by the looks of things as the night grows towards the late stages of it. Remember, they'll probably be an hour or 2 later than us in the UK because of the time zone difference.
I mean, not even offering any first fights here. Hyber goes down again. Bippo used the slide from the high gear to get inside. They've still not beaten that first line of defense though, and players will be ready to rotate A, not ready for Stark. That snatches one back. Davi with an immediate restoring frag.
I mean, the element's known about. In fact, it's actually the op that he's going to have to peak with, and Alan, very capable of reaping the benefits of this and won't even get the opportunity, walks away and allows the element in.
Don't even know if he thinks he's on the other side of the trap or not yet. Stark still pushing the front lines further and further forward. Think about what's going on behind them later on. Just keep on swimming. Another for Stark. 3 kills. That op may just be out of play here entirely. Vince has opened up the site. Gets on the spike, has the smokes. Stark giving away the steps. More damage dealt. In for the kill. And Vince adds another. Alan to the clutch, should be winning this and does. So finally, Novo getting on the board with the rounds left to recover as well. That's the most important.
I mean, just getting on the board and giving yourself a lifeline. We saw it earlier in one of the Lotus games, and the other one of the other games was that it ended up being a defensive side Lotus, and even a defensive side Haven, right? Like, these are maps, sides that can happen. The maps have been in the pool long enough for people to understand how to work your defensive side. And I mean, as well as that, Hazza, the one question I'm going to ask you is how many times do we see Novo give away the entry pick? And I'm including last map in that as well.
Yeah. You've got to be thinking about how they're trying to set up these fights as well, because this is Bippo on a role which he's been known for, but this Neon comp fits the current meta so nicely. They're playing it on half of their maps, which they show. So it's something that they're very well used to, despite the fact that they've pivoted away from the Rays on this map.
Yeah, and I think as well to continue that conversation about the duelist department, especially the Neon, is that Neon generally, well, it's got buffs. Like in terms of the game plan and how you want to execute that, losing a stun is actually a massive loss for the macro side of things.
They have been shoehorned into these quick executes, of which it hasn't really paid off. The tone of this round is so different. First time we see Anguist away from the A site, it's another execute. Left vacant. I'll have to play for the retake, but Element wants to take this one ahead of time. Just the one kill.
Spike down
Bippo with an immediate response.
Vince is waiting to see if someone's going to come up that rope, and as the smoke disappears, he finds that there's no one behind it, so even gains a little bit extra space at the back of sight for players to walk into, and Anguist still has to deal with Alan out on the B side.
Stretching the line from Hobbit could be a huge crossfire. They've got to take site control, but that's where Novo's playing from.
Still delayed and taking their time and coming back in. That's the worrying sign for CGN, and it comes down to these gunfights, whether they walk through the smoke, the wingman will do the clearing, and Bippo will clear the site. Every player being dropped in front of him except for Vince gets one back. Alan looking to combine with the two players that are on site, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. As they find a second round, that's 2 rounds in a row for Novo.
Brilliant work. That's the kind of response that you want to see. Bippo getting active, proving his worth, and making the most of the utility there as well, clearing out the site. You see the slide into backside, peeking alongside his team. At times you can feel so disconnected from your initiators as that Neon player. And one thing that we can take as a positive is, while Novo die every round, or had done for the previous 6 before the last couple, it gives you ult points, and now they've got a royal flush. CGN have ability power stacked against them coming into this gun round.
I think like the key point you raised there, Hazza, is about the ultimates, and this is why I like Capio timing out right now, because there's a little bit of momentum behind Novo, and most of the people sitting at home saying, oh, it's only 2 rounds, that's alright, but it's the capability of being able to stack those 2 rounds, and actually if they're able to spread the ults thin enough, they can start to really combine this all together and put themselves in a mighty fine dominant position and get themselves back to 6-6-half, and all the good work that CGN have done would be completely not in void.
Yeah, you could very easily toss it all away. Wondering how these ults are going to be paired together, because Novo have had 60 seconds of their own to think about what it is they're going to do here.
I think as well though, has the CGN have the better of the ults, it's just Novo are in the middle of their ultimate cycle.
This is insane. On the full gun round, CGN have said, yeah, you guys have gone A so many times, we call the timeout and then just leave it completely open. That's nuts.
So big brain.
They've got it spot on as well. Set piece to crunch through the door. Upon the contact, if Novo do head there,
deploying drone.
What is it going to look like?
I mean, still heading towards the A side. A showstopper to come back in. If you leave C completely open for CGN, they'll be able to get the Thrash online with an ulti point. This is the other thing to be considering here for the German side.
Can't reel it in before this one's latched on just yet. Stark has his ultimate from the shadows, so can join up with the A push pretty easily. Is that Spike leaving? Is this a fake or a commitment? I still can't tell. I'm none the closer than you. I think, yeah, no, they finally will be walking in. And to be honest, I think they're also going to be thankful that CGN aren't there, because it took a hell of a long time for them to scale into it.
Left.
And they've not taken liberties either, so this retake actually has been given the time of day to set up.
I mean, with that though, how many ultimates have you got to upset it? Create some plan, Bipple all the way up in heaven. I mean, here we go, the showstopper into the smoke, looking to try and hide, but unfortunately for Bipple he was caught by the Dizzy, and now the players have immediately left tree. Showstopper at least by space, but will not buy a kill. Onto the spike, they'll get chucked off. The Hunter's Fury's perfect. That's just 3 ultimates. That's a heavy investment for Novo. They'll get it over the line, but Hazard, was it really necessary?
That's what we'll very soon find out.
In fact, actually, it was 4.
Yeah, lots. Everyone pressed X to win. The pop-up on the screen. You could be a millionaire. All you got to do, press that big red button. And sure, it works out short term, but look, you got to be thinking longevity here, like you said. I mean, even then, the hat off of Alan's head. It's like the James Bond movie. It's not got a serrated edge. It doesn't deal damage.
Yeah, it feels as if they're panicking. I mean, here we go. Here's the 5th of all the ultimates in 2 rounds. I mean, Apple is going to be able to get the site easily enough. This is a thrifty round for CGN though.
You are looking at, 2 rifles and the Odin coming back through. How much substance do we give this? Bippo
almost out.
Posing questions towards spawn, and it's a Bucky in the back pocket. Gecko blind catches, and the wall is just about enough, if not the movement. Out of dodge for now, and a smoke to support.
Spamming, trying to get in like that. If they bring Bipple here down, and maybe it's something to go off of, but with the stall that's coming through and the chances that they have now, time is ticking away, and yeah, you're going to save the buys that are sitting there, because it is well and truly in Novo's pocket now. That's 4 rounds in a row so far, since the 6 that CGN were able to get in a row. It's good stuff, but the problem for Novo coming into these last couple of rounds is there's a Thrash sitting there, the lockdown's one off, and the Hunter's Fury's not far either.
It isn't. CGN for split 2 in DAC, looking at Lotus, unbeaten, didn't lose it once. And in terms of what the stronger side for them is, well, the defense is just as good as the attack.
Come into the unknown.
Over 60% for both. 65, I should say. Trying to pick away at the details. Novo got to put their best foot forwards, and they're trying. Bippo having a much better showing now. Already through Waterfall, the smoke there as well. A prefabbed piece has given them space, but Anguist takes it back. There are bodies ready to defend A. As the blue shirts flood forward, they are able to get another. Anchor down.
Spike looking to go down as well, and well, Hobbit is actually where Vince gets a kill from, but it's an easy trade enough for Nice. And well, the Thrash is coming in to clear the site, but we'll find absolutely no one. It's a deep post plant again from Novo Hazard, and Davi H, he's stuck in stairs.
They do have the tree info though. Can concentrate these fights a little more. Benny revealed, Davi trying to make the hero play. Benny wanted to make sure that the wingman could stay on the spike, but its time is short-lived and so is his. Stark collecting a 5th in a row for Novo, nearly matching the DAC tally. And this one just gets more and more worrying, but for them this time around.
Yeah. I guess like you're at least guaranteed to have the immediate stop of the turn and a half. That's where you can reset, but the momentum grows more and more with Novo as the rounds go on, and you can see the frustration that Grapio is feeling, especially with some of the picks that CGN gave away in that last round.
Shadows traveling.
One more chance to keep the advantage. Final round, Element bringing the op out, the big guns. No bigger occasion in this first half. Couple of ults available, Vince one of those. The coattails of Stark are spotted outside C. Could be a red herring as he's the only one there as it stands.
Element just getting Nice retreating back, but A flash out. I mean, you've used the flash, but you've not done anything off the back of it. So straight away, Element's on the angle, and it's given the information. No one's towards A. CGN begin to gamble towards C.
Execute coming in. Benny has to see this one off. The captain can't hold it. Vince is there though, and along all the rest, it might just have been enough. 4v2, Element locking down the back lines. Alan now grouped up with Bippo. CGN have managed to get a hold of this so well, Cairo, that they knew whenever the Cypher player was in the middle of the map that he was working as a solo operative. It demands the attention, but they just don't give them a word in edgeways. 7-5. It's the minimum that they could have expected after the first quarter, but still CGN the ones in front.
I mean, Element does so well. I think like being so confident in the engagement that you'd be taking on A lobby, and the fact that like straight away, like you see Novo use this flash to try and push someone back. And I mean, Element can call, like guys, it is going to be C. I imagine there was already information in terms of utility or steps that were coming in. CGN just have the right read on the C site and are able to hold it. The lockdown just helps that even more.
Here. Onto the attack side now. This is going to be the biggest test of Novo's skills. Again, with this system that they play, just the one sheriff on nice, couple ghosts. CGN no 6 shooters. Spike outside of A and giving so much early respect to the aggressive composition.
Anguist's luck, you could already see it in the last round, or the last map, how good it could be in finding the gaps in the setup. A big gap created though as Nice goes down. Immediately Novo are looking to head towards the A side, and in fact Hazza, you look at Alan and where he's positioned, he's positioned himself on the flank.
Hyber could be the enabler for Bippo here, but instead is fighting solo. They're both so separated. Nice shot from the former duelist, keeping it sharp and keeping it an even man count for now. CGN are already set up though, they've had plenty of time to calculate this one. Back into the site is where they fight, but resistance is firm. Still Alan on the back lines. Sentinel 1v1, Anguish needing to hold his own, and Davi holding down the fort from Tree. Damage dealt, a couple players low, and not out the wheelhouse of the young gunner just yet. One is all he gets. Novo just about healthy enough to tell the tale. Is there time? It looked very close. Just about close enough.
I mean, the thing is, Anguist, like, you just start to see it coming together. Body shots, though, the only healthy player still standing on CGN. That is now number 6 for Novo, and the fact that they'll be able to have an anti-eco to make this even on both sides is certainly great for them. Not only that, I mean, you've got to be thinking about the rounds of Abyss and how they weren't able to convert an anti-eco once.
This goes here.
Mistakes like that could come back to haunt you. Final group game. Pedro watching on. The party popped. Their chance at playoffs gone. CGN building up into those ultimates. Anguist had a decent showing in the pistol. Already well on his way to the lockdown. You're never going to get much info against CGN on the attack side. Like we know, they're a squad of sleuths. Finally, Novo get the drop. But I like this setup that they're playing. They're allowing themselves to be attacked because the weapon advantage is that good. Benny seems to think otherwise. It's just the one and the spike lost.
I mean, having to cross no man's land to pick up that spike is certainly not ideal. And I tell you what, it's not ideal, is Bippo taking that much damage. I mean, imagine probably wanting to chuck that Guardian over to someone else. And things are starting to get worrying. I'm scared, Hazza. Because Benny does have the Bulldog, and while he's low, Stark does only have a pistol. A missed shot could go either way. and 25 seconds to make it work. Novo managed to squeak themselves over the line. Yeah, that was dangerous stuff.
Far from convincing. Felt like they had the right reads. Again, on some of these defenders rounds, you want to balance having some proactivity to take map control away from this CGN team, which will often be huddled up together, and knowing where your advantages lie. Huge work from Benny. Kill on B, and then the Bulldog getting even more done. It's just the 2 guns that are kept, and only 3 rifles that they present in this bonus round. Aggression is the name of the game.
Oh, Benny's got it locked down. Stark will very easily trade that out. A reinvestment into this one means that Novo have to try and get the result, or has it. Things will not be good at all. Alan forced off of his camera and to actually bring his gun up to fight. Forced to be brought to attention, playing through his trap. Vince gets the spike down but has no idea the creep is going to work out. Anguish doesn't look either. The young gunner finds the opportunity. 4v2 in Novo's favour.
A labyrinth of his own creation. Alan, Cypher utility, reigning supreme. Contact off the trap and into tree. Element back against the wall. Needs to use some of his own good work to get out. Seemingly working. 2 headshots, and now 2 players presented. Post-mortem, Davi's clutch attempt will go no further. Hyber finds his head, and with it a Novo 8. The lead is theirs for the first time in this map.
I mean, what a way to bring it back, and it's Alan to do it all from that A site. It's the fact that CGN are so complacent on where Novo could swing from. Perhaps the communication was completely wrong, and they didn't encounter or think about Alan and where they could be. The timing's just off. I mean, it's unfortunate that Novo don't get the entry kill on straight away, but I mean, Alan does so well.
Just reading the play, positioning himself effectively. CGN couldn't make it back from the brink.
Here.
They have the individuals to bail you out of those situations, but not this time. It's Sheriffs. 3 Guardians in the mix. Alan's traps both towards Hobbit side, so unless he takes this peek, you can go so far as Waterfall. Nice stun from Hyber to try and fight back through. Ooh, the resistance is met instead on A.
Big spam. That's the information gone for CGN. I guess you have the Gecko to work with, but it's not as good as like the Owl drone or the Info Dart has and there is a Thrash to be used.
What does CGN make of this?
I'm out of here.
Yeah, I mean, they're deciding to try and contact the way up A, but already Novo, they're starting to get an idea on what CGN want to do. Anguist is cleared out B main, but got nothing from it.
Could find himself uninvolved, but already the penny has dropped. It's time to go into the A site. 30 seconds, an opportunity to go back to B, but you don't have the control in main that they once enjoyed. Alan, great work to at least damage the second player, but opens things up in the process. This alarm bot hasn't found the right lane, but Stark puts daylight between the 2 of them.
10 seconds
Angus
left.
wanting to fill that vacuum. I think CGN are just about going to get away with the plant here, Cairo, but is that going to be enough?
I mean, with that player advantage, you would hope that Novo would be able to get this over the line, but this is Valorant and not everything goes to plan. I mean, they've still got a showstopper for Element on the comeback, and there's only 1 smoke. In fact, yep, they're waiting for Hyber's stun to get their way. Now it goes off, doesn't get a single player. Element hides in the corner. Anguist does good, gets at least 1 and plays an Element. He has to do good on the promise of his teammate now and try and get the round, but it will not come to fruition. That is going to be a double of the lead for Novo. That is 9-7 and 1 off double digits.
It is over.
Well played from Novo, re-clearing the site at the end there, but you can't help but feel it perhaps a missed opportunity for CGN in the half-buy. Crossfire set up in post. Anguist finding so much space in Hobbit. There was a showstopper available for Element as well. Perhaps a set play that they're banking on coming into this one, though. Novo did not shy away from using their ultimates in the previous half. They have 4 of them here too. Time to start flipping through that scrapbook.
They love to stack them up, don't they, Novo? Their ultimates, and use them all in one go. The other aspect to that is, I think, honestly, a round like this is probably most important to do so, because you can see CGN have got plenty of their ultimates. They're moving with a purpose now. I imagine this is going to be a quick one, and it is. And look, the C site's completely clear already. Oh, low, what? Just straight opens the door, it's straight scrapping, and CGN, they get through it so easily.
That's the play which loses them the round, Novo. They wanted to turn through the door as slowly paced as it was. CGN commit a couple of ultimates there. Towards the C site, it was left open. They could have played retake. Sure, it's in hindsight. At the same time, you've already got the extremity control set up. Stark was in position, they had the info, they had the bodies ready to recommit. Maybe jumping the gun just a little bit there, Cairo.
Yeah, I think, like, honestly, the best thing to do there was allow CGN to use everything that they had in their pocket, but instead it was a showstopper and just the rest scrapped it out. Now we're going to get that crash in. It's actually detained Biffle. Wow, good trade from Hyper, and it continues on. The ex-duelist doing the work that needs to be done, and actually takes the advantage for Novo.
Doing God's work there, Hyper.
I dropped the spike.
Dragging the rest of his team back through this game. Propping them up. 4 on 3. Vince and Benny were lost. Nice reaction at a moment's notice from CGN, but speak of nice, he's taken a boatload of damage now, and that position is not a defensible one. Easy enough for Anguist, the first player back in.
You should run.
Well, we are going to get the lockdown coming in, Hazza, from the attackers, and the Rolling Thunder immediately to try and get rid of it. But instead, Anguist gets that kill and dismantles the attempt. Spike going to go down, the spam not good enough, and Novo have to reset in a 2v3.
This is what I was saying before about Anguist. Give him the space and freedom to use his mechanics, and it will be the last mistake that you can possibly make. CGN with the correct setup. Do they have the right pieces between the two of them now in the clutch for Stark? Over the top. Spots out the first. Anguist not as receptive to it as Element, but won't matter. 9 each. Just as soon as Novo put themselves in front, CGN are right back at their throat.
As it's the cardinal sin of Valorant, don't take out your utility when you're in a gunfight. Like, at the end of the day though, I mean, this is so scrappy. I think Anguist's kill is what actually wins the round there for CGN. The fact that he's able to get the lockdown down and protect it, pushing players back. I think it's silly from Novo to try and do that all on the lonesome. It's a wasted ultimate in the end.
This is what I'm talking about as well. Games versus the Italian, Portuguese teams that we have here versus what they're comparing to in DAC. I think this is the perfect level for Anguist to bed into the tournament. Alan already spotted. Unbelievable that he gets one there. Anguist also on his own, and the Sheriff slides past from Bippo brilliantly.
Not only that though, Hazza, it's so clean that he still gets 25 points of hit armor in his pocket as well. 3v3, and actually there's a bit of danger about this for CGN.
Just the one rifle on Bippo for the retake. Aggressive stance taken by CGN. Recon just coming back up for Davi, but wants to make sure that no one's got out from stairs. It's not a setup for Benny instead. This crossfire could be broken by the stun, and in fact it is. Bippo goes straight past again, and Davi can only get one, so it's Vince that has to try and clutch things out. Smoke onto his spike, and Hyper already working away. Sneaking behind, knife out, Fuse is so low, and they line up for Vince! A clutch to claim 10, and CGN carry on.
I can't believe that they've been able to get that over the line. Vince has he may as well go and put the lottery numbers on, because that is absolutely insane. Both players line up and allow them the opportunity to win that round. I think Novo should have got that over the line, especially on the retake. It was so good. The frustration you can see on the coach of Novo's face. I mean, the fact that like you get a rifle on Bippo who's nearly who's not been touched, and Hyber had a full belt of utility. It's such a tough way to lose a round.
And it's a round lost at the end of the day, eco or not. You've got to do it all over again.
And the thing is though, at maximum regulation, there's only 5 rounds left. Novo don't have many opportunities to bring this back.
One of their last. And it comes with an operator. Last few rounds, they have stressed the priority of having extremity control, but the defensive line finds itself spread thin.
Not ready yet.
Bippo's up behind the smoke, and the fear that a player could be so quick to encroach him means that it will continue to drop further and further back. CGN growing in presence on A. But Bippo may just be about to take his timing.
Needs to at least come out with one here, Hazard, and get out. And will do so. Massive kill. The nade was spot on, but doesn't actually damage Bippo. And you can see he's looking to hang about for another. At the same time, players are starting to move into position, and Anguist goes a step too far. Nice might get traded out through the ultimate, and Spike plant being attempted. Bippo knows about Vince, but can't get the kill. Hyper can. Spike is down, and locations are being revealed. The players need to try and come back into a well-stocked site of players of the CGN, but instead now it's up to Davi. The cam knows about his position, the utility being sent forth, and players working on the spike. Davi needs to come up huge. He won't be able to, and we go back even. Both teams are on double digits.
I said before how Novo were struggling in these chaotic situations, but instead CGN the ones now which feel like they're breaking under the weight of what's in front of them. Something that you need to be able to do is create plans on the fly, but in terms of playing the micro game in tandem off of one another, it felt like they struggled there as they have in other rounds. This one is really tight in certain situations. Alarmbot catches on to Bippo's op. You've got Anguist in such a strong position on B, just over-aiming the corner on his clear. Fine details which are so hard to nitpick.
Yeah.
But it really is that close.
I think you could easily go either way. That's the big part about it, right?
Elation mixed with frustration. CGN wanting to fly the flag for Dak in the playoffs again, and this is their final timeout. Final chance for Capio to have his say in the second half before a potential overtime. We're certainly gearing up in that direction. Novo breaking the streak of attacking rounds. What kind of answers have they got for this one?
Oh, this is a nice spot.
I think the big part about the timeout is the fact that Benny has his ultimates, right? The Thrash, so good at clearing out, and every single time that we've seen the Thrash come online, it is towards the C side.
I don't know if he's going to be able to reclaim this, though. It's gone all the way towards the backside, and you've still got Alan in bed. Ooh. You did! Vince doesn't even need to look him in the eye. Removed. It's going to be the numbers for CGN and the spike plant in tow.
Although you can see him, he's sniffing blood. He's got an opportunity here that Nano Swarm going to deny that, though. And it is still advantage towards CGN. It's about what they come back in with, a full belt of utility on Hyper, and every single piece being sent forward. The kills going CGN's way. Anguist has done God's work here, and Davy H will put a little sprinkle on top. It looks like chocolate, and it certainly seems to be, as CGN has they're in Wonderland.
They certainly are, and you do not lose rounds like that. They take the site control, albeit under Alan's nose. But the utility in post, sublime. Smoke towards backside, Nano at the feet. You'll see this highlight clip here from Anguist, but the reason why he gets it is because that's the only way back through into the site.
Yeah.
You had a paranoia from Vince back on the top as well. The controller utility is perfect, and you know, with so many people saying, oh, it's easy to farm assists there, rounds like this is where you see why he's so good. 40% of rounds he'll get an assist. That's why he's towards the top end of the stat sheets in DAC.
I think that's the other aspect to it, is just the, I guess like the almost the emotions that the coaches are going through, and coming into these last couple of rounds, it's like the second ultimate cycle that both teams will be going into. The best thing about it for Novo is, even though the lockdown's about to come online for CGN, they'll have their own Hunter's Fury to counter it. It's the last time that the coaches can talk to their teams as they set them up for either a map win or overtime. At least if at overtime they'll get to introduce themselves once more, Hazza. But at this moment in time, I mean, it's in CGN's hands.
Yeah. Novo looking to be the protagonists on this round, though. The DAC machination met with their own ideas. Another Stark insert top rubble and a fast rotation elsewhere. This is what they did before. They tried to clear out main, but then got caught in transition. How do they approach it this time? It's a drone to clear with Anguist's turret spotted.
Clear out the drone, create a big question mark in B main. Now CGN have lost a bit of control, and they know that they need to try and re-clear it, because if they take C, that door could be open once again. Here we go. Beppo immediately activates the ultimate, and CGN already starting to back off, scared of where Beppo could be.
Overdrive is on a timer. This one may just run dry. Finally taking those fights into the belly of the beast, but CGN can play this game all day long. They're on Cologne time. This might just be their time to make the playoff stage as well. Rotation has been called by Novo. They've got the numbers, but can they hold on?
And they've got the stall as well, Hazza. The utility being fired either way from both teams. Arlen trying to hide himself, nestle himself into a great position, but every single player who takes an opportunity gets it snatched away. DAC look to make map point. Stark only on 5 HP will not be able to put up enough resistance. It will be map point and match point, series point to head to playoffs.
One away from putting themselves there.
This goes here.
Completing the job which they set out to at the start of the day in straight sets. Would be in the playoff stage, yet to drop a map.
Yeah.
A statistic that we'll have to cross-reference.
This goes here.
When this one's done.
As I wonder, us casting pivotal DAC matchups, is that what they need? Are we the lucky stars?
Maybe. Just maybe.
Showstopper in pocket, and you can see the trap that's being set up here to go into, but there is only one player, and as they send it forward, they'll get plenty of kills. That's a big Hunter's Fury.
Another double kill from Nice's ultimate. Not the first time that he's been able to put pen to paper with that one. Brilliant reaction as well. Stark, the TP out towards Rubble, so coordinated. And now CGN, in their attempts to reset, may just have dug their own grave on round 23. The drone does catch wind of it a little early. There's still 55 seconds left, so no need to commit just yet. But Anguist will do it all for them! No way! The young UK gunner! Everything that he touches turns to gold, and may just take them there now.
Cover going out.
The Anguist touch, a little bit of delay will not stop Stark coming back in, Hazza, but there's no utility on either side. Benny at least has a mosh to play delay later.
The top-touted prospect from Tier 3, finally hitting the inter-regional stage. One away from the ace to end it, and he will! Oh my god! A sequence which sends the CGN supporters into raptures. 3-time winners of Evolution looking to add another to the cabinet. They'll be there in playoffs.
I don't know what else to say. Anguist was the one that was promised for Polaris. The one that we expected to be on a top roster, like your Apex, like Focus of last year. His chance was meant to come this year. It came in dark, and he's come out at the perfect time. What a player, man. Genuinely, everybody knew that he was next up into Tier 2, and dare I say it, there's always a chance that he's next up into Tier 1 after a performance like that.
The writing's on the wall. He's been steadfast, split through split, and now in Ascension play-ins, we're starting to see a new level of form kindled. What a performance, and I think that is just the cherry on top of what otherwise looked pretty good front to back from CGN. Nothing taken away from what Novo achieved here, still double digits on both maps, but no more than that. We have an update from Group B for all of you watching along. Soul Chain's our reporter on the scene to take you through it.
Thank you, Asa. Thank you, Caro. And I'm back on the desk for an update on the Group B standings. So following Galacticos' win against Valiant, they will take the first seed of their group and will qualify for the playoff stage coming up this week. Meanwhile, Valiant will have to fight their way back through the last chance group tomorrow to qualify for playoffs, and Diamond are unfortunately eliminated due to the map difference. Thank you for having me.
tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me.
Esteve o Brasil chamou pra dançar! On est en train de le faire, les Maliens qui vont aller chercher la victoire face à des Maliens qui auront tout donné. Tucker in the clutch, the youngest of the young prospects, taking it from the line, but he can't.
What a way to close out Lotus. Anguist acing and securing them a spot in the next stage of play-ins and a very nice day off. We have an interview with Benny coming up, but before then, what were your highlights on Lotus, Marcus?
Man, you said it yourself. That Anguist ace was incredible, and I will quote him later on. Not yet, because we will replay it on the stream later, but let's just say he is very, very hyped about it, and hopefully you'll see it on Twitter later on, because it was the greatest way to close out the series, also considering how much I was hyping him up. He drops 31 kills with 340 ACS. Element did not need to do hardly anything in comparison to Abyss, because it was the Anguist show.
I think even before that final round, we would have spoken about Angus either way, because, yeah, I mean, the stats precede themselves. He definitely had a stellar performance throughout the game and kept CGN in the game, I guess, when Novo started to find their feet a little, because, of course, they got to 6 rounds and then Novo started to, you know, bring it back, and it was getting kind of scary for CGN.
Yeah, it was getting a bit scary. We were sitting here like, are we going to be seeing a map 3? Because when you look at the stats, like you said, Lotus for CGN is a very strong map. And of course, Novo, not too much to go off of it. I mean, the one on the one like past for them was not really much to go off, like I said. So yeah, it was a very, very, very nice attempt.
Well, that's enough from us for now, because we do have Benny on the other line to chat about today's games and how everything's gone. Benny, how are you feeling after that amazing win?
Great. We get off now. Love it.
Yay!
Honestly, the way Lotus was going, it looked like we would have to play a front map. And I'm really happy that we didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
nothing more I could wish for, honestly.
Yeah, and I mean, your win today as well versus PPP was pretty dominant. Was this due to like the prep that you'd done against PPP, or did you just come into that matchup feeling quite confident?
I think that was just us being quite confident in the matchup generally, just because of how the format goes, right? We have to play at least 4 teams, I think it was, over the course of like 4 days. We didn't really get a lot of chance to prep really hard for individual teams. And we played against PPP and Prec a lot, like a couple of games before, so we had a good grasp on how they would play. So we didn't really put too much prep into it, and we felt quite confident from the start.
And kind of speaking about the way, you know, the format's gone, you've been playing a lot of games, it's been going quite late. Do you or the team in general do anything in particular to keep yourselves from burning out or becoming tired with schedules like these?
I think we had people who managed to fall asleep after game 1. I think that was a blessing to them. Personally, I didn't. And this is currently like basically my bedtime right now, so I'm happy we finished.
Yeah.
yeah, basically, if we can take a nap in between, if it's like we had a really long break as well, right? Like we finished pretty early and then we had to wait till like 21 until we played. So take a nap. Don't sit on PC the entire time. Really important. Because like 12 hours on the PC, you just burn out. You can't. Yeah, and eat, drink enough. So that's it.
Amazing.
You talk about 12 hours on the PC. It's kind of what we've been doing today, right, mate?
Honestly, I was like,
I feel like
I could have done with a nap. But I mean, you guys definitely worked a lot harder than we did. So the nap was very well deserved.
It was an absolutely nail biter of a Lotus. I'm going to say that, Benny. I have a question about the Phoenix pick on a couple of maps for you. What's the thought process behind it? Because apart from potentially Gentlemate running the Phoenix, you don't really see it too often.
Without going into too much detail, of course,
Yeah,
we're still
don't-
playing.
yeah, don't spoil.
For me, it's a comfort pick. It's a very proactive pick. A lot of mini plays, things you can make happen. Molly comes in, damage utility, flashes. The ult is really low orbs, so you can get it a lot. Really strong as well. The wall is playmaking potential. Basically, yeah, just all these things mixed together. And again, it's a comfort pick for me. So we like to throw it in here and there.
Yeah, I like
We
it.
like
I
to
feel like
see
it throws teams off. I feel like potentially not knowing what's coming. But
Oh yeah, the amount of molly kills I get is criminal.
we
People
saw. I
don't
mean,
really
you
know
finished
them.
Abyss with a
Yeah.
molly kill. It was beautiful. But we talk about kind of like, you know, not knowing what to expect with the Phoenix pick. At least you guys kind of know what to expect tomorrow, because it will be a day off. Or will it be a day off? Can you kind of just talk us through what tomorrow is going to look like for you guys as a team?
We're gonna have a more chill day. We can't take off. We're still in a tournament. Tournament is running. We cannot afford to just take a full day off and basically get out of it and get back into it. But we're gonna play less pracs, like 2 or 3, just to keep in the groove. Probably watch games, like just what's going on, who are we getting next. Prepare a bit. Compared to like the other days, tomorrow we're planning to do a softer day. So we can get a bit of rest, because the last 2 days, like Tuesday and Wednesday, will be marathons again. Like, okay, one is best of 3, but then the best of 5 on Wednesday if we make it there. So we try to preserve some energy.
Yeah, please preserve some energy, because obviously you guys are a very, very good team, and we know we want to see you keep on going up and up. One last thing from me, I didn't tell Meg I was gonna.
I can't hear you. No, you're mute, maybe?
I can. Say it to me, Marcus. I can hear it, but they can't. Yeah. Okay, did Anguist actually say, "Let's go, Benny, we win this"?
Yes. We were down 2v5 and he was like, okay, fuck it, we win this. And we won. He
Well,
won,
I
honestly.
mean, it
I didn't
worked.
do much, I just looked.
No, you were there. You were there for moral support. You definitely.
I was holding his
You
hand.
had a big part. Well, thank you so much, Benny. Listen, we'll let you go to bed because we know it is your bedtime. Go rest and relax, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Well, who knows if we can hear Marcus or not? I mean, hello, mic
Testing.
check. Any
No.
luck? We've got you. I think we might have you back. What a way to end.
Is it back? Can I get it confirmed?
You're back. You're back. Woohoo! Woohoo! I think it's just because you got really nervous because like Benny is like a really good
Nah, something
player and
came up on my screen that said checking for updates on my mixer. And then everything went silent for a split second, so
okay.
yeah, that's kind of
Let's talk a little bit more about Lotus before we say goodbye for today, because there's so much to unpack from that game. I know there's a couple of rounds that you want to talk about as well, Marcus, so I'm going to hand this one over to you.
Yeah, so I just want to look at round 18 to begin with. This was a very interesting round that, again, this is going to be a common theme. It relied on Anguist getting the most important kill. Of course, this one right here from Anguist was important. It's not the one I'm on about. It's the one whilst he puts the ult down and he is rolling thundered. I want you guys just to have a look at this. Unfortunately, Stark does get hit. If he doesn't get hit, the round probably goes in a different way. But Anguist finding Hyber right there, putting the round into a 3 versus 2 with pretty much a free plant. And the post plant is beautiful from these guys. Absolutely beautiful. Both coming from Waterfall. The Owl drone is obviously used for the information. I'm not sure if it does see Stark, but Element finds Alan. And then in a 3 versus 1 situation, in this situation right here, it's not really losable, right? Especially when you kind of know exactly where he is. Look.
Yeah, and I mean, not this round as well, just talking about Alan, I really feel for him because those last couple of rounds, it almost felt like Vince had a magnet on Alan and he was just getting tapped through smokes, tapped through boxes, and I can imagine that must have been incredibly frustrating because that happened a few times to him. But let's talk about probably the best round we've seen today, the best round we've seen in a while, and that is Anguist's ace to close out Lotus. I mean, he is just unbelievable.
Well, look, apart from Vince's clutch in the smoke on A site, we haven't got a replay of that one. But that also was very, very good. But look at Anguist here. Just going in with confidence. He says to Benny, I've got this. Bang, bang, bang. Finds 3. Does the exact same lockdown as the round before. Then finds Alan. And at this point, you're just confident. You know, at this point, you've just found 4. You're going to be so confident to find the ace. And again, I've been talking about Anguist all day in terms of how good he is. He's representing the UK, no biasy involved right now. And I was, obviously no biasy, but I was rooting for him to get this ace. It would have just made a beautiful end for CGN's group stages in play-ins, Meg.
I have to say as well as I think again this kind of nods to CGN's discipline because I do think Anguist easily could have peaked Waterfall there. He could have taken that fight, he could have overstepped, but he still did play off his utility. He waited for the push and therefore he got the ace, which we've seen lost out many times by people maybe getting a little bit over eager. So yeah, I mean, very, very well played from CGN. And of course, we'll see Novo tomorrow, I think, back playing, because it's not all over for them. They still have a chance at making it to the next stages of play-ins. Let's have a look at today's standings. So we'll start with Group B, which we covered a lot of today. We do see Galacticos coming out on top despite us broadcasting their first map, which they narrowly lost to Diamant. Valiant as well, we'll see them play tomorrow as they still do have a chance. And Marcus, Diamant, they didn't make it. This was such a close group.
They did say this was the group of death, right? And I'll be honest, I expected it kind of to be even across the board. I didn't expect Diamant to be on the bottom though, which is very sad because when you have players like Pace who are so incredibly good, and Westside, who we got to interview, he was so positive, and you know, your heart breaks for them because they are so talented. And when I talk about like their future steps, what are their future steps right now? It's kind of like a season ender for them, just like obviously.
It's such a nasty way to end. You had to squeeze that in somewhere. But yeah, I mean, that definitely won't be the last of Diamant for sure, or at least the players individually. Group C as well, of course, we see CGN winning out both of their games and taking that clean run to the next stages. Novo are going to play tomorrow, and as we already knew, PPP, they haven't progressed or made it any further. So that is the end of the season for them, at least for now. So very, very unfortunate, as I know there's a lot of PPP fans out there.
They won in my heart though for the greatest name.
Pedro. And we had so much cooked. If we had them on broadcast.
Ryan's gonna be sad.
It's very, very unfortunate. Let's take a little look at the bracket so far and what we've got cooking up for this one. Marcus, talk us through this.
So we are going to be seeing Galacticos versus CGN, right? That's going to be the first game locked in, and then the top part of the bracket is then going to be decided tomorrow, I believe, unless I'm tripping. That's where we're going to find the other two teams. That's where the second place is super important, right? That's where we're going to find out that last spot and the last two teams as well. So make sure you go stay tuned for that one.
And there is one group that we haven't spoken about yet, and that is Group A. And there's a reason for that, because they are actually still playing. Bless them. They did start a little bit later today, so their games are going on a little bit longer. And if you guys do want to watch those games, you can watch them at twitch.tv LVP ES2. They're going on over there, so go and hang out, have a little look-see. And it's KPI versus Sweet and Sour. So
Polaris boys 1-0 down.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a juicy game, so definitely go and check it out. I mean, it's been a very long but amazing day, Marcus, and yeah, I mean, we've had a giggle, we've had some moments where we waffled maybe a little bit too much, but is there anything you'd like to say before we say goodbye to everybody?
No, honestly, it's been a great day. Just to clarify, of course, the winner of the game that's still going on is obviously going to be going to that top part of the bracket, right? And then the loser goes into the second place, I believe.
Yeah, and they play.
That's why there were 2 gaps left, because obviously tomorrow we're only going to be crowning one person going through. So yeah, just for a little bit of clarification.
We are back tomorrow for even more amazing games, because it's not over for the teams that didn't make it to the top of their groups today. So make sure you keep an eye on our socials for what the games will be tomorrow, what time we'll be here. And yeah, I guess that's all from me and Marcus. So we'll see you then. Bye-bye, guys.
So you need a little break, huh? Boy, say you need a little space, yeah. Boy, is it 'cause you can't be faithful? Boy, hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. 'Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for wanting out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. pathetic, I do. You think you're bad boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad boy, think you're bad boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well you failed big time, cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad boy, think you're bad boy, think you're bad boy. You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my loved ones, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back.